Borrowed Time. The Force Majeure. Temporal Protection Corps Series Book 2. By E. W. Barnes. Copyright 2019. All rights reserved. For CW, LW, KL and TL. And always for CB and AB. Digital voice narration. Preface. The Temporal Protection Corps was founded in 2126. Its mandate was to promote education and scientific discovery, and to protect the timeline against tampering. Not everyone agreed on how time travel would be used, however. A small but vocal group argued for broader uses of time travel, including for personal gain, and even for changing history. When their proposals were rejected, they took their beliefs underground and focused on the goal of ultimately controlling time travel for their own purposes. The Temporal Protection Corps was aware of the existence of the Chestnut Coven, but did not take the group seriously until there was a dangerous assault on the timeline. Members of the Chestnut Coven attempted to steal the only temporal amplifier unit located outside of the TPC, in the possession of retired agent Rose Sprucewood Bauer, and left to her granddaughter, Sharon Gorse, when Rose died. Sharon stopped the theft, but was thrown into a parallel timeline which threatened her reality and the existence of the TPC. Sharon and Agent Kaylin Winters risked their lives to correct the timeline and defeat the Chestnut Coven. The TPC invited Sharon to join the organization as an agent, assigned as the expert on the Chestnut Coven. But the Chestnut Coven was ready with its next move. Prologue. The end of the world began with an email received by almost everyone on the planet. The source of the email was untraceable, thwarting the efforts of the world's best hackers, Black Hat and White. But they all knew who it was from. It contained a simple message, only 5 words. The debt is now due. Those 5 words were like echoes of rock falling in the mountains. Even as the sound faded, the vibrations continued, traveling through earth and air, a slight movement gently touching a cornice of snow angled over a 1,000-foot drop. The light touch shifted the snow slightly, just enough for gravity to become paramount. The cornice dropped, gathering snow with it as it fell, and the avalanche was born, roaring with destruction, wreaking devastation on everything and everyone in its path. The night worker found the message when he arrived home exhausted from his shift. He could not sleep. The debt would destroy him. If he survived, he would live out his life homeless, a refugee. The student struggling to make ends meet stared at the message for over an hour. If she could not face the debt owed, they would accept other forms of payment, if she could live with herself. The couple making breakfast for their children exchanged wide-eyed glances over their meals. The children laughed and teased each other, not realizing they faced indentured servitude for the debt. The CEO called her attorney immediately upon receiving the message. Surely there was a loophole. Her attorney did not answer his private line. When she finally reached his assistant hours later, she learned the attorney had taken his own life, the message still blinking on the computer screen next to him. The president called a meeting of her global advisors. 4 hours later, she telephoned the heads of the major departments of the world government. 6 hours later, she declared martial law. There was a rush at banks, supermarkets, and home improvement stores. Fights broke out over pallets of stored water, crushed loaves of bread, and bruised vegetables damaged in the confusion. Someone shot a man for the last tank of propane outside an abandoned gas station where people used axes to demolish the building for its wood. No one saw anything. The preppers were gleeful. This is what they had been waiting for, having no faith in a system that housed, clothed, and fed everyone but couldn't protect against the threat of the email. Some dug in, fortifying their homes against hordes real and imagined. Others bugged out to remote locations where they had stored everything needed to live in isolation in perpetuity. Schools closed when parents refused to send their children. After store shelves emptied, managers sent their employees home with stockpiled boxes they had hidden from the public, bread, milk, and water. It was a smart tactic to keep employees working and not panic as they watched the necessities of life disappear in front of them. When people eventually did panic, rioting against the government and the demand of the email, it was community security patrols, police and, finally, the military that enforced order. But like when a rock falls in the mountains, it was already too late. Chapter 1. The headstones sent late afternoon shadows across the grass. The air chilled as the sun reached the horizon, and the darkness under the trees became pockets of blackness next to the pale gray of the granite markers. Sharon Gorse wove among the graves, not finding the one she was looking for. She was deep in the cemetery, far from street lamps or the glow of lights from homes. Once the sun set, she would not be able to see where she stepped, let alone read the gravestones. "Did you find it yet?" a voice asked. Sharon jumped. "Don't sneak up on me," she hissed. "I don't understand why we need to do this in the dark. Couldn't we have come at noon when it was warmer and daytime? Coming here at night means there's less chance someone will see us," Helen Winters answered patiently. Sharon already knew that, of course. Helen had come to realize crankiness meant she was nervous. Most of the time it was endearing. "If you're not comfortable doing this tonight, we can come back another night," he offered. "No, I don't want to put this off. I want to get this done." It had been an intense 3 months since Sharon joined the Temporal Protection Corps. From the start, she'd been driven to complete her training as soon as possible. In truth, she was moving twice as fast as the average agent in training, and when Helen pointed this out, she explained she had twice as much to learn. "I have 200 years of history to catch up on top of everything else," she would say. But she suspected Helen understood it was more than a simple drive to get up to speed. While no one had said anything directly to her, Sharon sensed there were some in the TPC who didn't approve of her appointment as an agent. Whoever they were and whatever they believed, she was going to prove them wrong. "Here, this one." Sharon pointed to a grave marker under a magnolia tree. It read, "Mary Walsh, beloved wife, mother, grandmother, great-grandmother, 1912 to 2001. "Okay," Helen said. "What's first?" Sharon pulled out a dull black plastic device from a pocket. The size of her palm, it had small controls and a screen above a larger button in the middle. She tapped the device, focusing on the screen and reading aloud what she learned from it. "I found her. Mary Walsh. Born Mary Arnold in Chicago, Illinois. When her parents divorced in 1932, she moved to Long Island, New York, where she met and married Matthew Walsh. They moved to Los Angeles in the late 1930s, where he worked for the city, and she raised their 8 children." "Good. Now, what's next?" Sharon tapped the device again. The screen flashed, illuminating her face with changing colors. The sun had set. Sharon and Helen were now in darkness. Anyone visiting the cemetery would have seen her glowing face appearing to float above the gravestones, and perhaps would have made a hasty retreat from her eerie visage. "Sorry, there is a lot here," she said as the seconds passed. Then, found it. A dinner in 1951. "What made you choose that day?" She wrote in her diary that she and her husband had a fight over dinner, then made up. 40 weeks later their twins were born. It sounded romantic. Romantic. What's wrong with that? Helen blinked to hide his rolling eyes. She lived from 1912 to 2001. You could have chosen the day of the stock market crash, or the attack on Pearl Harbor, or VE Day. VJ Day. The moon landing. And you chose a domestic disagreement over dinner in 1951? That's right, I did. You're the one who said that sometimes everyday events had more heart than historical milestones. When did I say that? In my apartment in 2022, she said. Anyway, it was something close to that. I paraphrased a bit. Helen hid his smile, knowing when to give up. You're right, I would say something like that. He stuck his hands in his pockets to warm them. Okay, what's the next step? Sharon tapped more buttons. They were having dinner at a restaurant on Olvera Street in Los Angeles on June 14, 1951, at approximately 5:30 p.m. There was a small alley near the restaurant. We can shift into the alley and then go to the restaurant and observe them over dinner. Have you requested the appropriate attire? Halen asked. Already done and waiting for us, she said, holding up the device as evidence. Then take us back, he nodded. She pushed the center button, and they disappeared in a ripple, like ghosts in the night. They emerged in a Temporal Protection Corps training room in the year 2204. The temporal amplifier, the device that allowed them to travel in time, was contained in a workstation made of a shiny white material that was like a mix of glass and plastic. Not knowing its official name, Sharon privately called it Glastic. All TPC training rooms had Glastic countertops and workstations, which made for a bright, if sterile environment. Agent Jonas firmly walked in with the TPC version of suit bags. Welcome back. I understand you're heading to the 20th century this afternoon, he said as he handed them each an opaque ecru bag, which looked positively brown next to the Glastic. Yes, Sharon answered. June 14, 1951. Los Angeles, California. Anything we need to know about the date, or the time frame? Halen asked. Jonas was the Temporal Protection Corps' expert on the 20th century, and had memorized almost every day in the 100-year span. Let's see. June 14, 1951 in California, the United States. The U.S. was fighting the Korean War that year. The Nevada nuclear test site saw a lot of activity. Joe DiMaggio retired, Robin Williams and Sally Ride were born. The first commercial computer, the Univac, began operation that day, he answered, his eyes on the ceiling as he ran through the year in his memory. Other than the ongoing Cold War with the Soviet Union and blooming McCarthyism, it was an altogether ordinary year, he ended. Did my grandmother used to do that? Sharon asked. Her grandmother, Rose Sprucewood, was the Temporal Protection Corps expert on the 20th century before she left the TPC to marry Sharon's grandfather, Kevin Bauer. Not to the same degree, Halen answered as Jonas opened his mouth. Jonas revered his former mentor Agent Sprucewood, and Halen wanted to forestall another breathless recitation of her many contributions to the TPC and chrono history. I'm going to change, Sharon said. Jonas glowered at Halen for interrupting him, which turned into beaming at Sharon as she left the room. Halen followed, wondering if Jonas was starting to revere Rose Sprucewood's granddaughter too. As an agent in training, Sharon's rigorous education was overseen by Agent Halen Winters, along with Agent Jonas Fernley and Agent Miranda Noon, the TPC legal and ethics expert. Training with Halen was awkward for Sharon at first. Before she joined the TPC, Halen and Sharon had traveled through time to stop the mysterious conspiracy known as the Chestnut Coven from changing history and eliminating Sharon, her family, and the Temporal Protection Corps. Sharon and Halen grew close during their adventure, but Halen no longer remembered it because the events took place in a different timeline. It was sometimes difficult for Sharon to have memories that Halen did not. It didn't take long for them to change into the period-specific clothes Jonas provided. Sharon had a short-sleeved plaid dress with a rounded collar and buttons to the waist, along with a small red belt, and matching leather pumps and handbag. Halen's attire included a brown suit with a boxy jacket, a white dress shirt, and a red tie the same color as Sharon's belt. He was putting on shiny brown shoes when she knocked on the wall of his cubicle. Ready? You changed fast. You must be in a hurry, Halen chuckled. If I successfully complete my training, then I get to go somewhere more exotic like ancient Egypt or Elizabethan England, right? That's true in theory, he answered. There's more training needed for those journeys, you know. Let's take this one step at a time. She muttered something that sounded like spoil sport, and he pretended not to hear. Sharon pulled her hair back into a short ponytail. Halen refused to shave his beard, arguing that while it might stand out a little in 1951, not shaving wouldn't impact their ability to blend in. Weren't there bohemian poets in the 50s who had beards? He asked Jonas, his eyes twinkling. Jonas sputtered about not having the right outfit for that role. Sharon shook her head as she programmed the temporal amplifier for their shift to 1951. She carefully input the time and place and picked up the small plastic device she had used in the graveyard. Its official name was the Temporal Amplifier Portable Interface Unit, but Sharon called it the remote control. Putting it in her handbag, she looked at Kalen, who nodded his readiness. "Good luck," Jonas said, his diatribe ended for the moment. Sharon activated the device, and the room shimmered like a mirage. The white glass-tick surfaces blended together, tinted a pale red, which created a soothing effect. Maybe that's why they use so much glass-tick, Sharon thought as the room disappeared. They emerged in a cobbled alleyway next to an adobe wall that was painted a bright white. Sharon did a slow turn, taking in the details of their location. No one had noticed their arrival. A train rumbled nearby, but closer were the sounds of cheerful music. A door opened behind them, and someone set a chair outside, followed by a young boy with a large wooden bowl full of ears of corn. He stopped when he spied them. "Necesitan ayuda? Do you need help?" he asked. Sharon shook her head. "No, gracias," she answered, looping her arm under Kalen's so he could lead the way out of the alley. The boy sat on the chair with the bowl in front of him and began shucking the corn. The music got louder as they left the alley. Open only to pedestrian traffic, Olvera Street was a marketplace in the oldest part of what was originally called El Pueblo de Los Angeles when settled by the Spanish in the 1700s. Colorful paper flowers and garlands were draped over railings and hung from wires stretched across the narrow cobbled way. Shops and vendors lined the street, selling Mexican souvenirs and imports. A delicate black lace mantilla distracted Sharon until Kalen asked her where they were to go next. "Oh, right," she said as she reluctantly let the lace drape through her fingers as she stepped away. "The restaurant is at the end of the street." Mouth-watering smells drew them. They stopped to read the sign above the door, Los Sueños. "The dreams," Sharon translated for Kalen in a low voice. "Seating for two?" asked a man holding canary yellow menus. Kalen nodded, and they followed the man into the restaurant. After the brightness of the early summer evening, the interior was dark and a little intimidating, but as their eyes adjusted, they saw clean wooden tables with small candles making the room intimate and cozy. The host pulled out a chair for Sharon, and with an apologetic smile, she selected the opposite chair. She needed to sit with her back to the wall to watch the room. "Cocktails?" the man asked as he handed them their menus. Sharon opened her mouth, but Kalen answered before she could say anything. "No thank you." The man smiled and left them to their menus. Sharon leaned forward and pulled the remote control device from her handbag, hiding it behind her menu. They should arrive in 5 minutes. While pretending to read the menu, Kalen surreptitiously scanned the room to catch sight of their quarry. Their waiter arrived sooner, however. "May I take your orders?" Kalen hadn't read his menu, but Sharon was ready. "I'll have an order of taquitos with avocado sauce," she said, handing her menu to the waiter. The remote control had disappeared from the table. The same," Kalen said. Sharon watched the waiter deliver the small paper with their orders to the kitchen before dropping the menus at the front podium for the next patrons who had just walked in. "They're here," Sharon breathed. Kalen waited a few moments before turning to glance at the couple being seated to his right. "They don't seem like they are fighting," Kalen said. "None of their body language suggests tension. In fact, I would say they're relaxed and happy to be here." Her diary for today talked about a fight. Maybe the argument started over dinner, Sharon shrugged. She pulled out the remote control she'd hidden in her handbag. "That's all I have," she said after reviewing the screen. There was a long stretch of silence. Sharon and Kalen were observing the room, the people, and the sounds. They were studying 1951. "What do you see?" Kalen asked. "I see happy people." "Hopeful," Sharon said. "There's not much low-close talking as if they don't want to be overheard. People are leaning back, laughing, talking with open expressions." "What can you conclude about this time from the people in this room?" "It's a good time. There's no immediate threat to basic needs. These people have access to food, shelter, and clothing. They're not in fear for their children or their livelihoods. There's no major or immediate economic or political threat hanging over them. What about the people working here? Sharon paused as the waiter returned with their food. He smiled and gave them a little bow. "Enjoy your meals," he said, and then moved to the Walsh's table to take their orders. "There's less information to go on," Sharon said. "I think they also have access to food, shelter, and clothing, but there's something more insular. I don't know whether it's a detached professionalism or something else. You can look into that when we get back, as a follow-up assignment. It's important to note your intuition as well as the evidence you see. Sometimes your intuitive interpretations are as valuable as the facts you collect about a time." Sharon took a bite of a taquito covered with a thin green sauce that smelled heavenly. The shredded beef had been cooked perfectly before being wrapped in a tortilla and deep-fried. The avocado sauce had a spicy bite that, when combined with the flavors of the beef and tortilla, was delicious. Soon her plate was clean. "You chose this event because you were hungry, didn't you?" Kaylin said, chuckling. Sharon didn't answer. The voices at the table next to them lowered in volume and became strained and insistent. The argument had started. Sharon looked down at her empty plate and wished there was more food to distract her. She and Kaylin were not there to snoop or invade the Walsh's privacy. Temporal Protection Corps agents were scholars and historians, not time-traveling voyeurs of people's private lives. For the training, they didn't need to know what the fight was about, just that her research was accurate. They politely looked away as others in the room did the same, all kindly pretending not to hear. Abruptly, Mrs. Walsh stood up, throwing her napkin down and walking out of the restaurant. Mr. Walsh stood up more slowly, looking embarrassed. Sharon and Kaylin gave him sympathetic smiles. "Now they'll make up," Sharon whispered. Jonas had provided the correct currency for the time frame, which Kaylin now left on the table, more than enough to pay for the meal with a generous tip. They followed the Walshes out. Mrs. Walsh was standing next to a large fountain in front of the restaurant, her head bowed. Mr. Walsh stood next to her, his hands in his pockets, looking up at a magnolia tree above the fountain. It was the kind of magnolia you'd find in the South, with huge sweetly scented flowers and enormous leaves, shiny and dark green on top and like brown suede on the bottom. Sharon and Kaylin sat on the other side of the fountain with their backs to the Walshes. While the tinkling of the fountain made it difficult to hear, they caught snatches of the conversation. "If you want your mother to come live with us, that's okay with me," Mr. Walsh was saying. "You mean it?" Mrs. Walsh was harder to understand, as if her nose was congested. "Yeah, I mean it." Mr. Walsh's voice was filled with love, and Sharon's heart melted. "You are the best man in the world," Mrs. Walsh said, sounding less congested and huskier. Then there was silence. When Sharon turned slightly to see what they were doing, the Walshes were gone. "Did they go back into the restaurant?" Kaylin asked. "I don't know. Should we go back inside to find out?" "No, we've done enough for this training. Let's head back and we can finish up." They returned to the alley. The boy was gone, though bits of corn silk were still on the cobbles outside the door. Sharon had the remote control and Kaylin made one last look around to make sure no one was watching. "Wait," Sharon froze. "What was that?" "What was what?" Kaylin asked, looking around again. "I could swear there was a shimmer, you know, the ripple of a time shift." "There was nothing else scheduled at the TPC today," Kaylin said. "I made sure before we started the training." "If there was nothing else scheduled, then a time shift could only have been initiated by the Chestnut Coven," Sharon said grimly. She started back out of the alley. "Wait a minute," Kaylin said. Sharon stopped, her arms crossed. "You can't be certain," he said at his most reasonable. "It might not have been a shift." "I know what I saw." "Okay, let's say it was a time shift. You have no proof it was the Chestnut Coven." "You said there were no other shifts scheduled. The only people who use time machines outside of the Temporal Protection Corps are members of the Chestnut Coven." "No, stop," she said as he tried to argue further. The TPC hired me as an expert on the Chestnut Coven. I'm using my expertise. Let me do my job. Okay, he said, taking a deep breath. The easy training shift might have just become very dangerous. Chapter 2. The last time they left the alley, they turned right to get to the restaurant. This time Sharon's instincts led her left. At the far end of the street was a plaza dominated by a venerable olive tree and a large bandstand. The plaza was obviously used for events, such as concerts and dancing, but this evening there were only a few people walking across it or sitting on benches along the sides. Sharon headed up onto the empty bandstand. She leaned against the ornate railing, scanning the plaza and the street from the elevated position. The sound of trains was louder here. Halen climbed the steps after her, letting her take the lead. There is someone here, I can feel it, she murmured. He didn't respond, following her as she left the plaza and headed back down the cobbled street. She halted outside a bakery, turning 360 degrees, and then stopped, her back to the shop window. Anything? Halen ventured. Sharon's shoulders fell, and she shook her head. I've lost it. She stared at the ground, afraid to look him in the eyes and see irritation, or worse, some sign she had failed the training after leading them on a wild goose chase. She wondered how fast the rumor of her failure would spread through the TPC. They heard a sharp sound to one side of the shop. Sharon leapt after it, Halen following, wondering if plunging into the shadows after an unknown noise was a good idea. There was a crash, like metal trash cans, a scuffling sound, and then Sharon was dragging someone by his shirt collar back into the light of the street. It was Jonas. What are you doing here? Sharon demanded. She was furious and puffing. Both Jonas and Halen took a step back. I was following you. I wanted to learn how you did on the training. Jonas dropped his gaze. You would have received a full report when we returned, Halen said, bemused. It was unusual for a TPC agent to time travel just to see how a trainee did in the field, and very much out of character for Jonas to break the rules. Yes, I know, but it wouldn't have been the same, Jonas said. He lifted his head and stuck out his chest. How she does on the 20th century field training will reflect on me, you know. The defiance left him as quickly as it had come. I just wanted to make sure it all went well. You scared me, Sharon said through clenched teeth as a family walked out of the bakery carrying bags, the scent of vanilla following them. I thought it was someone from the Chestnut Coven. Jonas paled. I'm sorry, he said. I didn't think of that. Sharon exhaled. The smell of baked goods coming out of the now open door was strong, and Sharon's mouth was watering. You're going to make it up to us, she said as she ushered Jonas into the bakery. You're buying. Back at TPC headquarters, Sharon was waiting for Halen in the training room when he finished changing. You're ready for your report, he said. She nodded. You accurately identified your subject, date, time, and incident, initiated the travel protocols and programmed the temporal amplifier correctly, successfully blended in with the local time frame, and your analysis based on social observation was well done, he started. And, she prompted. And then you ran us around Olvera Street in 1951 looking for a non-existent Chestnut Coven operative, he said, trying to sound serious. You can't blame me for that, she said, her hands on her hips. I was correct that there was a shift and that it was an unauthorized shift. I can't be blamed for drawing the wrong conclusion. And you're right, I'm not blaming you, he conceded. I passed. You passed. Sharon whooped and threw her arms around him. You passed? Jonas entered the room, stopping short when he saw them embracing. Yes, I did, Sharon said, breaking away from Halen and hugging Jonas. Thank you for all your help. Jonas' face glowed. It was my pleasure, he said breathlessly. So what's next? Sharon asked Halen, eager for the next step. Now they were finally traveling in time. Until today's shift to 1951, she had received a lot of what she called book training. She learned how the temporal amplifier functioned and about temporal ethics: take nothing, leave nothing, don't interfere with the timeline unless it was absolutely necessary, and how it was rarely, if ever, absolutely necessary. Time travel is for educational purposes only, Miranda Noon had said. We shift to learn about our history, our world, and ourselves. What about travel to the future? Sharon had asked. Traveling forward in time is dangerous because the temporal mainframe cannot give us enough information to safely shift, Miranda explained. The future is always changing. Each decision we make has subtle impacts on how the future unfolds. Moreover, it's dangerous to know too much about the future. You can imagine how future knowledge could be abused. For these reasons, shifting to the future is forbidden by the TPC. Dr. Ayan, her temporal mechanics trainer, had given her detailed explanations of how the temporal amplifier worked, though she would be lying if she said she thoroughly understood the details. Her previous practical experience was far more instructive, if more dangerous. What's next is that Director Vita ordered you receive intensive training on temporal assimilation and infiltration, and 22nd century history, Halen answered. When she'd first heard of temporal assimilation and infiltration training, it sounded like fancy words for how to fit in and not be noticed when traveling to different times. She had not been wrong. Her heart sank at the thought of all the book training she had already done on the subject. I hope you don't think you're finished with this lesson, Halen said with a smile. Okay, boss, what do I do now? Now we record everything we learned, he said, pointing to the computer at the workstation. Right, Sharon said. Within 20 minutes, with promptings from Halen and questions from Jonas to help her remember all the details, Sharon completed the record of their visit. She left out Jonas' unauthorized visit to 1951, despite Halen's misgivings about submitting an incomplete report. There was no harm done, she said, to Jonas' relief. Are you ready for temporal assimilation and infiltration? Halen asked when the report was uploaded. You mean it's book training time, Sharon said glumly. Let's have coffee first, he said. You've earned it. Jonas gladly accepted their invitation to join them. Leaving the training room, they entered the long corridor that led to the atrium at the center of TPC headquarters. The corridor was bordered by wall-to-ceiling windows offering generous views of the extensive grounds surrounding the building. Sharon had not yet been outside, though when she passed the windows, she loved drinking in the lush green of the plants and trees extending as far as she could see. Sharon sat at her favorite table near the small cafe in the atrium. She had a view of the fountain, the skylights overhead, and the park outside. Halen sat next to her while Jonas got their coffees. Agents and chronohistorians sat at other tables and stood in groups of 2s and 3s around the atrium. Sharon always enjoyed the energy of the place. What do they do? Sharon asked as two figures dressed head to toe in what looked like hazmat suits walked through the atrium. They are probably paleontologists or paleobotanists, Halen answered. Why are they dressed like they're cleaning up a radiation leak? Primarily so they don't infect a prehistoric time with modern microbes. If they're visiting Precambrian Earth, there may be no or little oxygen. Then they'd bring their own air supplies. Sharon's O of astonishment was lost as Jonas arrived with coffee. As he sat, Sharon leaned forward. So when do I get to go to the Precambrian era? Jonas snorted. You don't. Sharon sat back and looked at him through narrowed eyes. Why not? It's a very specialized study, Halen answered. There are only a few agents with the background and training necessary to travel to prehistoric Earth. Think of it like visiting another planet, because in many ways that's what it is. Like astronauts, Sharon said in understanding. Her eyes were shining as she imagined visiting times when the Earth wasn't the Earth she knew. May I join you? Miranda Noon stood over Sharon's shoulder and sat as they gestured to an empty seat at the table. I understand congratulations are in order, she said, smiling at Sharon. Miranda had silver hair and eyes that glittered like rainbows, beautifully contrasting against her dark skin. Not long after she started her training, Sharon learned that the prism effect in Miranda's eyes was from a special contact lens that stored what she read, like a separate computer memory. It allowed her to scan and save materials for later review. The color of her eyes reflected how Miranda interpreted information from moment to moment. When you can choose your destination, where do you think you'd like to visit? Miranda asked after Kaylin confirmed that Sharon passed her 20th century training. Elizabethan England, Sharon answered. Miranda nodded. A lot of new agents are interested in that time frame, she said. Where did you visit first? Miranda took a sip of coffee. My interests focus on legal history. After I advanced from chronohistorian to agent, I visited Babylon in the time of Hammurabi and observed the signing of the Magna Carta. The first iteration in 1215, not one of the later versions, she added. Where did you go, Jonas? Sharon asked. Jonas looked trapped and muttered into his coffee. I'm sorry, I didn't hear you, Miranda said with a frown. He said opening day at Disneyland in 1955, Kaylin answered with a smile. That's brilliant, Sharon said. Jonas looked relieved. How about you, Agent Winters? Miranda asked Kaylin. I visited ancient Petra, he said. You mean that city carved into the walls of a canyon in Jordan? Sharon asked. Kaylin nodded. Why there? Jonas asked curiously. It was a kind of paradise in 100 BCE, Kaylin said. His eyes appeared to be focused on a palm frond near the table, but in his mind, he was seeing Petra in its glory. The Petrans developed a clever system for capturing water during the rainy season. After they dominated the frankincense trade, they created a verdant paradise, full of gardens, trees, and fountains. It was quite beautiful. What happened? Sharon asked, almost in a whisper. The Romans happened, he said. It was a matter of commerce, not conquest, he added, seeing their dismay. The Romans preferred different trade routes. Petra as a commercial center eventually disappeared from the map. They sipped their coffee in silence as they thought about how civilizations rise and fall. Miranda was the first to pull herself out of the shared reverie. What's next in your training day? She asked Sharon. Temporal assimilation and infiltration, Kaylin answered. Have you already planned today's curriculum? Miranda continued. Yes, Kaylin said. Would you like to see it? That is, if you have time. You're invited too, he added to Jonas. Jonas nodded enthusiastically. Miranda pulled out her computer touchscreen. I have a meeting with Director Vita in 15 minutes, but I think I can make the time. Kaylin stood, and the others followed him. Sharon followed more slowly. Book training with 3 instructors instead of 1 did not sound much better to her. While Kaylin accessed the temporal mainframe from a workstation, Miranda stowed her touchscreen computer in a thin pouch which matched her clothing like a camouflaging backpack. Jonas was grinning, pleased to be included after his earlier faux pas. Sharon sat with her back to Kaylin, waiting for him to hand her a touchscreen and for the book training to begin. We'll focus on the 22nd century, Kaylin said over his shoulder. This is 2204, so the 22nd century was only a few years ago for you, wasn't it? Sharon asked. 5 years ago, actually. The TPC counts the start of a century with year 1. 2200 was the last year of the 22nd century and this year is the 3rd of the 23rd, Jonas said. Details, Sharon muttered. Jonas opened his mouth to argue that details were important in time travel, but stopped when Kaylin moved away from the temporal amplifier behind Sharon. Taking a deep breath, Sharon held out her hand for the touchscreen. Kaylin handed Sharon the remote control. We're traveling in time for the training, she asked, raising her eyebrows as she stood up. In a manner of speaking, he said, with the shadow of a smile. All of us? Sharon asked as Miranda and Jonas stood next to her. This is an important training shift, and we thought we'd come along to support you, Jonas said. Unless you don't want us to accompany you, Miranda added tactfully. Sharon's eyes shone. These agents were more than her trainers and guides, they had become her friends. She could think of nothing she would enjoy more than sharing this training with them. I would love for you to accompany me. All of you. Thank you. Kalen gestured with his chin that she should activate the remote control. The room rippled away, but they did not fully emerge somewhere else. She could only dimly see their surroundings, and sounds were muted. It was as if the four of them were in a bubble and no sense of their location came through clearly. Did something go wrong? Sharon asked. Not at all, Kalen answered. This is 2167, and we're in observation mode. I remember that, Sharon said. Something about using the temporal penumbra to bring us part of the way through time so we can watch, but can't be seen. Miranda smiled. Dr. Ion will be pleased you remembered. As you've learned, the difference between a chronohistorian and an agent is that agents are permitted to directly interact with the time frame they're visiting. Chronohistorians use observation mode only, to learn about the times they visit. Why didn't we use observation mode when we were trying to stop the Chestnut Coven together in the 20th century? Sharon asked Kalen. Without being able to remember that timeline, my guess is that to complete the mission, we needed to interact with the time frame. It's impossible to integrate into a time frame while in observation mode. So we're here, but not really here, Sharon nodded. Using the temporal penumbra this way requires the temporal amplifier to draw energy directly from the temporal nexus, he added. We use this mode sparingly. Sharon shook her head. There's so much you didn't tell me in that timeline, she said in mock disgust. Jonas snorted. Kalen scoffed and shook his head as she turned to watch outside the bubble. What's happening here? She asked. You tell me. They were on a flat plain, a broad expanse of bright snow. A wind picked up a few snowflakes and ice crystals. They glittered blue and white around the temporal penumbra and appeared to even dance through it. Sharon held out her hand to catch them, but her hand remained dry and warm. Observation mode insulated them from the cold and brightness of the sun on the snow. As far as she could see, they were alone. She didn't know how she would learn about the 22nd century or temporal infiltration and assimilation on an empty snowfield. She opened her mouth to say that, as Miranda said, "Patience, Sharon." There, Kalen said. A group of people was approaching. While there were several adults, the group was mostly children around 10 years of age, all in snowshoes, following each other in a line. Who are they? Who do you think they are? Sharon looked again, this time registering details. The party was dressed in heavy coats, hats, snow goggles, gloves, the works. Each was carrying a backpack, and each had ski poles to assist them as they walked. They looked healthy, and the children were smiling and laughing. They don't look like they're in danger, like they're escaping something, or in distress like refugees, she said mostly to herself. The adults are not calling out instructions, so it doesn't appear to be a snowshoeing class. It almost looks like a school field trip. Kalen chuckled. Well done. You're correct, it's a school field trip. Let's join them. The temporal penumbra moved easily across the flat as they walked, and there was no sensation of sinking into the snow or cold seeping into their shoes. Sharon felt queasy, however. The bubble distorted her vision of the outside world, which made her motion sick. She soon learned to look at the horizon and not at the line of children. The distance made the distortion of the observation mode bubble less noticeable. Within a few moments of joining the school group, their leader stopped and gave instructions for the children to spread out. The reason soon became obvious. They had come to the edge of a great cliff which sloped down and away to a blunt point of snow and ice below them. The point of snow was dirty, and from under it flowed water, fast and cold. They were standing on a glacier, reaching around a valley like a giant horseshoe. The leader asked the students questions about the formation of glaciers and their role in Earth's history and its geology. Sharon moved closer. Her education on glaciers and geology, as well as every other subject, had taken place in a classroom with books. Sometimes there were videos or internet research, and the rare field trip to museums. Seeing the glacier and its effects in person was a much better way to learn, she thought. What would you need to do to blend into this time frame? Halen asked Sharon. I would need to understand the purpose of this outing, in this case a field trip to study glaciers and geology, she answered. Yes. And? Halen prompted. I would research the participants, find out who each is and their role. Then learn exactly from where the field trip started, the location of this glacier, and where the field trip ended, including the precise beginning and ending times. I would research how they physically got out here and how they returned. Finally, I would analyze how I could include myself into the event without drawing attention to my presence and request the appropriate accoutrements to complete the mission. Couldn't have said it better myself, Jonas said. Let's keep observing, Halen responded. There was a lively discussion, despite the cold. The children were engaged, well-informed, and seemed to be thoroughly enjoying themselves. One boy was talking about the different terrain left by glaciers when there was a low rumble. A huge sheet of ice and snow was falling from the other side of the glacier. Giant boulders of snow and rock followed it. They could feel the concussion in their feet as the avalanche hit the valley floor. A few of the children cried out. What's happening? Sharon asked Halen in a whisper. Just watch, Halen said, not taking his eyes from the scene. The thunder grew louder, and the teachers ordered the group away from the edge. The children were frightened, and a few of the adults were now holding their hands to comfort them and to help them keep moving. Another adult was speaking into what looked like a radio or phone. The rumbling followed them as the group moved away from the edge as fast as the snowshoes and the shortened strides of the children allowed. They were 50 feet away when the edge they had been standing on fell, slowly at first, then gathering speed as it rolled down the slope. It ate away a new edge and shortened the distance between the brink and the group, as if the cliff were chasing after them. Sharon's heart was pounding as their bubble trailed alongside. There was another noise, a new rumble as if more ice was falling, but higher in pitch and from above. Sharon looked up and saw a small aircraft swooping in. Each landed with precision in a row close to the running group, side doors opening even before they had come to a stop. People jumped out and guided the children and their adult guardians into the 4 aircraft until all were safely on board. Do we go with them? No, we'll stay here and watch them leave, Halen answered. One by one, each aircraft left the surface as neatly as it had landed. The last one still had its door open, and Sharon saw a rescuer hand a small brown box to a child when no one else was looking. As the rescuer stood to close the door, she looked straight at the 4 time travelers as if she could see them. It was Farana Vida, director of the TPC. Sharon's mouth dropped, and she heard Jonas and Miranda gasp. The door slid shut, and the aircraft climbed into the sky. The rumbling stopped. The edge of the cliff no longer leapt toward them. They were alone in their bubble on the silent ice. Now we go back, Halen said. Chapter 3. Was Director Vida supposed to be in 2167? Sharon asked as soon as they shifted back into the training room. Miranda and Halen exchanged looks. No, Halen said. There's no record of the director participating in that event. Maybe she was there to observe? Sharon's heart sank at the thought she might need director oversight for her training. I don't think so, Miranda said. It's not the director's habit to observe agent training. Maybe it was someone who looked like her, Jonas said. Yes, that could be, Miranda nodded. I'll ask when I meet with the director this afternoon. Sharon's eyebrows drew together. It had been Director Vida in the helicopter, she was certain of it. I'm surprised you haven't asked how you did on your training, Halen said. Sharon looked at him from under her brows. He had the air of a man trying to change the subject. How did I do? Halen waited as long as he thought Sharon would stand it and then smiled. You passed, with flying colors as the old saying goes. Congratulations, they all said as Sharon stiffly hugged each one of them. What should have felt like a triumph was overshadowed by the mystery of seeing the director in 2167 and the worry about what it meant. Sharon cleared her throat. "When do I get to be a full agent?" she asked. "We need to complete your 22nd century history training. Then we'll each submit our reports to Director Vita, and she will affirm the completion of your training," Miranda answered. "Then you have your swearing-in ceremony," Jonas added. "That's the best part, when we all celebrate with you." "And then what? When do I get an assignment?" "That will be up to the director," Helen answered. Miranda scanned her computer again. "I'm sorry to leave, but I must attend the meeting with Director Vita," she said, her eyes glowing a deep green. Sharon took Miranda's hand into her own. "Thank you for everything." The green deepened into a blue as Miranda smiled and then flashed green again as she left the room. "What's next?" Sharon asked Helen. "Next you record your observations, but for now leave out thinking that we saw Director Vita since we're not sure it was actually her." The door to the training room opened. It was Miranda. Her eyes were no longer green, but a dark orange Sharon had never seen before. "Have any of you left this room since we returned from 2167? She asked after firmly closing the door. "No, why do you ask?" Helen said. "Something has changed, things are not as they're supposed to be. Could we have made an error in programming our last shift?" Helen went to the temporal amplifier control panel in the workstation. "What's changed? What's not as it's supposed to be?" Jonas asked in a strained voice. "I don't see anything amiss from our last shift," Helen said, skimming the records. He tapped the keyboard. There were no errors. He looked up. "Whatever the problem is, it doesn't stem from anything we've done today." "What's going on?" Sharon asked. "The TPC has initiated some kind of defense protocol," Miranda answered. "Security officers are everywhere. It appears the building has been placed in minimal power mode and," she paused, uncharacteristically struggling for the right words. "Everything feels wrong." Helen was typing on the keypad again. "I'm accessing the temporal mainframe," he said. There was a long silence while they held their breaths. "It appears the TPC is in critical operations mode. This can't be right." "What is it?" asked Sharon. "The record says the TPC has been in critical operations mode since 2127. "What?" The orange in Miranda's eyes deepened. "But 2127 was 77 years ago," Jonas said. "There's more." Helen's tone suggested they would not like what was coming next. "The entire planet is under martial law." "What does that mean?" Sharon asked. "When did that happen?" Miranda asked. Helen answered Miranda's question first. 2127. They stared at each other. "I don't understand this," Helen said. "It says the TPC was placed in critical operations mode by the world government to prevent an Alexander event." Jonas' eyes widened as Miranda said, "That can't be." "Would someone please explain what's going on?" Sharon asked in a loud voice. "Something has changed the timeline, a change that took place 77 years ago. And it must have happened while we were in 2167 or we would have been changed along with it," Miranda explained. "If the timeline changed in 2127, why didn't we see evidence of the change when we visited 2167? Why are we only seeing it now?" Sharon asked. "Perhaps because we were in 2167 when the change occurred, our presence made a kind of loop in the timeline. The loop would have disappeared when we returned to 2204, Helen answered. "Could it have something to do with Director Vita being in 2167? Sharon asked. "We don't know if it was actually her, remember," Jonas said. "Yes, we do," Sharon said firmly. "At least, I know it was her." "Yes, I agree it was her, though I don't think Director Vita's presence in 2167 caused this. I do think her being there is connected to what's going on," Helen answered thoughtfully. "How do you know?" Jonas asked. "No," Miranda said sharply. "Not here. She stood in front of the training room door and waved her hand in front of the light switch, plunging them into darkness. "Follow me," she said, opening the door. The hall was only marginally brighter than the black of the room. The echoing silence and unnatural gloom were disconcerting, and Sharon resisted the urge to tiptoe. They skirted along the wall, following Miranda down the wide hall and out into the atrium, which was slightly brighter with late afternoon sun reflecting off the windows. The coffee shop was gone, and in its place was a security station. The potted plants and fountain had disappeared too. A few TPC staff, looking hunched and nervous, were checking in with a security officer behind the desk. Next to the officer sat an alert guard dog, watching all movement. Several more guards stood against the walls. Hairs stood up on the back of Sharon's neck as she followed Miranda to the main doors leading out into the grounds, Jonas and Kaylin close behind. "Hey, you! Stop where you are." They froze, inches from the doors leading outside. Turning slowly, they saw 3 security officers surrounding a small woman who looked terrified. The dog was standing now. Staff in the atrium hurriedly disappeared down the dark halls, radiating like spokes out of the atrium. Others shrank further against the walls. "Your work order required that you be off the premises 5 minutes ago," one of the security officers barked. "I needed to finish writing a report," the woman squeaked. "My superior was waiting for it, and it took longer than I expected. Please. It won't happen again." "You should learn to plan your time better," the security guard said. "You know the rules." The officer looked up at the other 2 guards. "To the holding room until we can confirm her story." "Please," the woman moaned as the 2 guards escorted her to a room behind the desk. "Please." "Come on," Miranda breathed. Shaken, they hurried through the door. This was Sharon's first time outside the building. When arriving at the TPC from her home in 2023, Sharon always either shifted into the atrium or directly into a training room. She took a deep inhale of humid air, smelling of loam and the faint perfume of blooming flowers. There were curving concrete paths that led through fern forests, rhododendron thickets, and bamboo groves. A stream interwove with the paths, sometimes crossing under them, sometimes trickling alongside them. Sharon relaxed a little in the beauty. Miranda kept walking until she reached a ring of benches a distance away from the building. They could see the white walls and glass through breaks in the greenery, but were far enough away that if you didn't look at the building, you might believe yourself lost in a park. Miranda bent to inhale the scent of a gardenia and then sat, her eyes reflecting the surrounding green. The others sat on benches across from her. "I'm sorry for the long walk. I don't want us overheard. And even out here, we risk detection." "How?" Sharon asked. "Is someone hiding in the bushes? Or are there recording devices in the trees?" "The latter is more likely," Kaylin said. "Why would someone bother to bug a park?" Sharon said, eyebrows raised. In response, Kaylin picked up a small white rock, part of a decorative border around a group of plantings. He tossed it into a large fern behind Miranda's head. The fern rippled and bent as if it were underwater and then grew still again. Sharon gasped. "What is it?" "It's a projection," Miranda said. "The boundaries of the grounds are holographic." Sharon reached for a flower near the bench on which she was sitting. It felt real to her. "The plants are real," Miranda said with a smile. "Only the perimeter is holographic." "What would we see if there were no holographic projections?" "You would see rock. TPC headquarters is located deep underground, didn't you know? The holographic projections provide us with a lovely setting should we wish to leave the building and connect with the natural world without going to the surface." Sharon glanced at the roof. It looked like a partly cloudy sky with the sun slowly moving toward the horizon. She swallowed her questions about how they created weather deep underground and tried not to feel claustrophobic. "If the timeline has been changed, what do we do?" Sharon asked quietly. "Do? We do nothing." Jonas burst out hoarsely, trying to keep his voice down. Kaylin said it was an Alexander event. What if that's true? If we change the timeline, we could make things worse. He looked around him, as if he expected something terrible would leap out of the holographic walls. That's impossible, Halen said. There are safeguards in place to prevent an Alexander event. It cannot happen. What's an Alexander event? Sharon asked. The scientist who discovered time travel and created the temporal nexus was named Dr. Andres Alexander. He was a physicist working on creating artificial micro-black holes. It's a long story, but in developing a working time machine, Dr. Alexander unintentionally opened a rift to a coexisting parallel universe. That accident nearly destroyed the world. Parallel, like the parallel timeline I was shifted to in 2022? Halen shook his head. No, that's a different phenomenon. A parallel timeline is like a street running parallel to the one you are standing on. A parallel universe is like a whole other city existing on top of the one you are in, except you can't sense it. Sharon's newly discovered claustrophobia from being underground was not helped by the thought of another reality on top of the one she was in. How can you be sure the safeguards will prevent another Alexander event? Jonas was not reassured by Halen's statement. I'm certain another Alexander event could not happen, Halen said forcefully. Jonas subsided, but only for a moment as he took another tack. What makes you think Director Vita is involved in whatever happened to the timeline? He demanded. Miranda. A voice called out across the small grassy hill leading to the circle of benches. A woman approached, breathing heavily as if she'd been running. I've been looking everywhere for you. You're late for a meeting. Everyone, this is Jorga Zintel, Assistant Director of the TPC. Jorga, you've met Agent Halen Winters and Agent Jonas Fernley. And you remember Agent in Training Sharon Gorse. Oh, yes, the Chestnut Coven expert, she said. She took Sharon's outstretched hand. Sharon couldn't tell if she approved or was disdainful of Sharon's role. The assistant director's expression cooled as she turned to Jonas. Aren't you supposed to be on leave, Agent Fernley? He was on his way home when I stopped him, Miranda said smoothly before Jonas answered. She stood and nudged Jonas to join her. I'll walk you to the elevator, Agent Fernley, Miranda said. Assistant Director Zintel took a step back, her hauteur gone. It was clear that Jorga Zintel was intimidated by Miranda. Jonas wisely said nothing. He allowed himself to be led away by Miranda, whose posture was stiff as she walked down the grassy hill back toward TPC headquarters, followed by Assistant Director Zintel. What if they stop him because he's not supposed to be here? Sharon whispered in fear. I don't know, Halen murmured. Are we supposed to be here? He sighed. I don't know. We have a lot of unanswered questions, Sharon whispered after taking a deep breath. And I, for one, am not happy when I don't have answers. We can't talk here, Halen said, looking around. Then we need to go someplace where we can talk, Sharon said. Would you like to have dinner with me? Halen asked in a louder voice. Sharon blinked, with her mouth open. What? Would you like to have dinner with me? He repeated. Belatedly, she realized there was something else going on. There was a look in Halen's eyes urging her to say yes and not ask any more questions. She nodded her understanding. Yes, that would be nice, she answered. Great, he said. We can talk about your last training shift over pizza. I know a great place, he said as he stood up. His voice was light and pleasant, but the caution did not leave his eyes. The security officers barely glanced at them, but the guard dog watched them closely as they crossed the atrium to access a hall Sharon had never visited before. The hall was not long, and Sharon nearly ran into the back of Halen when he stopped in front of a set of doors. It looks like an elevator, Sharon said. It is an elevator. We're going to the surface, he answered as the doors opened. It was like any elevator Sharon would have used in the 21st century. The walls were like plastic, except that they were light gray instead of white. There were only 2 buttons. One for up and one for down, Sharon guessed. Halen pushed the up button, and the doors closed. Sharon waited for the lurch into motion and the sensation of her head, stomach, and feet being pushed downward, but it never came. "Are we moving?" "Yes," he answered. "We use a maglev effect, so it feels motionless. We're moving quite fast. In a moment, you'll be able to see the other levels and will slow down to reduce motion sickness." Before Sharon could ask, "What other levels?" the gray glass cleared and became transparent. On first one side, then the other, there were large hallways, and what looked like laboratories and meeting rooms. They passed through a layer of rock, and then there were more hallways and meeting rooms. Suddenly, the space around them opened on all sides. They were in an enormous cavity filled with metalwork, what looked like huge pipes and smaller pipes running next to them, scaffolding and catwalks, beams and trusses. They were painted bright colors, orange, blue, and red, interspersed with the shining silver of metal. "What is this place?" "This was part of the Large Hadron Collider, in your time. It's where the first temporal amplifier was created." "By Dr. Alexander." He nodded. "Yes. Now the facility houses the temporal nexus." The large space vanished, and they were facing rock again. As they neared the surface, the glass turned opaque gray. The doors opened and Kaelin stepped out with Sharon close behind. "Identification," a voice said. A security guard was sitting at a desk in front of the elevator doors. "Kaelin Winters, TPC agent." "This is agent in training Sharon Gorse," Kaelin said, placing his thumb and scanning his iris on a computer screen like the one Miranda always carried. Sharon did the same, her stomach in knots, waiting for the guard to question or arrest them. Apparently satisfied, the guard grunted and gestured to a set of double doors. "Curfew starts in 91 minutes, the guard said almost as an afterthought as he pushed a button which opened the doors. "See you are inside before then." "Thank you," Kaelin said. "Curfew?" Sharon whispered. "Not here," Kaelin hissed as they hurriedly walked away from the desk. They entered a long hall, and the double doors closed behind them with a thud. The hall was empty, and their footsteps echoed off beige tiles and blue-white walls. The hall seemed to go on forever. Sharon's fear was pressing against her chest, making it difficult to take deep breaths. Kaelin was walking quickly, casting quick glances behind them, and peering intently ahead. Eventually they arrived at another set of double doors, which opened automatically. Beyond was a long flight of stairs going up, and a brightness that looked like daylight. At the top of the stairs was a reception area with sunlight reflecting off walls and shiny floors. Turning, she saw a bank of glass doors leading to the outside behind them. Another officer was there, with another watchful dog by his side. The officer opened a glass door as if he expected them. Through the doors was a space very much like the grounds around TPC headquarters far below. Kaelin led them on a straight path through greenery toward a single-story building where the garden ended. Looming behind the low building was a huge globe made of slats of rusted iron. It was dull in the afternoon light. They stopped at a kiosk and Kaelin scanned his iris again. A small vehicle, like a short subway car, glided to a stop in front of them, its doors opening. Once Sharon and Kaelin were seated, the doors closed and the car drove away. The car hummed as it moved along a road that Sharon could have sworn was glowing a pale yellow. While they were close to the ground, the car was not in contact with the earth. "More maglev technology?" she asked. Kaelin nodded and looked out the windows. After clearing several multi-storied buildings, they passed into an open space that looked like farmland. There were green fields, with rows of trees serving as windbreaks. It looked altogether ordinary, just like the Earth she knew in 2023. In the distance, a city rose in the center of the farmlands, a group of buildings towering over the green squares of cultivation, trees, and fences. "So, we're in Switzerland," Sharon said, remembering that in her time, the Large Hadron Collider was in the CERN facility near Geneva. "What was Switzerland?" "Yes," Kaelin said. "It's not Switzerland anymore?" "No. Assuming nothing has changed in this timeline, when the world government was established, The people of the world chose to give up individual nationalities in favor of world citizenship. But what about all the different cultures of the world? I can't imagine people willingly giving up their national histories, or their social beliefs and ideologies. That's not what happened, he smiled. The world government was established through a series of resolutions voted on by everyone on the planet. One of the resolutions adopted was a choice to differentiate culture from nationality. All citizens retained their cultures as they chose, their histories, beliefs, and ideologies, as you put it, but agreed to eliminate the political construct of individual nations. We'll go over this in more depth when you receive your 22nd century history training, he added. Switzerland was always so independent. I bet it was one of the last to agree, Sharon mused. Actually, it was one of the first, Halen answered, looking out the window again. It was ground zero for the Alexander event. A rift to a parallel universe opening in your backyard tends to change perspectives. As Sharon digested this information, the car slowed, almost coming to a stop. Sharon scooted forward on her seat, thinking they were getting out. Instead, the car rose in the air, following the upward lines of a skyscraper on the edge of the farmlands. When it had nearly reached the top, 3 floors from the roof as far as Sharon could tell, the car stopped. A large platform extended outward from the side of the building, almost like a jet bridge at an airport. The car positioned itself next to the platform, and the doors opened. Halen stepped out, Sharon behind him, moving more slowly, breathing fast, her palms sweaty. Both the car and the platform were steady as she stepped from one to the other and followed Halen into the building through what looked like a sliding glass door. Once inside, after the glass door sealed behind her, she overcame her vertigo and looked back. The platform retracted and the car lowered slowly back to the ground. She was standing next to a wall of windows. Across the farmlands, Sharon could just make out the round form of the iron globe, smoky in the distance, and behind that, clouds were overtaking the setting sun. Everything was eerily deserted. Besides the security officers, she'd seen no other people once they'd reached the surface. There was no one taking an afternoon walk, no other maglev cars floating by, no figures or faces in the windows of nearby buildings. She shivered. "Where are we?" she asked, turning around. "My apartment," Halen said. He was on his knees, opening a small chest next to the sofa. The chest had been used as an end table with a lamp, but the lamp was now on the floor and Halen was moving things around inside the chest. "Why are we here?" "To get this," he said as he pulled a small brown box from the bottom of the chest. "That's the box Director Vita gave that boy during the rescue," Sharon exclaimed. "But that means—" "I was the boy, yes," Halen answered. "What's in it?" "I don't know." "You've never opened it all these years?" "I didn't have it until now." "I don't understand." "The director gave it to you years ago." "That didn't happen until we witnessed it," Halen said, standing with the box in front of him. "Director Vita traveled in time to give me the box when I was a child. I think she gave it to me for safekeeping until we needed it. I think that time is now." Chapter 4. Why didn't you tell us? I didn't know if she intended for only me to know or not, Halen shrugged. But we all saw her. She looked right at us, Sharon sputtered. You could have told us you were the kid she gave the box to. I wanted to talk with her first, but then things changed, he trailed off. Wait. Let me get this straight. We time-traveled to your 3rd grade school field trip in the 22nd century to watch you get a box from Director Vita? 4th grade, Halen corrected with a grin. Did that shift have anything to do with my training at all? Yes, it did. I wasn't expecting to see Director Vita there, she wasn't there the first time. As soon as I saw her, my memories changed, and I remembered her giving me the box. Halen stood up, setting the lamp back on the chest. Sharon pinched the bridge of her nose as she tried to wrap her head around having one's memories changed in an instant, and then gave up. Okay then. What's in the box? She asked. Let's find out, he said, moving to a table next to the kitchen. It was an airy open space behind a counter facing the room. Sharon realized everything in the apartment was designed to encourage inhabitants to take in the magnificent view from all angles. Kaylin set the box on the table, and they examined it together, trying to figure out how to open it. The box was a dark brown, like bitter chocolate. It felt like wood, but the seams were sealed, as if the wood had been folded over, rather than joined. There was no sign of an opening, latch, or hinges, and there were no designs on any side. "Have you seen anything like it before?" Sharon asked. "No," Kaylin said, stumped. "It reminds me of a puzzle box I once had," she said, holding it up. "You had to push the sides in a certain way, and it would open." She pushed experimentally on 3 sides at once, and the box began to glow. "Where did you get that puzzle box?" he asked. "My grandmother," Sharon answered in a hushed voice, astonished it had worked. "Why am I not surprised?" he said, as the glow grew brighter. "Haza, privacy mode," he added as curtains closed over the windows. "Haza? Home and apartment security automated assistant," Kaylin said, focusing on the box. "Another of your future acronyms that just trips off the tongue," Sharon muttered. "Shush," he said as the glow expanded into a holographic figure. "Hello, Agent Winters and Agent Gorse," the image of Director Farana Vita said. "Director Vita," Kaylin responded, relief and satisfaction in his voice. Sharon understood how he felt. They would finally learn what was going on. "Thank you for keeping the box safe for all these years," she said with a smile. Kaylin didn't answer but nodded. "Director, what's this all about?" Sharon interrupted. "This is about a secret mission," Director Vita answered. "It will be an off-the-record assignment." "Off the record? Like shifts that no one knows about?" Sharon asked. "It's impossible to make shifts off the record," Kaylin said. "The temporal mainframe records every shift. It's built into the programming, as a security and transparency feature. There's no way to get around it." "Except for the director's prerogative," Director Vita said. "When the programming was first designed, it was anticipated there might be a need to not record a shift on the mainframe, in extremely rare circumstances. A protocol was developed to allow only directors to override the security feature and allow a shift to take place off the record." "Off-the-record shifts have happened before? What about TPC policy?" Kaylin demanded. "I assure you, Agent Winters, all TPC policies have been closely adhered to in every off-the-record shift." "How can you be sure?" "Because there have been only 3 since the development of the temporal amplifier and the establishment of the Temporal Protection Corps. The director at the time documented each occurrence, for the director's eyes only. I have reviewed the documentation and each unrecorded shift was necessary, I promise you." "Like reading the Book of Secrets," Sharon said. They both looked at her. "You know, the secret book that only presidents in the US can read and are sworn to never reveal." "Something like that," Director Vita said. "Have you ever ordered an off-the-record shift before, Director?" Kaylin asked, his eyes glinting. "No, I have not. This will be the first time. And, I sincerely hope, the only time." "What do you need us to do?" Sharon said, before Kaylin could ask any more questions. "As you know, something has happened to the timeline." "I do not know what," Director Vita added as Sharon opened her mouth to ask. "But it must be corrected. The TPC is heading down a terrible road." "How were you not affected?" Kaylin asked. "I was affected," she said with a small smile. Kaylin sighed and dropped his head. "What? What is it?" Sharon asked, her eyes shifting back and forth between them. "You're bootstrapping," Kaylin said. The director nodded. "What's bootstrapping?" Sharon asked. There was a sinking feeling in her stomach, though she didn't know why. "It's a causation paradox," Kaylin said. "And it violates TPC policy." "That tells me nothing," Sharon said through clenched teeth. She wasn't sure what was going on, but she knew the stakes were too high for TPC techno-gibberish. It means that I went back in time to give Halen the box with this holographic message about your mission, after you completed the mission and told me about it in the future. How does that work? How can you tell us what to do the first time, so that we could tell you what to tell us to do later? Sharon's head was swimming. This was worse than trying to imagine one's memories changing. What the director was describing was impossible. Hence the paradox, Director Vita said, nodding. What's the mission? Halen asked, more willing at the moment to accept the impossible than Sharon was. You need to implement Miranda's plan. What plan? She will explain it to you. The consequences would be severe if someone found out what we were doing, Halen said. Yes, you are right. I think the TPC as it exists now would respond brutally if you are discovered. Certainly, you would be terminated from the TPC, at the very least. If you are discovered, I will do what I can to protect you. I suggest, however, that you endeavor to not be discovered. Sharon and Halen exchanged glances. Is there any other option? Halen asked. None that I can see, Director Vita answered. Then we need Miranda. And Jonas, Sharon said. Yes, you do, the director nodded again. How do we make shifts off the record? Halen asked. His voice sounded odd, almost defeated. Use the program insert, she said, pointing to the box on the table. As soon as they focused on it, the top popped open. Halen reached in and pulled out what looked like a microdrive. That contains a copy of the director's prerogative protocol. Insert it into a temporal amplifier control panel, and you can make 5 shifts off the record. Once you have completed 5 shifts, the program will erase, and the device cannot be used again. Halen put the microdrive in his pocket. Don't lose it, the director added. There is no other to give you. He patted his pocket. I understand. I also suggest that you do not use a temporal amplifier at TPC headquarters to complete the mission. Find one that is more private to use, she said, looking squarely at Sharon. Sharon met Halen's eyes, and they nodded in understanding. Good luck. The image of Director Vita vanished. Like the hologram of her grandmother projected in Sharon's living room so long ago, it was programmed to say its piece and then cease to function. Where do we start? Sharon asked Halen. We don't, he said, getting up from the table and going into the kitchen. At least, not until we've had that dinner I promised. The twinkle in his eyes was back. Sharon sighed in relief. She knew he was reluctant to embark on the mission, but she also knew that his sense of duty and loyalty to the director would win out. While he made the meal, she picked up the box from the table and placed it next to a stack of books in a bookcase that artfully divided the eating area from the living room. Halen was in the kitchen, tapping buttons on what looked like an open microwave oven. There was a buzzing sound, followed by delicious odors. You remembered my favorite, Sharon said as she recognized the smell of garlic, melted cheese, and cooked pizza dough. They sat side by side at the table so they could both enjoy the view while they ate. Do you know where to find Jonas and Miranda? He swallowed and nodded. If Jonas is on leave, he probably went straight home. His apartment is nearby. We can get him after we finish eating. I'm not sure where to find Miranda. She may still be at the TPC. What about the curfew? Doesn't she have to go home too? There are temporary apartments at the TPC she could use to spend the night if she couldn't get out before curfew. We can check there once we get Jonas. And if she's not at the TPC? Halen shook his head. We'll figure it out. You're not a big fan of making things up as we go along, are you? Sharon asked as she took a bite of pizza. Halen chuckled. No, I'm not. Should we let Jonas know we're coming? I don't want to. Communications may be monitored. That's why I didn't want to talk about our shift to the 22nd century while we were at TPC headquarters or in the autocar. Will it be okay to show up at Jonas' apartment unannounced? Halen sighed. We're just going to have to chance it. He swallowed the last of his water and pushed away from the table. Are you ready? Now? Yes. We have to get Jonas and back to TPC headquarters before curfew. Right. Haza, order an autocar, he said as he cleared the table. Autocar ordered, a tinny voice responded. The forecast is for rain. Do you wish to engage rain deflection measures? Yes, Halen answered. Warning, there are only 45 minutes until curfew, the tinny voice said. Understood. Please proceed, Halen responded. He put the remains of the pizza into a device which appeared to recycle the food. Outside the apartment, the platform extended, and an autocar rose above the lip, stopping when it was precisely aligned to take on passengers. Halen opened the large sliding windows over the platform and Sharon followed cautiously behind. Rain had begun to fall, but an invisible force kept them dry. Halen leaned in the open door of the autocar and then pulled back. There was a dark silhouette against the far window. What is it? Sharon whispered. Someone's in the car, he whispered back. A flash of memory, a dark figure standing in shadow in her dining room. A shiver rippled through her. She grabbed Halen's arm, her heart thudding. She'd never felt wary of strangers in 2204, the way she would in her own time, until now. She edged to the center of the platform. If someone attacked them here, it was a long way to the ground. Are you two going to get in or what? Sharon exhaled and released her hold on Halen's arm. It was Miranda's voice. You two look like you've seen a ghost, Miranda chuckled as they climbed in. We weren't expecting anyone to be in the car, Halen explained. What are you doing here? Sharon said, a little more harshly than she intended as her fear ebbed away. You're on your way to visit Jonas, yes? I was invited to join you, she said in her usual calm tone. Like Halen, Miranda did not expect privacy in the autocar. Halen programmed the route to Jonas' apartment. This time, the autocar did not drop back down to the ground but remained hovering in the air, rain pattering on its roof, as it moved away from Halen's apartment. It glided toward another group of buildings, weaving among the rooftops until it came to a halt. Sharon expected to see another platform emerge, but the car began to descend instead. Once it reached midway down the building, she saw the platform it was aiming for. It was similar to the entrance to Halen's apartment. There was a broad bank of windows, but the curtains were closed, and it looked decidedly uninviting. When the autocar door opened, Halen climbed out first, putting up his hand to stop them from following him. Stay here, he said guardedly. He rapped on the wet glass. A curtain twitched back to reveal the pale and frightened face of Jonas. He opened the door partway, and there was a conversation between them that Sharon and Miranda could not hear. Halen came back to the autocar. He, needs a few moments to tidy up, he said. Miranda programmed the autocar to remain at the platform and they waited, watching the rain fall just feet away from them. How do the rain deflection measures work? Sharon asked to fill the creepy silence. It's a kind of force field, Halen answered distractedly. It extends from the autocar or from buildings, wherever we need it. Like an umbrella, Sharon said. Yes, Miranda said. Some people carry portable units which activate automatically. So, you've never been caught in the rain, Sharon said mischievously, remembering a rainy day in New York City in 1980 in another timeline. No, Halen said, puzzled. Too bad, Sharon said, shaking her head. It was 10 minutes before Jonas pulled the curtains back and opened the door. Please come in, he said, shaking each of their hands. Jonas' apartment was similar in layout to Halen's, but it was clear he kept the curtains closed instead of enjoying the view. There were many more lights throughout the space and most of them were turned on. Books and papers were stacked on the floor, some looking as though they had been recently moved off the seating area to make room for his guests. Sharon picked up one and read the spine. 20th Century Predictions of the Future, the Good, the Bad, and the Wacky, by Jonas Fernley, she read out loud. "You wrote this?" "Oh, yeah. That was a long time ago," Jonas said, taking the book from her and hiding it behind his back. "Can I get you anything?" he said to her, and then looking at Miranda and Kaylin. Miranda shook her head and sat down in a chair next to the windows. "Oh, yes, please sit down, make yourselves comfortable." He took a few steps back and stumbled on a stack of books, knocking over a lamp on a table. Muttering apologies, he set the lamp upright. After placing the book he wrote on top of an overstuffed shelf, he sat on the sofa next to Kaylin. "So, what brings you here?" Jonas asked, sounding like someone who did not really want to hear the answer. "We're here to talk about a mission," Miranda said. "What mission?" "I thought I was on leave and only critical operations were going forward at the TPC." "This is a critical mission," Sharon said, leaning toward him. She had a feeling they would need to use a lot of persuasion. "Why would you need me for a critical mission?" Jonas asked, his eyes growing wide. "You don't need a 20th century expert." "21st, yes," he said, pointing at Kaylin. "If we are facing an Alexander event, then you would need an expert on that time frame. But I don't see how I can help." "We need your expertise," Sharon said. "For what?" "We're not sure." "Not yet," Miranda answered. Jonas shrank back. "You're going to go back in time to change something, and you don't know what?" "No. No, he said, shaking his head vigorously, rising as if he would ask them to leave. "The mission has been sanctioned by Director Vita," Kaylin said calmly. Jonas stopped in his tracks. "The director?" he asked, his voice rising. For a moment, Sharon thought they had convinced him. "I've been told by the director that we have the data we need and to do what we need to do," Miranda said. "Why are you here telling me this? Why didn't the director meet with all of us to assign this mission?" "Because the mission must be completed in secret," Miranda responded. "Secret? Secret from whom?" "Everyone except us and the director," Kaylin answered. "You mean no one else at the TPC knows about this mission?" Jonas opened his mouth and then closed it again when no one answered. "There's no way we could do it without being caught," he said hoarsely. "It will be off the record," Sharon said. "What do you mean?" Jonas looked even more alarmed than before. Kaylin pulled the director's prerogative device from his pocket. "This will keep our shifts off the record." "What's that?" Jonas asked, but Sharon cut in. "We'll be happy to tell you everything once you've agreed to join us. Are you in or not?" Jonas opened and closed his mouth several times, looking at each of them with indignance and fear etched on his face. Then he sighed and his shoulders slumped. "Okay," he muttered almost inaudibly. "What was that?" "I'm sorry, I didn't hear you," Miranda said. He looked around the room, unwilling to leave his place of safety. Then he looked at Sharon and held her eyes in his. "I said I'm in." Chapter 5. Time was running out. They had to get back to TPC headquarters before curfew began, but Jonas insisted on packing several books and items he said could be critical to the mission. It was 20 minutes before he was ready, dragging a heavy pack behind him, leaving them less than 15 minutes. While Jonas gathered his books, Kaylin and Miranda discussed their next steps. "I think we'll make it back to the main building before curfew," Kaylin said. "But which temporal amplifier should we use? A training room unit, or one of the agent units?" "I think we should use an agent unit," Miranda answered. 4 of us heading into a training room after hours would raise questions. We're less likely to be challenged if we appear to be on a mission. The rain had stopped. The wind was chilly with cold fingers creeping through gaps in their clothes as they scurried out onto the platform. Kaylin picked up Jonas' pack for him while Jonas locked his apartment. Taking a deep breath, Jonas followed the others into the waiting autocar. The ride back to the transportation center was quiet, punctuated with hush and not now as Jonas tried to get more information to ease his anxiety. As they arrived, Kaylin goaded them to hurry, they had only minutes left. Sharon saw the word CERN emblazoned on the outside of the building, but there was no time to marvel that the renowned research facility still existed in this century. If they did not access a temporal amplifier before curfew, they would not get another chance and the mission would fail before it even began. A different guard sat at the desk in front of the elevators. He looked bored. Focused on a small screen, he barely glanced at Helen, Miranda, and Sharon as they identified themselves and were scanned. The computer screen trilled a long beat when Jonas scanned his iris, however, and the guard stood up. He was no longer bored. He took the computer tablet and read the flashing message, one hand resting next to a large button on the desk. "It says here you're supposed to be on leave, Agent Fernley," the guard said as he glared at Jonas, who was pale and sweating. Jonas stammered. Another guard came around a corner, his stance alert and watching. "I think you will find that Director Vita added an override to Agent Fernley's status," Miranda said. The desk guard tapped the tablet and his face relaxed. He waved a hand at the second guard who had come around the corner, and he and a third guard, who had appeared by the double doors, nodded and walked away. "Yeah, here it is." He set the computer tablet down. "You're all set. Go ahead," he said as he sat again, the small screen back in his hand. Helen was already at the elevator bank, and the doors were opening as Jonas followed them in, puffing and dragging his pack. Helen pushed the lower button as the doors closed. Once again alone, this time they did not have to shush Jonas. The encounter with the security guard had frightened him into silence. As the elevator descended, they watched the layers of rock and workspaces glide by, lost in their own thoughts. The elevator doors opened. It was dark, and they hesitated before stepping out into the dim gray light. The gloom was oppressive. Sharon bowed her head. She'd never been reluctant to enter TPC headquarters before, and it depressed her that she did not want to be here now. But as the dark feeling grew, another feeling flared within her. "Come on," she whispered, stepping into the corridor. "The sooner we get this done, the sooner everything will be right again." Without looking back, Sharon led the way to the hall, which housed the temporal amplifiers used by TPC agents. The atrium was empty and dimmer than before. The security guards were gone. There was no movement down any of the corridors. Unlike the training hall, which was bordered on one side with windows looking out onto the grounds, the agent unit hall had no windows, just doors on both sides, first one, then another. Each door had a computer screen displaying the status of the temporal amplifier within. Most of the screens were in gray mode, reading offline. None had the telltale blue screen showing a temporal amplifier was in use. The corridor extended as far as Sharon could see in the light of the gray screens. "What are you doing here?" Sharon's heart leapt into her mouth. Jonas yelped and dropped his pack. Jurga Zintel was standing in an open doorway. There was no light in the room behind her, and she was a dark shadow against blackness. "I could ask you the same question, Jurga," Miranda said. "You never use a temporal amplifier." "What I do is my business," Jurga answered shortly. "We are implementing a mission for Director Vita," Helen said, moving to stand between Jurga and the others. "The director did not inform me," Jurga replied. "What mission?" "Only critical missions may take place during critical operations mode. I've not heard of any critical missions sanctioned by the president." "We have our orders," Miranda said calmly, turning away from Jurga. The others took the hint and began walking down the corridor again. Whether because she did not want to challenge Miranda, or because she realized she would have to chase after them to get more information, Jurga said nothing further and retreated into the dark room. "Double time," Helen murmured when they heard the snick of the door closing. They sped up, walking as fast as they could without breaking into a run. Sharon wondered if this was a mistake, and if they should have used a temporal amplifier in a training room. Then she saw a screen ahead burning steadily green in the dark. "There's one we can use," Miranda said. Bright lights came on automatically as they entered, blinding them. As Jonas locked the door, Helen inserted the director's prerogative device into the control panel of the temporal amplifier. The green screen on the door blacked out, replaced with a gray-off line. The agent unit temporal amplifier rooms differed from the training rooms. There were no long counters and workstations of glastick. Instead, there was a single control panel set into a small glastick desk in the center of a dark gray stone floor. The walls were lined with tall double-door cabinets colored a lighter gray than the floor. Sharon guessed they were for storing the period-specific materials agents would need for shifts to different time frames. The gray-on-gray effect made the white glastick desk stand out as if it were in a spotlight. "Where are we going?" Jonas whispered as he crowded close to the desk. "To my home," Sharon answered. "Where were the guards in the atrium?" Jonas asked. "Good question," Miranda answered. "Maybe because there's a curfew, they only have guards on the surface after a certain time. Let's thank our luck there weren't any there now." Halen typed the coordinates into the control panel of the temporal amplifier. There was a quiet whining noise over the temporal amplifier's normal hum, then it stopped, and the humming resumed. Halen put the microdrive back in his pocket. "Okay, that should do it. If anyone checks, they will learn this temporal amplifier was used, but they won't know who used it or when we shifted to." Jonas pulled his pack closer to him, and Sharon and Miranda nodded their readiness. The room rippled and warped like a mirage of storm cloud grays, slowly replaced with warm browns and golds. They had shifted into the library in Sharon's home next to the massive bookcases that housed Sharon's temporal amplifier, arriving mid-afternoon local time in 2023. "Welcome back, Sharon," a voice said, and an image appeared in the library. The hologram was called Mrs. Bauer and was the temporal amplifier's interface and security program. It had been personalized to look and sound like Sharon's grandmother. Now the image of Rose Sprucewood Bauer had her eyes fixed intently on Halen, Miranda, and Jonas. "Mrs. Bauer, you remember Agent Winters, Agent Noon, and Agent Fernley? They are here on my recognizance," Sharon said, giving Mrs. Bauer the code that all was well and that her security function was not needed. Mrs. Bauer smiled. "Welcome. I was not expecting you." There was a pause, and she looked at Sharon quizzically. "There is no record on the temporal mainframe for this shift. How can that be?" "Oh, well, this shift was off the record," Sharon began, not sure how much to explain. Mrs. Bauer nodded. "Ah. The director's prerogative. I understand." "You know about that?" Halen asked, astonished. "Everything Rose Sprucewood Bauer knew, I know," Mrs. Bauer answered. At the name of his mentor, Jonas stood up straighter and the barely contained panic that had infected him since their arrival at his apartment ebbed away. "I'm glad I don't have to explain," Sharon said. She had a sudden thought. "Mrs. Bauer will be using this temporal amplifier for more off-the-record shifts. It would be helpful if I didn't have to keep introducing the others every time, to confirm they are not a security threat." "Say no more," Mrs. Bauer said and paused. "They are now added to the recognizance list until you remove them." Jonas sighed and took a step back, knocking over his pack and sending books sliding across the floor. It was the release from tension they all needed. They helped him pick it all up, and Sharon dragged his pack to a spot against a wall. They settled into the comfortable furniture in the library to catch their breaths. "How was the meeting with the director?" Halen asked Miranda. "Horrible," Miranda said. "The timeline in which the TPC now exists is terrible." Miranda always appeared calm and polished, but now her face was crumpled with fear and exhaustion. She was on the divan under the window, slouched over, her head in her hands. "Would you like tea?" "I'll get us some tea." Sharon got up without waiting for an answer. Miranda's demoralization rattled Sharon. She took deep breaths as she walked into the kitchen, noisily pulling cups out of the cupboard after putting a kettle on the stove. Jonas helped carry the cups of tea, along with a small plate of cookies Sharon found behind a box of steel-cut oats. In the time it had taken to make the tea, Miranda had pulled herself together and was looking less crushed and more her confident self. Once they were all seated, Miranda began again. The TPC is not the same organization we remember. Farana Vita is still the director, but it's a title only, and there were hints that may change soon, that they will remove her. I suspect they will name Jorga Zintel as her replacement. There are several colleagues that appear to no longer work for the TPC, and the mission of the TPC has changed. Jonas was looking at the floor. What's the mission now? He asked in a quiet voice. The TPC no longer exists for educational and scientific research. Its mission now is focused on increasing and maintaining global security. And there's more, she said. What? Halen asked in a voice as dark as night. Authority over the TPC now lies with the president of the world government. How is that possible? Halen gasped. How is what possible? Sharon asked. Miranda took a deep breath as Halen stood up and paced. When the world government was established in 2126, the Temporal Protection Corps was placed under global authority so that no one department or entity would have control of time travel, Miranda explained. The TPC director answers to a commission, not the president. It's illegal for the president to take over the TPC. Can't they stop it? Jonas asked. Who are they? Miranda responded, her frustration leaking out in bitter words. Director Vita and the other government leaders swore an oath to uphold the law, and the president is the arbiter of the law. When this happened, there was nothing the TPC in 2127 could do, and if they tried, even 77 years later, the TPC would be at odds with every department in the world government. Perhaps even with the world population itself. So we're in another timeline again. Sharon looked at Halen, anxiety in her eyes. Not exactly, Miranda said as she pulled out her tablet computer from her backpack. Right now, in this place, she gestured around the library. We are in the correct timeline. The changes that send us into a different timeline don't happen for over a century. Here we are relatively safe. There we are in danger. While I was meeting with the director, I received a message on my retinal drive from Director Vita, Miranda continued. That must have been very strange, Jonas mused. It must have been sent when we activated the hologram, Halen said. Yes, it was. In the message she informed me of the bootstrapping mission, the director's prerogative device, and ordered me to meet you at your apartment. Miranda nodded at Halen. She told me I had all the information I needed to complete the mission. After the meeting, I accessed the temporal mainframe and downloaded into my retinal drive all historical data from 2126 to 2204 in this timeline. My tablet computer still has the historical data from the timeline we left. Because you had it with you when we traveled to 2167, the information on it didn't change, like how our memories didn't change, Sharon said, nodding. Precisely. With your permission, I'll interface the tablet and the data on my retinal drive with Mrs. Bauer and she can run a comparison of the two timelines. She will identify the point of divergence faster than I can. Mrs. Bauer, Sharon called out, activating the hologram again. Mrs. Bauer appeared instantly. We need your help, and we need the TPC to not know about it, Miranda said. Mrs. Bauer looked thoughtful, scanning their faces before she answered. I can see that something has happened. Yes, I am getting an update from the mainframe now. Mrs. Bauer's face went blank, and she stood without moving. Sharon worried. Was it a mistake to call on Mrs. Bauer? What if connecting with the mainframe in the new timeline somehow overrode or reprogrammed her? Sharon braced herself. They could be out of the library in 2 steps if the security program activated. They could lock Mrs. Bauer in, but they would lose access to the temporal amplifier. I understand, Mrs. Bauer said finally. What do you need me to do? I need you to run a comparison of 2 timelines, Miranda said. Sharon pulled the bookcase away from the wall so Miranda could access the temporal amplifier control panel in the back. I can run the analysis and compartmentalize it, which will stop it from being immediately accessible on the temporal mainframe, Mrs. Bauer said. But that is only a temporary solution. I will be forced to upload the analysis to the mainframe during the next system-wide update. It is an automatic process, and there is nothing I can do to stop it. When's the next update? Sharon asked. In approximately 30 minutes. How long will the analysis take? Miranda asked as she placed the tablet on the control panel. Her eyes were dark orange again. There was a pause as Mrs. Bauer calculated an estimate. Her expression did not reassure Sharon. The analysis will take 25 minutes, Mrs. Bauer said. Can't we wait until after the automatic upload to do the analysis? Jonas asked. I don't recommend it, Mrs. Bauer answered. I have detected a new algorithm added to the temporal mainframe requiring a report on all searches. My inquiry into the current status has been recorded by the mainframe and may result in difficult questions. I think the sooner I complete the analysis, the better. Very well, Miranda said. When your analysis is complete, please transfer your conclusions to the computer tablet. Mrs. Bauer nodded, already processing the data Miranda provided. The hologram remained in the library rather than deactivating, though she appeared to fade, becoming slightly transparent. If we only have 30 minutes, we better make a plan, Miranda said. What do you mean? Jonas said. There's only one way to stop the upload of the analysis to the temporal mainframe, she answered. Jonas and Sharon both looked confused, but Halen nodded. Then we better get ready, he said. Chapter 6. Mrs. Bauer finished the analysis 2 minutes earlier than she had predicted, and they were ready. The only way to ensure the analysis would not upload to the temporal mainframe was to take the conclusions Mrs. Bauer recorded on Miranda's computer and travel back in time to before they requested the analysis. I thought the temporal mainframe used quantum computing to access all information from all points in time, Sharon said. Once Mrs. Bauer finishes the analysis, it still exists and can be found on the temporal mainframe, right? Even if we go back in time? The temporal amplifier protects against paradox, Halen answered. Okay, I get that. But doesn't that mean that someone with bad intentions could, I don't know, take something from or add something to the temporal mainframe and then travel back in time to hide it? All three stopped and stared at her. That's something I never considered, Miranda replied slowly. This is why you're the Chestnut Coven expert, Jonas said, his eyes sparkling. You know how to think like a bad guy. Thanks, I think, Sharon said, rolling her eyes as Jonas flushed pink. Mrs. Bauer finished the analysis, becoming solid again. Agent Noon, my conclusions are now recorded on your tablet and I am fully updated on the situation. Please let me know if you need any assistance in evaluating your next steps. The hologram turned to Sharon. Sharon, do you wish me to stay active? Sharon looked at Miranda, who shook her head. That's all we need for now, Mrs. Bauer. You may deactivate, and thank you. Mrs. Bauer smiled lovingly at her, reminding Sharon painfully of her grandmother, before vanishing. Miranda retrieved her tablet and tapped the temporal amplifier control panel keys after inserting the director's prerogative device. As we planned, I'm programming the temporal amplifier for 8 a.m. yesterday morning, local time. That gives us over 24 hours in which we can get in 3 solid meals and a good night's sleep before we go back in time to avoid the upload, she explained. How can we do that without using up the shifts on the director's prerogative device? Jonas asked. We can't, Halen answered. But we can use one of the shifts to program the temporal amplifier to keep us in a time loop. It will send us back to the same morning until we change the program. It will be as if it's one long shift. Genius, Sharon said with a relieved laugh. Miranda pushed the button, and the room warped and rippled like a mirage, glowing red around them before they re-emerged again in the library. It was cooler now and less bright, the sun not yet having reached this side of the house. Miranda sat down with the tablet on her lap. Let's see what Mrs. Bauer learned, she said. For 30 minutes Miranda read Mrs. Bauer's report, occasionally muttering to herself. Jonas sat on a chair across from her, biting his nails. Halen watched out the window while Sharon paced in front of the bookcases. At last, Miranda sighed and looked up from the tablet. As we thought, the focal point is in 2127, she said. Soon after the world government was established, the entire population of the planet received an email stating, "The debt is now due." This is the point of divergence. The debt is now due? What does that mean? Jonas frowned. Miranda shook her head. I don't know. But within hours of receiving the email, the world government president declared martial law. It was within that declaration that the TPC was placed in critical operations mode, with the explanation it was to prevent an Alexander event. Everyone in the world received this email? Sharon asked. Yes, almost everyone. And this message caused a panic which required martial law to quell? Apparently. And 77 years later, martial law is still in place? Yes. Why? I don't know. Miranda's eyes were orange again. If everyone in the world received the email, then everyone owed this debt? What was the debt? Jonas asked. That's the confusing thing. Well, one of the confusing things. By 2127, there was no money, and no need to borrow money. Debt was a thing of the past. Miranda frowned. How can you not use money? Sharon asked. We don't need money. We are provided everything we need, Jonas said. How is that possible? Not too far in your future, money will be replaced by an exchange system built on blockchain, Halen answered. Blockchain? You mean like Bitcoin? Bitcoin used blockchain, but blockchain was not what Bitcoin was. Think of blockchain like a way of fingerprinting data. It uses a unique signature, a sequence of numbers and letters for each piece of data. And the signature is immutable, it can't be changed. All the computers that receive the data check to ensure each sequence is the same each time. If any part of the sequence changes, it's no longer recognized as the same data and treated as invalid. Because it was so secure, it became a way of exchanging anything of value. Eventually we used it to exchange tasks for housing, food, healthcare, etc. Okay, Sharon said, distracted by trying to comprehend a world without cash. That means the debt that was due wasn't money. What else could it be? A debt is something that is agreed to be owed when something of value is exchanged in return for future compensation, Miranda said, thinking out loud. In this case, in solidum gentium. Solid what? Jonas asked. It's Latin for when all nations share liability for a debt, Miranda explained. Putting it another way, everyone in the world received something of value and agreed to pay later. Then this email arrived and demanded payment, Halen said. What was received and what was the promised payment? Sharon asked. I don't know, Halen answered. Miranda looked chagrined, and Jonas shrugged. How can you not know? It's part of your history. You are historians, how can you not know what this means? History has changed, remember? Jonas said. Miranda said the focal point, the point of divergence where history changed, was when the email was sent, not when the debt was incurred. Right? Sharon looked to Miranda for confirmation. Correct, she answered, scanning her tablet. That means the debt is part of your history in both timelines, Sharon continued. Why don't you know about it? It was big enough to cause a worldwide panic, but 77 years later no one knows about it? Something must have been removed from the historical records, Halen said. It must have been something big, Jonas said. Big enough to stop people from talking about it too. Like those analyses you told me about, Sharon said, looking at Halen. He frowned. Right, that was the other timeline. She took a breath. When we were in London in the other timeline, you told me that when the temporal mainframe was brought online, the first analyses the TPC requested were what would happen if terrible events in human history were erased. Halen nodded. Yes. The analyses resulted in even worse outcomes. And the results were buried and not shared with the public, Sharon added. Miranda stood. You think they also buried the knowledge of the debt and the payment due? She asked. I think it might be worse than that, Sharon answered darkly. What do you mean? Jonas asked. Cui bono, Sharon said, looking at Miranda. It means who benefits in Latin, Miranda translated, her eyes narrowing. You said 95% of the world population got the email, Sharon said as Miranda breathed in suddenly. Someone called in the debt, a coordinated effort that the world government could not trace, Miranda started. What are you suggesting? Jonas asked, now looking a little green. Miranda said the president shouldn't have the authority to take over the TPC. The reason given for the presidential takeover was to prevent another Alexander event, but you and Kalin are convinced that's impossible. Miranda and Kalin nodded. So, the whole Alexander event thing was a pretext. I suppose, Miranda began. And if it was a pretext, what does the president gain by taking control of the TPC in 2127? Unlimited access to time travel, Kalin answered. I know where you're going with this, Miranda said. But you can't be right. Why not? Sharon asked. You're thinking this is the work of the Chestnut Coven. That's impossible. How is it impossible? I know you come from a time when heads of government were frequently corrupt, serving themselves and not the people. But that doesn't happen in our time. Our heads of government are true servant leaders. They are educated, trained, and prepare themselves to govern for the benefit of the people. No one would consider using governmental power and authority for their own gain. It would be a profound betrayal, and the criminal consequences are serious. Sharon took a deep breath. It was true, she came from a different time, a time where Miranda's explanation seemed simplistic and naive. Part of her wanted to laugh at Miranda's gullibility. But another part felt a deep stab of envy that someone could have such faith in their government. She could not bring herself to argue. Okay, perhaps that's not what's happening. But you still have a world threatened by a person or persons demanding recompense on a global scale, which resulted in a drastic change. You have a president who may or may not be seizing power over the TPC illegally. You have martial law and a mission focused on weapons instead of science. And you have the TPC powerless to do anything to stop it. The question is, what are we going to do? Sharon concluded. Do we have to do anything? Jonas asked. What do you mean? Sharon said in surprise. Shouldn't we trust that the government is doing what's needed to take care of the global population? Director Vita told us we had to do something, Sharon said. This is not how things are supposed to be. What if she's wrong? Even if she's wrong, we know the timeline has changed. We know it's not okay to live with martial law, Jonas. Kalin said. His voice was quiet, but its power stopped Jonas from speaking again. No, you're right, Miranda said to Sharon. There is injustice here, and we must correct it. Where she had appeared defeated before, now she radiated determination. The TPC's hands are tied, and it cannot help itself. But we can, and so we will. Miranda spent the rest of the morning and early afternoon reviewing legal and ethical documents and treatises stored on her tablet and on her lenses. Now and then she muttered to herself and made notes on the tablet. Kalin went out with Jonas to pick up groceries using cash Sharon provided, and Sharon made up rooms for her guests. Kalin and Jonas were to share one room with 2 beds at the back of the house off the kitchen, and Sharon gave Miranda the master bedroom across from the library. Sharon would sleep on the sofa opposite the bookcases in the library, as she had through much of her adolescence. It was strange to have people in the house after living alone for so long. While Sharon's family visited regularly, her parents might come for a weekend dinner, her sister brought baby Olive to say hello, and her brother and his family on the East Coast called regularly. Most of the time Sharon's only company was Mrs. Bauer, who stuck to business as her program dictated. When Kalin and Jonas came back with several bags of food, Sharon realized she liked the company. Wow! Whose army is joining us for dinner? She said with a grin as she helped carry their haul into the kitchen. With 6 hands, they emptied the bags, and had the food put away within minutes, except for one bag. Kaylin had picked up Chinese food for lunch, so no one would have to cook. I wasn't sure what you liked, so I got a wide selection, he said, setting out carton after carton on the table. The aroma lured Miranda into the kitchen. That smells wonderful, she said as Sharon set out plates. They served themselves buffet style in the kitchen before moving to the table in the dining room, some eating with chopsticks, some with forks. There were satisfied sighs as they ate. Thank you, Jonas and Kaylin, Miranda said as she deftly maneuvered her chopsticks. Our pleasure, Kaylin said. Jonas nodded vigorously, his mouth too full to answer. He looked more relaxed than he had in hours. Have you had any luck? Sharon said to Miranda as the meal wound down. Miranda set down her chopsticks. Yes and no, she said as she steepled her index fingers in front of her face. Her eyes were black now and Sharon wondered if that was their natural color. I think I've found a way to fix the situation. But to do it would require going against TPC policy and world law. I'm not sure I can sanction correcting an injustice by committing a crime, she said reluctantly. What's the solution? Sharon asked. We would have to go back in time and change a law, Miranda said. Aren't laws made with lots of people standing around arguing about them? Jonas asked in exasperation. How do we incorporate ourselves into that kind of situation in history without people rejecting us? Or finding out about time travel? I don't see how we could get people to do something different than they did. Miranda nodded. You see the problems clearly. And you can see that the notion is rife with ethical issues. What law would we have to change? Sharon asked. Theoretically, we would have to change not one law, but 3. Jonas coughed, choking on a kernel of rice he inhaled. Kaylin thumped him on the back once, and Jonas took a long drink of water. 3, he croaked after swallowing hard. Yes, Miranda said, unruffled. We would need to change a subsection of Proclamation 4, set forth by the World Government Convening of 2126. That proclamation drew on another law, the United Nations Universal Declaration of Human Rights, ratified in 1948. We would need to change a subsection of that law too. Finally, because both laws derive many of their concepts from the Magna Carta in 1215, we would need to change a section of that document. Both Jonas and Kaylin stared open-mouthed at Miranda. Sharon's brow furrowed. What would we have to change in those laws? How are all 3 connected? Sharon asked. They are connected by a thread of recognized rights belonging to individuals. My analysis focuses on the rights of debtors included in each law. Debtors, Sharon repeated as if she'd not heard Miranda correctly. Let me get this straight. You're saying these documents, famous for their advocacy of basic human rights, cover protection from debts? Of course, Miranda said before taking another bite of her lunch. Unfair treatment of debtors is an important human rights issue. You've learned of the terrible things human beings do to each other when there are power imbalances, like between who owes and who is owed. Sharon didn't answer. Everyone at the table knew of the darker facets of human history. If these laws already have provisions for debtors, why do we need to change them? Jonas asked. We need to strengthen them to make the debtor provisions stronger, Miranda answered. I don't understand, Jonas said. How does changing laws about debtors correct the timeline? The crisis in 2127 began with an email calling in a debt due, in terrorem, to the gross detriment of the debtors, the planet, and our history. It's that component that must be changed to eliminate the divergence and restore the timeline. We must change the laws to make it impossible for people to enter into any kind of debt that would result in loss of their liberty, property, or their lives. But we don't even know what the debt is. Jonas exclaimed. No, Miranda said. But we know it was something serious enough to cause a panic. As a rule, people don't panic unless their lives or security are threatened. By changing the law, we would stop the population from entering into a debt that endangers the world. And you think tweaking these existing laws will solve the problem? Sharon said in understanding. I recommend we focus on the Magna Carta. Successfully modifying that document would theoretically change the rest of the laws in succession and minimize the ethical violations and the number of shifts we'd have to make, Miranda said. Like dominoes falling, Sharon nodded. How long before the Temporal Protection Corps would know of the change? The TPC would know almost immediately, and it would dispatch agents to investigate. What you are proposing, it's impossible. It's insane. Halen had finally found his voice. I agree there would be many obstacles to success, Miranda said. Wait, we're not really considering doing this, are we? Jonas asked. Director Vita said the mission was to follow Miranda's plan, Sharon started. Director Vita was bootstrapping. Jonas said vehemently. She said to follow a plan that had already been completed. Don't you see? That means we don't have to do it. And if we don't do it, she won't need to bootstrap the mission back to us. Then nobody violates policy. That seems like a better plan. And we would be in the wrong timeline forever, Halen admitted reluctantly. The TPC will know as soon as we change the Magna Carta. If we change it, Jonas said in a growl, we would be violating the law of temporal continuity. They will terminate us from the TPC. And you will never be a full agent, he added to Sharon. Sharon stared at the table. Being a TPC agent meant everything to her. She had not considered that if the mission failed, that dream might be taken away. You're right. But I don't want to work for this dark side TPC. Do you? If you're terminated, you can get another job, right? Isn't it the principle of the issue? Sharon asked. You don't understand, Jonas said, clenching his fists. Termination is more than just losing a job. The TPC will erase all memories of our time as agents if we're terminated. What? Sharon gasped. She looked to Miranda. It's a security measure, to protect against accidental divulging of sensitive information, Miranda explained. Unfortunately, the process is not precise, and results in a block of memories being removed instead of individual ones. I understand it's a difficult experience. No TPC agent wants to be terminated. There was a long silence. Okay, Sharon said finally. The risks are huge. Yes, I might not become an agent. Yes, they may remove my memories. But I think we have to try to return things to the way they were. She shrugged. I think it's worth the risk. I swore an oath to uphold TPC policies, including the law of temporal continuity. I'm not enthusiastic about doing anything that changes the past, but I agree there is a wrong that must be righted, Miranda said. And you, Halen? He sighed. I don't object to the mission, he started. Jonas rolled his eyes and clicked his tongue. I worry it might be too complex for just the four of us. Sharon chuckled. I'm not worried about that. You and I survived a riot, being held at gunpoint, and a bombing in World War II. We make a good team. She looked at Miranda and Jonas. All of us make a good team. I agree, Miranda said. Halen nodded in agreement. Sharon looked at Jonas. It's your decision, she said. We'll understand if you choose to stay behind. Jonas looked even more unhappy at the thought of being left out of the mission. Several emotions Sharon couldn't identify played across his face. Finally, he chuckled. What the hell? Chapter 7. They used the dining room as their staging area. Mrs. Bowers stood in the corner next to the kitchen door as they brainstormed, available to assist if needed. Jonas routinely glanced at her as if to reassure himself that he was doing the right thing. We need the right clothes, the right money, an idea of how to function in society in 1215. We don't know how to do any of that, Jonas said. That's why we're here, Sharon said. We'll take as much time as we need to do all the planning before we make the shift. As I've already visited 1215, I can guide us, Miranda added. Jonas, you and Halen are experienced agents, which will be invaluable. I guess I provide the temporal amplifier, Sharon said with a short laugh. Her expertise on the Chestnut Coven wouldn't be needed for this mission, which left her the task of organizing the details. Soon the dining room walls were covered with large sheets of paper on which they recorded their ideas and questions. They made lists of things they would need, such as period clothing and bags for carrying the remote control and Miranda's tablet computer. "Will that work in 1215? Sharon asked, looking at the tablet. Miranda nodded. "Yes. It connects with the temporal mainframe, no matter when in time I take it." "Like the temporal amplifier and the remote control," Sharon nodded. "It works on principles of quantum computing and quantum entanglement first identified in the late 20th century, Jonas explained enthusiastically. "We can go into that later, Jonas," Halen said, heading off a verbal detour. Jonas closed his mouth with a snap, but did not appear disturbed by the interruption. "Won't it automatically upload to the temporal mainframe, though?" Sharon continued. "Yes, once I access the temporal mainframe, the inquiry will be recorded by the new algorithm Mrs. Bauer told us about. But it won't matter. If we're successful, the TPC will know what we've done as soon as history changes." Miranda was standing next to the page on which they had written their clothing needs. "I think the best thing for us to do is to get some of these, what did you call them? Renaissance fair costumes? We'll use those to start with. They won't be as period accurate as what we'd get from the TPC, but they'll allow us to not draw attention to ourselves when we shift in. Once in 1215 we can borrow or barter for the correct period clothes. We'll need to bring something to carry our, costumes after we get period clothing," Halen said. "We can't leave anything behind, especially not clothes made by machines and from synthetic materials that won't be available for 800 years. "What will we barter with?" Jonas asked. "We can't bring items from the future and leave them in the past." "I can help with that." Miranda reached for the small backpack she carried, pulling out several items. There were several skeins of wool dyed a deep blue, red, green, and a delicate yellow. There was a well-made knife in a leather sheath, and a small wooden box with a tree carved on the top. "What's in the box?" Jonas asked. "Something precious," Miranda smiled. She opened the box, and Sharon caught a scent she would have described as a spicy pine. Wrapped in dark cloth appeared to be small pieces of amber-colored plastic or quartz. "What is it?" Sharon craned her neck to see them better. "It's frankincense," Halen said. "They built the city of Petra on a frankincense empire. I saw a lot of it when I visited, and I've never forgotten that perfume." "Yes," Miranda nodded. "Frankincense was precious in medieval Europe. We should be able to trade for almost all we need with this, but I suggest we trade the other items first and hold the frankincense in reserve." "Did you bring these items back when you shifted to 1215 before?" Jonas asked. "Yes," Miranda answered as she carefully rewrapped the items and stowed them in her pack. "I thought you weren't supposed to bring material goods back when you time traveled," Sharon said. "Not for personal use," Miranda replied. "I provided them to TPC chronohistorians for study. Director Vita's message told me to retrieve them. At the time I didn't understand why." "Do we need to bring anything else?" Halen asked. "I don't think so," Miranda said. "Everything else we can get after we make the shift." "Then let's work on the plan." Sharon moved to a new sheet of paper. "When and where do we shift in? What do we do after that? And how do we position ourselves to influence the writing of the Magna Carta?" "I think we should focus on the last question first," Miranda said. "Once we finalize the plan for changing the Magna Carta, the where and when will fall in place." "Who wrote the Magna Carta?" Halen asked. "King John and Stephen Langton, the Archbishop of Canterbury, though the terms were demanded by the nobility, barons who objected to how the king ruled." "Wait, wasn't King John the one who taxed his subjects into starvation? The one who Robin Hood rebelled against?" Sharon asked. "The same. He was Prince John at the time of the Robin Hood legend, holding the throne while his brother King Richard fought in the Crusades. When Richard died without an heir, John became king." and continued his appalling behavior after he was made king, apparently, Kaelin said. Unfortunately he did, Miranda said. We can go into details about his bad acts some other time, but let's just say he was only ever focused on himself, not his kingdom, doing whatever he thought was necessary to gain and maintain power, and ignoring principles of justice and decency. He lied when it suited his purposes, made promises and then did nothing, and rarely acknowledged his own errors or wrongdoing. He was a vivid example of a terrible leader. I think we should avoid him, Jonas said. He sounds dangerous. I agree. I suggest we focus on Stephen Langton and a man named Peter Fitzherbert, Lord of Brecknock, in Wales. I don't understand how we can get close to either of those people, Jonas said. It's not like we can waltz in and join their inner circles and give legal advice. We'll be strangers to them. He threw up his hands. This isn't going to work, he said for the 10th time. Jonas, Kaelin started in an exasperated voice. No, he's right, Sharon interrupted. He's anticipated what we need to talk about next. We know the who, now we need to figure out the how. The how may be easier than you think, Jonas, Miranda offered with a smile. When I was in 1215, I made friends with a man named Eustace de Whitney, a minor nobleman from a small holding near the English border with Wales. Eustace's family was allied with Lord Fitzherbert. Lord Fitzherbert was a signatory on the Magna Carta and a friend of Archbishop Langton. And through them you think we can get this Lord Fitzherbert to change the terms we need? Jonas looked skeptical. Perhaps. Or we might get an audience with Archbishop Langton through Lord Fitzherbert. It's worth a try. And it's the only in we have. Okay, you find your friend Eustace, he introduces you to his friend Peter, and Peter gets Stephen to make the change, Sharon said. No. No. I find my friend Eustace and introduce Kaelin, who will be introduced to the Lord of Brecknock, who will then introduce him, or our idea, to Stephen Langton. Kaelin's eyes grew wide. Why not you? You're the legal expert. It should be you who guides the changing of the terms. Miranda shook her head. I would not be as effective as you. You they will assume to be a nobleman, as they are noblemen, and as such they will listen to you more readily. I might convince them of my skills eventually, but it would take too much time, and with each passing hour the chances of our accidentally damaging the timeline will increase. With you, our chances of quick success are greater. But I don't know anything about the law. I'd have no idea what to suggest or what to tell them. I know what to say, and will be there with you. Kaelin leaned back in his chair. He did not appear convinced. Neither did Jonas, though he was obviously relieved that the responsibility of this stage of the mission had fallen on Kaelin and Miranda, and not on him. What do you see Jonas and I doing to help? Sharon asked, hoping to shore up Jonas' faltering confidence in the plan. Kaelin's status will be stronger if he is introduced with a retinue. We will be his escort, those who help and support him. Jonas will be his manservant, and you will be my lady's servant. I'll answer to and assist Kaelin, like a steward. So, I just follow Kaelin around and do what he tells me to do? Jonas asked. In essence, Miranda answered. Jonas crossed his arms, leaning back in his chair as Kaelin had. I can do that. They planned for 3 days, each noon shifting back to the previous morning to avoid the upload of Mrs. Bauer's analysis. While Miranda once visited the time frame, she wasn't an expert on the 13th century. She did her best to inform them of everything she knew and remembered, but admitted that there were gaps in her knowledge. They discussed the culture and history of the time, what society looked like, and what they could expect. They engaged in online research on Sharon's laptop as needed, though it was clear Jonas, Kaelin, and Miranda viewed the veracity of the information on the internet with deep suspicion. Kaelin and Sharon left early one morning to buy the costumes they would need from a store Sharon found. The costumes were going to be expensive, and they would have to drive 25 miles into Los Angeles to get them. Sharon insisted they leave at 6 a.m., saying she would rather sit outside the store waiting for it to open than sit bumper to bumper on the 710 freeway. Kalen was disappointed. He'd never been in bumper-to-bumper traffic in the 21st century and had looked forward to the experience. They returned just before 11 a.m. loaded down with huge bags. Sharon was haggard and Kalen was exhilarated. There was a SIG alert, he explained, resulting in traffic coming to a complete halt for an hour while authorities cleaned up a shipment of tennis balls from a small truck that had overturned. There were no injuries, he assured them. Miranda looked appalled, and Jonas looked delighted. Jonas followed Kalen into the kitchen, asking about the traffic jam, while Miranda helped Sharon with the bags of clothes. Sharon hooked the hangers on the library door frame so Miranda could examine the costumes. There were long brown skirts with off-white long-sleeved shirts and lighter brown tunics for Miranda and Sharon. Each had a wide belt to be worn low on their hips. The men had brown leather leggings and longer tunics in 2 different shades of blue and made of finer material than the women's shirts. There was a dazzling blue brocade over tunic that Sharon had been delighted to find. "Will these do?" Sharon asked. "Definitely. Until we can purchase local clothing, these will do fine. The shoes are especially good." While the stitching of the clothes was obviously made by a machine, the simple leather ankle-high shoes with leather laces looked handmade and of good quality. Sharon and Kalen had also found a leather bag designed to be worn from a belt. "Are we ready then?" Sharon said. "I think so," answered Miranda. "I suggest we plan our shift for tomorrow morning." "Let's confirm where and when we should arrive," Kalen said, coming in from the kitchen, Jonas trailing behind. The king sealed the Magna Carta on June 15, 1215. Miranda pulled out her tablet and moved her fingers across it. "I met Eustace in Canterbury just days before the signing in Runnymede, which is west of London. He and his father, Sir Robert de Whitney, travelled from Herefordshire to London with Lord Fitzherbert in May, and spent time in Canterbury and with Archbishop Langton before travelling to Runnymede. I suggest we make the shift to Canterbury and meet Eustace while he's there." "Where will we stay?" Jonas asked. "I can trade the knife for rooms at an inn, close to the cathedral," Miranda said. "If we need lodgings in London, we may need to break out the frankincense. However, I'm hoping we'll be successful before we reach London." "I don't enjoy leaving so many things undecided," Jonas muttered. "Neither do I," Sharon said. "But I don't see any other way, do you?" Jonas shook his head unhappily. "Okay, we'll plan the shift for tomorrow morning. Meet in the library at 8 a.m., already dressed and ready to go. Mrs. Bauer, will you be ready?" Sharon turned to the hologram. Mrs. Bauer, still standing in the dining room next to the door to the kitchen, was the most confident of the group. "All will be ready." Chapter 8. 8 o'clock the next morning arrived too quickly for Sharon. While Miranda appeared calm and prepared, Jonas looked as nervous as Sharon felt. So did Kalen, though he was the most convincing looking in the blue brocade tunic. When Sharon first met Kalen, he was an inexperienced TPC agent on what was supposed to be a routine assignment that went very wrong. He was not the confident trainer he had become in the time that had passed since their adventure into the past together. Now he was pale and nervous, reminding her of that long-ago rookie Kalen. On impulse, she squeezed his hand. "You'll be great. We'll all be great," she added to everyone. Kalen handed Miranda the director's prerogative program insert, which she placed into a slot in the temporal amplifier control panel and programmed the time and location coordinates. "I have programmed the portable interface unit to bring us back to yesterday morning upon activation only. The system will not return us without our activating the unit." "Will we still be in the loop?" Sharon asked. "Yes," Kalen answered. "When we shift to other time frames, the loop is frozen until we return. It will be in place until we cancel it." Miranda handed the remote control and program insert to Jonas. "As Kalen's manservant, one of your responsibilities is to carry things for him. It makes sense for you to carry these, too," she said with a smile. Jonas did not smile as he tucked them into an inside pocket in his leather leggings. Miranda had explained the pocket was a modern addition for fair-goers. Jonas hoisted over his shoulder the empty leather bag they had purchased. "I think it goes on your hip, not your shoulder," Sharon said, showing him how to secure the bag around his waist. "Thank you," he responded, relaxing a little as she helped him. "If there is nothing else for us to do?" Miranda inquired. When no one objected, she activated the temporal amplifier. There was a flash of dark red as the room rippled and danced before their eyes. Sharon's skin tingled more than she had ever experienced during a shift. The tingle rose to the level of an itch, but she couldn't raise her hand to scratch. Panic rose within her, and then she was gasping for breath under a lone tree on a misty morning, birds chirping as the sun was rising. The shift deposited them on a small hill outside Canterbury, England. From their vantage point, a great Gothic cathedral drew the eyes first, spires reaching to the heavens. The town was encircled by a stone wall, with many buildings densely packed inside, including a large stone castle. Several buildings clustered outside the wall near what Sharon assumed were gates into the town. In the distance were tilled fields, mixed with pockets of forested land. Miranda took a slow turn, satisfied they had arrived where they'd intended. "Halen should take the lead and I'll walk with him. You two follow close behind us," she said to Sharon and Jonas. As they walked down the hill, Miranda shared a few more words of advice with Halen. "Remember, you are a minor nobleman, and you carry yourself with confidence. We're your servants, treat us as such." Jonas looked at Sharon and rolled his eyes. She coughed to hide her laugh. Halen was to introduce himself as Halen de Winters, a pilgrim to the shrine of St. Thomas Becket, and son of Thomas de Winters, a small landholder in Winterburn in the Yorkshire Dales. If someone asks you a question you can't answer, ask them a question in response, and turn them from their focus on you. Miranda kept up her quiet reminders. Sharon recognized it as one of the few signs of nervousness Miranda ever displayed. "I know what to do," Halen said stiffly. The open fields disappeared as they neared the city. Buildings now crowded on either side of the road, as close to the wall as they could possibly be built. A line of people waited at a closed gate. Sharon heard a bell in the cathedral tower chiming the time, and before the last reverberations faded away, the gate swung wide, pushed open by men dressed like soldiers. Sharon worried they would have to answer questions or declare what they were carrying, like going through an airport in the 21st century. But once they unbarred the gate, the guards didn't seem to care who was coming and going, retreating to a small tower built above the gate tunnel. Halen threw back his shoulders. "Let us proceed," he said to his retinue. "Yes, my lord," Miranda murmured. A few paces behind their confident young lord, they entered Canterbury. Once through the gate, they saw that the road traveled roughly in a straight line through the town, but they could not see far beyond the leaning buildings. It was still early morning, and though the sun was already warming the roofs and upper stories, it was cold and damp in the shade. There was a rank smell of unwashed bodies, decaying food, and sewage, which Sharon knew would become overpowering as the air warmed up. Nudged by Miranda, Halen continued forward. After they crossed a river, the store, Miranda called it, they angled left onto a side street. The street ended at a large gate opening to the grounds surrounding the cathedral. This close, its tall towers dominated the sky. Miranda stopped outside a two-story building on the left side of the street. There was a sign hanging above the door. It had no words, just a carved image which looked to Sharon like a man with a copious belly under a bushy beard, dancing with a flute. "This is the inn I spoke of, my lord," she said to Halen. "Very good," he answered as they followed her inside. The odor of cooked meats and roasted fats greeted them. Down a short hall from the front door, a woman was sweeping the stone floor of a large room with long tables and benches. She set her broom down, wiping her hands on a yellowed apron as she greeted them. "Welcome to the Bearded Piper," she said as she made a small curtsy to Halen. "I am Mistress Bannon. My man is in the courtyard preparing guests' horses. How may I help you today?" Speaking for Lord de Winters, Miranda lavishly sang the praises of the inn they had heard of even in far Winterburn. Mistress Bannon accepted the flattery graciously, but Miranda's blandishments did nothing to soften her stance on how much it would cost them to stay at the inn. Mistress Bannon was a tough negotiator, verbally sparring with Miranda like fencers, but Sharon could see the glee in her eyes when Miranda offered the knife in payment for 2 nights in 2 adjoining rooms, away from the street, and to include meals. After that, they swiftly made an agreement. Mistress Bannon showed them to rooms on the 2nd floor, offering Kaelin and Jonas the first room. "This room is the finest in the house, my lord," and putting Sharon and Miranda in the second, and much smaller room. There was a large bed set against a whitewashed wall next to a small wooden table with fresh flowers in a fired clay vase. Hooks were mounted on the wall for their clothes. A single window let in light. Sharon opened the window and found that it overlooked an interior courtyard. A not unpleasant smell of horse manure wafted into the room. "I will send up fresh bread and butter to break your fast. Luncheon is at noon, and supper is at 6 o'clock in the common room," Mistress Bannon said before returning to her sweeping downstairs. Miranda and Sharon joined Jonas and Kaelin in the first room. It also had a single bed, which Jonas was eyeing with distaste. This room, too, had one window, though it was set back, creating a nook which housed a small table and 2 chairs. "What do we do now?" Jonas asked, but Miranda shushed him as there was a knock on the door. "Come," said Kaelin. Mistress Bannon opened the door, followed by a girl carrying a tray. "The bread is fresh this morning, and here is the last of the honey left from autumn past," she said as the girl set the tray down on the table by the window. The bread was on a wooden platter with a small knife next to a clay pot with butter and a matching pot with honey. There were no plates, but there was a pitcher and 4 cups. "Thank you, Mistress Bannon," Miranda said as their hostess and the girl backed out of the room. Even though they had eaten before they left 2023, Jonas moved toward the food, cutting a slice of bread and adding butter and honey before sitting in a chair with a sigh. "Is this the longest shift you've made?" Miranda asked him as she sliced bread for the others. He nodded. "I've only ever shifted to the 20th century, he said around a mouthful. "This shift was different, harder than I expected." Miranda handed a slice of bread to Sharon. It had a wonderful aroma, though it was darker, denser, and grittier than she was used to. The butter and honey helped soften it. Kaelin handed her a cup. "Beer?" she asked as she sniffed the contents. Kaelin grinned at her as he leaned against the wall next to the window, looking like a prince from a fairy tale. "Ale," he said and then dropped a white tablet into it. "Those are the pills that stop us from getting drunk, right?" Sharon peered into her cup to watch the tablet dissolve in the liquid. "They also protect us from contaminants, as it's unlikely anyone is sterilizing anything in this century," Jonas added. "Well then. When in Rome," Sharon said as she took a sip. "If everyone's ready, we can talk about our next steps," Miranda said, walking over to the door and opening then closing it to ensure they were not overheard. "Our next step will be to contact Eustace," she continued. "I picked this date because today was the day we met." "Doesn't that mean that another you is here too?" Kaelin asked. "Yes," Miranda nodded. "I'll have to meet with myself this morning so I can be the one who meets Eustace today instead of my previous self." "How can you do that, have 2 of yourself in the same place?" Sharon asked. "Won't the universe implode or something?" Miranda cocked her head. "Why would the universe implode?" "That's what all the stories say. You can't meet yourself as a time traveler because bad things will happen." "The temporal amplifier protects against paradox," Kaelin reminded her. Sharon sighed. "Okay. But what stops someone from traveling in time and meeting multiples of themselves?" "Why would someone do that?" Jonas asked. "I dunno, for fun or something," she trailed off as they stared at her. She looked down at the table and took another bite of her bread. "Right," said Miranda, getting things back on track. "Eustace and his father will arrive at this inn this afternoon. Last time, I stopped a pickpocket from stealing from Eustace, and that's how we became friends." "Where are you now, the other you?" Kaelin asked. When I arrived last time, I joined a group of pilgrims to visit the tomb of Thomas Becket. That's where we can find me this morning." "Two Mirandas," Jonas muttered with a smile. "Jurga Zintel would never stand a chance." They finished the loaf of bread and all the butter and honey before they left the inn. "My compliments to you, Mistress Bannon," Halen said as they returned to the kitchen common area. Mistress Bannon beamed at him until Master Bannon, a burly man, with a beard to rival that on the inn signage, came into the kitchen from the courtyard. "It's a pleasure to meet the lord of the house, good Master Bannon," Halen said. "We look forward to enjoying more of your gracious accommodations when we return later today after our pilgrimage to the cathedral." Master Bannon dipped his head several times as Halen spoke, making the sign of the cross when Halen mentioned going to the cathedral. "Thank you kindly, my lord," he said as they left through the front entrance, Mistress Bannon whispering rapidly to Master Bannon. Probably talking about the lord's finely made tunic and the payment with a pretty knife, Sharon thought as the door closed. The street outside the inn was more active than it had been in the early morning. Jonas took a hasty step back as two men on horseback trotted close by. Most of the traffic was headed toward the cathedral, and it was easy to join the flow. In a few minutes, they reached the grounds. The entrance to the cathedral was on the southwest side of the building, a massive porch that towered above their heads with gravity-defying architecture and intricate detailing that took Sharon's breath away. She was not the only one. Around them were pilgrims on a solemn journey to pray at the tomb of St. Thomas Becket and, from their expressions, they too were awed by the grandeur of the great cathedral. But the entrance was nothing compared to what greeted them as they entered the nave. Sharon had never seen anything like it. The columns seemed to reach up forever, the ceiling so high over their heads it might not have been there at all. On every side were windows soaring up and letting in so much light that she gasped out loud. Sharon always imagined the Middle Ages as grim, dark, and dirty. She had not realized there was also such light and beauty. Miranda guided them to one side of the nave, out of the way of the steady stream of pilgrims. "The tomb is at the far end of the cathedral," she murmured, motioning with her head toward the line of pilgrims down the length of the nave. Pilgrims also visit the site in the northwest transept where Thomas Becket was murdered, which is up the first set of stairs and to the left. "Where will you be? I mean, where will you find yourself?" Jonas asked. "I first visited the tomb and then went to the site of the murder," Miranda said. "Most pilgrims visit only the tomb, so I'll wait for myself at the site of the murder because there will be fewer people. I suggest you join the line of pilgrims and then wait here for my return. I shouldn't be long." "I don't think you should go alone," Halen whispered. "It will be easier that way," Miranda answered. Halen stood taller and looked down his nose at Miranda. "No, I want you to take Sharon with you," Halen said peremptorily. Miranda stared at him. Her eyes were a dark brown-black. Sharon wondered if Miranda had turned off her lenses. "As you wish, my lord," Miranda said, and Sharon thought she could see the hint of a smile. "Would you please accompany me, Sharon?" Miranda said, heading up the nave toward the stairs. This time Sharon was sure she saw a smile. The sounds of shuffling feet and murmured prayers echoed in the vastness as Sharon followed Miranda to the northwest transept. Up 2 short flights of steps, left, up once more, and they were in the small space where the terrible murder had taken place. Sharon previously had only a vague recollection of the significance of Thomas Becket. She was glad when Miranda told them the story while they were making their plans in the dining room of her home in 2023. Thomas Becket was the Archbishop of Canterbury in the mid-1100s. He was a strong and opinionated man who frequently butted heads with King Henry II, including over whether the king or the church had jurisdiction over clergy in English courts. At one point the king said something which was interpreted by some of his knights that he wanted the archbishop killed. They brutally murdered him. Soon after, Pope Alexander III canonized him as a saint. The king was forced to do public penance for the crime at Becket's tomb in Canterbury, which became a pilgrimage site. In Sharon's dining room, it had been a story from history, one of many she'd learned about. Here where it happened, Sharon's blood ran cold thinking of the violence and death this place remembered. On their left was a door beyond which Sharon could make out the graceful arches and open green space of the cathedral's cloisters. At the site of the murder, vases of flowers had been placed on the floor and there were tiers of candles everywhere. Several people were kneeling on the stone, praying, and 2 men lay flat on the floor in prostration. Miranda nudged them toward the wall, and they stood in a shadow with their heads down as if they too were praying. The perfume of flowers and melting wax mixed with the smell of incense and body odor, but it was not as harsh and unpleasant as Sharon would have assumed. After several minutes Sharon got restless, though. Her thin leather shoes were not made for comfort or standing on hard stone, and she swayed slightly, lifting one foot, then another, to ease the ache. Miranda leaned close. "I am here," she whispered. Sharon looked up and saw the other Miranda enter next to them and head toward the candles. The 2 Mirandas were identical, except for their clothes. The other Miranda's tunic was less well-made, and was dark red instead of light brown. That Miranda lit a candle with a taper and bowed her head as if in prayer before the shrine. She finished quickly and turned to leave the way she came. Sharon stepped in front of the other Miranda as she neared the door, and she stopped in surprise. Sharon tilted her head toward her Miranda, still standing in the shadows. The other Miranda's eyes widened slightly. Her Miranda then walked out the door. Sharon and the other Miranda followed a few paces behind her through the nave until her Miranda stopped behind a column not far from the entrance. "Keep watch," her Miranda whispered to Sharon. Sharon turned her back to the column and scanned the area in what she hoped was a reverent way. Behind her, she could hear the 2 Mirandas whispering to each other. The whispering stopped and the other Miranda came around the column. "Thank you," she murmured to Sharon and then walked out of the cathedral. A few seconds later, her Miranda came around the column and stood next to Sharon, gazing up the nave looking for Jonas and Kaelin's return. "All is well," Miranda whispered. After another 10 minutes, Jonas and Kaelin joined them, and together they left the cathedral. Chapter 9. Kaelin and Jonas were reserved as they left the cathedral. Miranda radiated energy, as if she were analyzing their next steps, which she probably was, while Sharon pondered the strange miracle of seeing 2 Mirandas at once. Neither Master nor Mistress Bannon were present when they returned to the inn. The young maid was stirring something in a pot hanging in the huge fireplace. She offered them refreshment, but they declined, eager to plan their next steps in private. Once in Kaelin and Jonas' room, Miranda confirmed the meeting with her other self had been a success. "I explained everything. She planned to get a room at this inn today. Now she will find a pilgrim group and head back to London as soon as she can. She will wait in London until the Magna Carta sealing ceremony in Runnymede." "What do we do now?" Jonas asked in a subdued voice. Sharon wondered what was on his mind. Walking back to the inn, Sharon had asked him what the tomb was like, and all he said was, "It was quiet," refusing to elaborate further. "Now we join the other guests of the inn for supper in the common room this evening," Miranda answered. "After the meal, we'll sit and enjoy ale and songs, and a pickpocket will try to relieve Eustace de Whitney of his purse. I'll stop him as I did before, and he'll invite me to share an ale with him. That's when I'll introduce my liege lord, Kaelin de Winters." "And when do I offer Lord Fitzherbert and Archbishop Langton advice on the terms of the Magna Carta?" Kaelin asked. "After Eustace and Robert de Whitney make their pilgrimage to the shrine tomorrow, they will head back to London the following day along with Lord Fitzherbert. The journey should take 2 or 3 days. There will be plenty of time for discussions." 2 or 3 days. Jonas exclaimed in dismay. Sharon shared his alarm. Her feet were going to be very sore before this shift was over. "That's how long it will take to walk. We're lucky the days are long this time of year. We should make good time," she said, ignoring or not seeing the look of horror on Jonas' face. "What about Archbishop Langton? Don't I need to talk with him too?" Kaelin asked. "I don't know if you will get a chance to talk with him or not," Miranda said. "Wait a minute," Jonas interrupted, his face reddening. I thought you said the Archbishop would be here, that he was friends with Lord Fitzwhatever, and that Kaelin would get to talk with him. I said that we might get an audience with the Archbishop or get Lord Fitzherbert to share our idea with the Archbishop, Miranda said. That's what we'll try to achieve on the road to London. Sharon's heart sank, realizing how slim the chances were that they would convince Lord Fitzherbert to recommend the changes they needed. The stress of the last several days caught up with her, and suddenly she was exhausted. A short while later, Miranda and Jonas left the inn to purchase clothes and other items they needed for the rest of their stay in 1215. Sharon returned to the smaller room she shared with Miranda and sat on the bed. She lay on one side to test its comfort and discovered it was surprisingly soft. Within moments, she was asleep. There was a gentle knock on the door, followed by the sound of the latch being opened. "Sharon?" It was Miranda. As Sharon sat up, Miranda set a small cloth parcel on the bed in the late afternoon light. "I thought you'd like to see the things we bought," she said, unwrapping the cloth to reveal several items. Miranda explained that she and Jonas had traded the skeins of wool for cloaks and new tunics. Along with a dark red tunic for Sharon, very similar to the one the other Miranda had worn, there was a small knife and wooden cup, and a bag to attach to her belt to hold them. There were also shoes, ankle boots padded with wool. "They are beautiful," Sharon murmured as she tried on the new boots. "They should be more comfortable on the walk to London than the ones you have," Miranda said. "Thank you. That was thoughtful." "It was Kaelin's idea," Miranda said, hanging her new tunic and both cloaks on the hooks on the wall. Sharon tried on her new red tunic. The fabric was rough, though it fit well, considering it was a very loose garment. With the belt and new shoes, she felt almost as if she belonged in 1215. Kaelin and Jonas were waiting for them, ready for supper in the common room. They were all sporting new boots and the small hip pouches. The knives, Miranda explained, served as both tools and eating utensils. "Cut your food and then, if no fork is available, eat from the knife. We'll keep them with us for every meal." "How do we clean them?" Jonas asked. "Soap and water, of course," Miranda answered. "But if we don't have access to water, we may need to make do with wiping them clean on the inside of our clothes." "That's not very sanitary," Jonas muttered. "Come on," Kaelin said, halting the discussion. As they followed Kaelin down the stairs, the scent of roasting meat was strong, along with the smell of fresh bread and cooked vegetables. People were already seated at a large trestle table that had been pulled away from a wall into the center of the room. The men had just arrived, and their cloaks hanging on hooks near the fire were stained with perspiration and dirt. They stood as Kaelin and his retinue arrived, clasping Kaelin by the arm as they introduced themselves, and ignoring Jonas, Miranda, and Sharon after greeting them with polite nods. Kaelin sat in the center of the long bench, closest to the newcomers, while Jonas, Sharon, and Miranda sat at the far end of the table. Mistress Bannon and the young maid set wooden trenchers in front of each of them, followed by a huge platter of meat in the middle of the table next to a bowl of boiled vegetables. Then came a block of cheese, a large loaf of bread with butter, and a huge pitcher of what Sharon assumed was more ale. Master Bannon served generous portions of meat from the platter. Mistress Bannon set a smaller block of cheese in front of them. Following Miranda's lead, their trenchers were soon full of helpings of meat, mutton, Miranda said, a chunk of cheese, a thick slice of bread, several vegetables, and a glob of butter. "Save the bread to soak up the juices," Miranda instructed under her breath. There were 5 men sitting at the table, not counting Kaelin and Jonas. 2 were Eustace and his father Sir Robert, along with Lord Fitzherbert. The other 2 were traveling companions the De Whitneys had met on the way to Canterbury. Neither looked untrustworthy nor shifty, thought Sharon as she tried to identify which one was the pickpocket. Mistress Bannon set down another pitcher of ale, and the volume of conversation increased. The group that had just arrived talked much about the road they had taken from London, asking Kaelin about his pilgrimage earlier that day, and alluding to the events leading to the signing of the Magna Carta in a few days. "We'd hoped to stay in Canterbury longer, But events require my father's attendance in London as soon as possible, Eustace de Whitney was saying to Kaelin. We'll be leaving for London the day after tomorrow. We, too, are bound for London, Kaelin said. Perhaps we can travel together. An excellent suggestion. Eustace boomed, slapping Kaelin on the arm. Then it will be a good journey indeed. Well met. Kaelin smiled at the others as Eustace turned to explain to his father that Lord de Winters and his retinue would join them on the return journey to London. Almost all the food was eaten by the time the men were ready to leave the table. Mistress Bannon set chairs around the fire after quickly clearing away the remains of the meal. Master Bannon pushed the trestle table back against the wall and set the bench across from the fireplace. Sharon, Jonas, and Miranda sat on the bench, listening to the conversation. Miranda leaned toward Jonas and Sharon. Last time I sat here hoping to hear more about things. That's when I saw him. Miranda nodded to a man who had pulled his chair close to Eustace, leaning toward him as if he were drunk. He was not the one Sharon had guessed was the thief. As Sharon watched, his arm slipped towards the purse hanging from Eustace's belt. Then it continued, stretching further as the man leaned back, laughing at a joke. He had a small knife in his hand, with which he neatly sliced the leather straps holding the purse on Kaelin's belt. My lord! Miranda shouted as she stood up. In 2 steps she was across the room, grabbing the thief's wrist and pinching tendons and nerves so that he dropped to his knees, still holding the knife. Kaelin and the other men leapt up in surprise, knocking over a chair. The thief pulled out of Miranda's grip and lurched toward the door. Sharon grabbed at him, hanging on to Kaelin's purse, but losing hold of the thief as he pulled away. With a cry, Jonas flung himself on the thief's legs, dragging him to the ground at the threshold of the door. In a moment, the other men tackled the thief, holding him down until he stopped fighting. Sharon staggered back, holding the purse close to her chest, panting. Jonas got himself up, rubbing his elbow while the other men slapped him on the back for his heroic tackle. Miranda guided Sharon to the bench. Are you all right? Miranda asked her. Yes, just a little bruised, I think. Miranda opened her mouth to speak again but stopped, frowning. You're bleeding. A thin trail of blood was running down her arm from a puncture in her palm. Oh, I didn't even feel it, she said as Miranda tore cloth from inside her skirt to wrap Sharon's hand. The bleeding was slowing and with some pressure would soon stop. What about the pickpocket? Sharon asked in a shaky voice. They had stopped the theft, but for the wrong victim. How was this going to change things? As it turned out, Miranda and Jonas' actions to stop the pickpocket made Kaelin a celebrity with the guests at the inn. Lord Fitzherbert and the de Whitneys were now more enthusiastic about including them on the journey to London. Master Bannon and some of his neighbors restrained the pickpocket, a man who called himself John Brighton, removing him to a locked shed at a neighboring inn. He would remain there until he endured trial by ordeal, they assured the travelers. As there were many available witnesses to the crime, there was no need for Kaelin or the rest of the group to remain for the trial. Aren't there any police? Sharon whispered to Miranda as Mistress Bannon shrieked at the would-be thief that she and her husband ran an honest establishment and he brought evil into their house. No, the community handles crime. I suspect they will bring in a priest to guide the ordeal, but that's as much oversight as the matter will receive. What about a trial with a jury and all that? Miranda shook her head at the question, but she was smiling at Sharon. What? Sharon asked, not knowing what pleased her companion. In a few short weeks, trial by jury will replace trial by ordeal as the rule of law, Miranda answered. Because of the Magna Carta, Sharon said in dawning understanding. 36 hours later, in the early morning, Sharon, Miranda, Jonas, and Kaelin stood outside the inn waiting to leave. The bed had not been full of fleas and lice as Jonas suspected, and much to his relief. They wrapped themselves in their cloaks. Sharon wore both pairs of shoes for added padding. The injury on her palm had scabbed over. It was sore, but not bothersome. A rooster crowed in the courtyard as they said their goodbyes to Master and Mistress Bannon, who gave them each a fresh loaf of bread and a chunk of cheese. They clasped everyone's hands, grateful that the group had not held them responsible for the crime that almost happened in their inn. Jonas carried the 4 loaves and cheese in the now bulging bag he opted to hang over his shoulder rather than from his belt. He walked behind Caelan, who was next to Eustace. Eustace's father Sir Robert and Lord Fitzherbert led the way. Miranda and Sharon followed. They retraced their steps from 2 days earlier, coming soon to the towered gate through the wall. The gate was already open, and the guards halted the flow of pilgrims to allow their noble party to depart first. As they passed through the gate to the open lands beyond, Sharon was surprised at how good the air smelled. She had grown used to the fetid smells of medieval Canterbury, and the clean air was like waking up. Once outside the city, they were on the main thoroughfare between London and Canterbury. The road was busier than when they shifted in a few days before. Now there were pilgrims, farmers hauling foodstuffs, and men on horseback who were likely messengers, Miranda explained. Sharon learned from Miranda that the road they were on was called Watling Street, and that it had been used since before the Romans came to Britain. "It's still used even in my century," Miranda said. "Of course it's changed in how it looks and forms of transportation, but not where it goes." They walked steadily, stopping only once at a stream that crossed the road. They nibbled on Mistress Bannon's bread while soaking their feet and drinking from a pump set up for travelers, after adding their decontamination tablets to their cups. They traveled over 20 miles before the sun started setting ahead of them. With night coming on, Sir Robert and Lord Fitzherbert looked for a place to camp. When Jonas realized they would not be staying in another inn, he looked back at Miranda in panic. "You'll sleep in your cloak," Miranda mouthed to him, wrapping the cloak around her as she walked so he could see what she meant. He did not look happy. During the day, they passed a few small villages clustered along the road, and Sharon assumed they would stop for the night at a similar location. Like Jonas, she had not expected to sleep on the ground outside. Miranda, on the other hand, didn't seem surprised at all. What Caelan thought, Sharon didn't know. Eustace had not left his side since the journey began, and there had been no opportunity for the 4 to come together for conversation. They veered right off the main road to a clearing that showed signs of previous use by travelers. There was a level space under a small stand of trees, cleared of rocks and growth, and in the center was a fire pit circled by stones. Someone had left wood in a stack to one side of the cleared area, and they could hear the gurgle of flowing water a few yards away under the trees. "We will gather more wood while there is still light," Sir Robert said. "There's already wood here. Why do we need to find more?" Jonas grumbled to Miranda and Sharon as they combed the ground under the trees. "Because it's the polite thing to do as travelers," Miranda answered. Lord Fitzherbert and Sir Robert were deeply pious, viewing everything they did through the lens of Christian teachings, humility and faith. Sharon knew that they would use as little wood as possible, leaving a larger stack behind than they'd found, because the men would deem it the Christian thing to do. After they amassed a large pile of new wood, Eustace started a fire while the others washed in the cold stream. There was a comforting blaze going when they returned. Miranda found 4 strong sticks and whittled them to a point with her knife. After Lord Fitzherbert led them in prayer, Miranda gave Caelan, Jonas, and Sharon each a sharpened stick, and then skewered a slice of bread with a chunk of cheese on her own and held it over the fire. The others followed suit, enjoying the toasted bread and melted cheese as the night grew dark. "Tonight we bed on hard ground, but tomorrow we will rest in a goodly home," Sir Robert said to the group. "Where do you expect we will stop, my lord?" Caelan asked. "We will rest at Rochester Castle on the Medway," Lord Fitzherbert answered. "It is kept by Archbishop Langton on behalf of the Crown, and he has said we will be welcome there on our return journey." "Will the Archbishop be there as well?" Caelan asked. "I think yes," Lord Fitzherbert replied. "If so, it will be my pleasure to introduce you." Sharon saw Miranda sigh with relief. This news would make things a lot easier. Jonas looked more relaxed at the news they would sleep under a roof the next day. After they finished eating, Eustace entertained them by singing songs of errantry and telling stories of tournaments in Picardy and France. As the evening grew quiet, Lord Fitzherbert laid himself down next to the fire, using his fine leather bag as a pillow, and composed himself for prayer before sleep. Sir Robert did the same. "My lord," Miranda said to Caelan, "I should like to wash in the stream before I retire." "Yes," Caelan said, cottoning on. "Perhaps we could all do with a wash before rest." He stood, and Jonas, Sharon, and Miranda followed him to the stream edge. They could still see the fire of their camp, but they were far enough away to talk without being overheard. "How are you doing?" Miranda asked Caelan. "Fine so far," he answered. "Eustace does all the talking, and there has been little opportunity for me to say anything about myself." "This stop at Rochester Castle is opportune," Miranda said. "I didn't choose to stay there the last time I was here. If Archbishop Langton is there, you can make your argument for the change in the Magna Carta to him and to Lord Fitzherbert at the same time." "I still need to know what to say," Caelan said. "The original terms protected a debtor's land and rent from seizure. You need to advocate for an additional term that the holder of the debt cannot take life, liberty, or property of the debtor." "Sounds simple enough," Sharon said. She stooped and put her hands in the stream. Her palm had been throbbing since the afternoon, and the cold water felt good. "Easy for you to say, you're not the one who has to convince them," Caelan said. "Remember, the terms of the Magna Carta were based on complaints and concerns by the nobility and free men," Miranda offered. "I think it would be best for you to create a hypothetical story to make your case." "How do I get them to talk about it?" Miranda crossed her arms and paced along the stream bank, going over the details of her previous visit. Both Lord Fitzherbert and Sir Robert were in Canterbury on pilgrimage. They had to cut their time short to return to London for the finalization and signing of the document. "I suspect that if you ask about their pilgrimages, they may confide in you their reasons for returning so soon. That may give you a natural opening." Caelan nodded and looked back toward the fire. "We should return," he said. Sharon walked next to Jonas. He'd said little all day and seemed glum. "It's going to be fine," she said. "It's going to be cold," he answered. Chapter 10. Jonas' prediction was right, it was cold. When they returned from washing at the stream, they wrapped themselves in their traveling cloaks, lying close to the fire to absorb the last of the warmth. Jonas used the bag he was carrying as a pillow, but Miranda, Caelan, and Sharon only had their arms to cushion their heads. The ground was hard, and as the night wore on and the fire died, Sharon shivered in the chill. On the other side of the fire ring, Eustace, Sir Robert, and Lord Fitzherbert whiffed and snored. She envied them. When she finally slept, her dreams were filled with images of clashing knights on horses bleeding in the mud. The birds announced the coming of the dawn when the sky was barely growing light. A layer of dew had collected overnight, and Sharon's cloak was damp with it. Miranda stoked the fire, adding tinder to the cool coals until flames licked upward again. Sharon crept close, warming her hands and drying her cloak until she stopped shivering. "Here, it will help warm you," Caelan said, as he handed her his wooden cup. It was hot water. She suppressed a gasp as she took it in her wounded hand without thinking. Her palm was more painful today, and her body was sore from sleeping on the ground. She gulped the water down, feeling the warmth spreading through her, easing the stiffness. "Thank you, my lord," she said. He winked as he offered hot water to Miranda and Jonas. After another meal of bread and cheese, they got back on the road. Sir Robert said that if they kept a good pace, they would arrive at Rochester Castle by supper time. The closer they got to London, the more traffic they saw on the road. Some were riders on horseback who wore fine clothes. When these riders passed, Lord Fitzherbert and Sir Robert would bring their right arms across their chests, while nodding their heads in respect. The riders would do the same for them. A little past midday, a rider came up behind them and recognized Sir Robert and Lord Fitzherbert. He brought his horse to a stop and dismounted, taking their hands in his, obviously pleased to see them. Sharon overheard Eustace explaining the conversation to Kaelin. "He's a knight from Northumberland," Eustace was saying. "He's talking about the great convening of barons and noblemen that is to take place 2 days hence." "I've heard something of it," Kaelin said diplomatically. "My father is a pious and well-respected man, as is Lord Fitzherbert and many of the others." "The king must agree," Eustace said passionately, though not loud enough to be heard by his father. The rider finished talking. He clasped arms with Sir Robert and Lord Fitzherbert, and mounted his horse. Within moments he was gone, riding ahead of them in a swift trot. "Word of our arrival at Rochester Castle has gone ahead," Sir Robert said to the group. Nothing else was said of the knight from Northumberland. There was little conversation for the rest of the afternoon. Even Eustace was no longer chatting with Kaelin. The visit from the nameless knight from Northumberland had put Eustace in a thoughtful mood. Sir Robert and Lord Fitzherbert both now turned their heads to look behind them when they heard hoofbeats. They closely scanned the passers-by going in both directions, and once or twice put their heads together to comment privately to each other. They shared nothing else with their fellow travelers, though. Sharon was too tired to listen anyway. Her palm was throbbing again, and she felt dizzy. She trudged on, looking forward to a good meal and sleeping in a bed. It wasn't until they reached Rochester Castle, grey stones tinted gold by the setting sun, that Sharon realized Jonas hadn't spoken all day either. The first thing Sharon noticed as they entered the castle was the strong smell of wood smoke. For an instant she flashed back to a memory of her home in ashes in another timeline. She shook her head, blinking away the recollection. Sir Robert had been correct that word of their approach had arrived ahead of them. There were several servants waiting to welcome them with bowls of water and linen towels to wash off the dust of the road. Then they were shown to their rooms. Sharon and Miranda were to share a cozy room with no window. Jonas had his own small room which also did not have a window, but which had a fireplace. Sharon and Miranda had just taken off their cloaks when there was a knock on the door. "Lord de Winters requests your presence in his lodgings," a woman's voice said. Jonas was standing next to the woman when Sharon opened the door. "I am Gillian." "I will guide you," the woman said. She turned away without giving them a chance to respond. Jonas rolled his eyes. Kaelin's room was in a different part of the castle. It was spacious with a roaring fire and a large window offering a beautiful view of the Medway River. As soon as Gillian closed the door leaving them alone, Jonas dropped onto the bed. "I'm exhausted," he breathed. Sharon sat down on the hearth and leaned against the stone. She expected to be more excited about spending the night in a genuine castle, but she was too tired. Miranda joined her in front of the fire, though she sat in one of the 2 ornate chairs that flanked the hearth. "I thought you guys might enjoy relaxing here for a while," Kaelin said, grinning as he lounged in the other chair looking all the world like the lord he was supposed to be. No one answered his lordship. Sharon wondered if the others had fallen asleep. She was on the edge of dozing off herself. "We should talk about this evening," Miranda said, rousing herself. "I think I know what to do," Kaelin said. "I came up with a plausible hypothetical example to explain why adding the terms about debtors is important." He recited his proposed story to Miranda. She was impressed. "I feel better about this now," he added. "The hypothetical story should make the point. But if I get stuck, you'll be there to help me out." "No, I don't think I will," Miranda said. "What do you mean?" Kaelin asked, sitting up. "I believe they will expect your retinue to eat in the kitchen with the other servants," she said. "I'm afraid you'll be on your own at dinner." Kaelin stared at her aghast. "I can't see any way around it," she shrugged, and Sharon could see exhaustion in the lines around her eyes. Kaelin straightened his tunic. "Okay then," he said. "I guess it's up to me." He stared into the fire. In the silence, Sharon thought she could hear Jonas snoring on the bed. "How long before supper?" she asked Miranda. Miranda glanced at the fading light out the window. "About 30 minutes, she answered. Sharon went to the window. The view was breathtaking. The sky glowed with colors that reflected on the river against the lush green countryside. "It's beautiful," a voice said next to her. Halen had followed her to the window. He handed her a small goblet of wine from a nearby table. She took it with her injured hand and dropped it. It clattered to the stone floor, spilling the wine. "Oh!" Sharon exclaimed as she stooped down to clean up the mess, but Halen gently pulled her up by the arm. "Let me see your hand," he said, guiding her back to the fireplace where there was better light. As Miranda cleaned up the spilled wine, Halen examined her palm. The skin around the injury was red and swollen. It was tender too, and she pulled away when Halen touched the area. "It looks like it's getting infected," he said. "We didn't bring a first aid kit, did we?" He looked at Miranda, who shook her head, chagrined. "Then we need to get one," Jonas said, sliding off the bed. "What?" Sharon was sure she'd misunderstood. Jonas pulled the remote control out of his pocket. "I'll shift back, get some antibiotics, bandages, you know, and then return to right now," he said. "You'll need to use the director's prerogative device," Miranda said. "Wait, no. You can't be serious," Sharon protested. "If he does this, we will have used up 3 shifts on the device, leaving only 2 left," Halen pointed out. "If we are successful here, we won't need the other 2, right?" Jonas asked Miranda. "Really, I'll be fine," Sharon argued. "We should save the shifts in case we need them. The mission is too important." "That infection could easily lead to blood poisoning," Jonas said sternly. "The mission will be at risk if you become dangerously sick." Halen and Miranda were nodding with Jonas. Sharon was outvoted. "Okay," Sharon said. "What do we do?" "You need antibiotics," Jonas said. "Where are you going to get them?" Sharon asked. "I can get everything we need at your house in 2023, can't I?" "I don't have antibiotics." "Why not? Don't you keep some on hand?" "No, of course not." "Do you have antibiotics in your home?" "Yes, of course I do. I have access to a standard range of antibiotics. Everyone does." "Well, I don't," Sharon said. Jonas exhaled. "I forgot how Byzantine healthcare was, in your time." "How do you get them?" Miranda asked Sharon. "We go to the doctor who makes out a prescription, and we pick up the medicine from a pharmacy." "How long does that take?" Halen asked. "It can take a few hours to a day or so," Sharon began. "That would work," Jonas said. "A few hours wouldn't break the loop we programmed. But if it's as bad as you think, a doctor could order me to be hospitalized." "I could be there for days," Sharon said, finally admitting to herself an infection could be serious. "We can't go back to the 23rd century to get antibiotics either," Halen said. "We'd risk being caught. Look, there is a first aid kit in my house. We can get that. It should help control the infection until there's time to get antibiotics," Sharon offered. "Where do I find it?" Jonas asked. "I can show you," Sharon said. Jonas put up his hand. "No. It will be faster if just one of us goes and I'm the logical choice. Halen needs to be available to go to dinner with the Archbishop, and Miranda should be here if Halen needs any additional preparation. You need to rest, not do more 800-year shifts." Jonas took out the director's prerogative device from his pocket and held up the remote control. "Where do I find the first aid kit?" Sharon told him where to look in her bathroom, and moments later, he rippled away. Sharon had time to return to the chair in front of the fire before Jonas rippled back with the white plastic kit in hand. Miranda tended Sharon's wound as Jonas tucked the devices back into his pocket. "Everything go okay?" Halen asked. "Of course," Jonas said with a slight roll of his eyes. "It's a good thing Sharon programmed Mrs. Bauer to accept my arrival. Things could have gotten sticky if she'd gone into security mode." Sharon eyed Jonas. He looked suspiciously like he'd taken the time to clean up while he was in the 21st century. His hair seemed shinier and slightly damp. "There. That should take care of things for now. Keep it covered, Miranda said as she finished. Sharon tore more material from her undertunic and wrapped it around her hand to hide the 21st century bandaging. She downed some painkillers with a swallow of wine. Are you feeling better? Halen asked, moving to Sharon's side as Miranda handed the first aid kit back to Jonas. Yes, I'm fine, she answered with a smile, though it was not the truth. She felt very weak. This was the longest shift she had experienced, longer even than the 2 days she'd spent in London in 1940, another timeline, another world. She would be glad when this mission to 1215 was over. There was a knock. Halen strode across the room and opened the door. Lord de Winters, Archbishop Langton invites you to join him at table, a young man said. And my retinue? Where shall they dine? There are places set for them in the kitchens, my lord. I'll be happy to show them the way after I escort you to the hall. Thank you, Halen said as the young man led the way with Jonas, Sharon and Miranda following behind. The young man guided them down 2 flights of stairs until they reached the entrance to a large hall. Sharon got a glimpse of iron chandeliers, brightly colored heraldry on the walls, and a long wooden table set next to a fireplace that was as big as her bed. The young man escorted Halen into the hall after instructing Jonas, Sharon and Miranda to stay out of sight. My Lord Archbishop, may I present Halen de Winters of Winterbourne? A moment later, the young man returned and wordlessly led them to supper with the servants. The kitchen was brightly lit by candles and a huge fire in another enormous fireplace. There was a large rough table running down the center of the room. Most of the servants were already seated, and they greeted the newcomers, making room and offering wooden trenchers. The young man who guided them joined friends at the other end from where Miranda, Jonas, and Sharon were seated. Someone poured them ale, but Miranda shook her head. They drank water instead, fresh from the Medway, someone told them. Sharon found it difficult to eat. The success or failure of the mission came down to this evening. If Halen failed, would they have to do this shift again? Sharon was not the only one who was nervous. After he finished eating, Jonas nudged Miranda. How soon before we can leave? If you're ready, we can leave now, she said. Both Jonas and Sharon nodded, and Miranda tapped the shoulder of Gillian, who was sitting near them. Would you show us to our rooms? Gillian was reluctant to leave the warm company of her boisterous friends. A drinking song had started at the far end of the table, and she had just raised her mug to join in. She set it down, brusquely cautioning her table mates, "Don't touch my ale," and walked them to their rooms as fast as she could. Pleasant evening, Gillian said with a curtsy before hurrying away. Jonas closed his door without wishing them good night. In their windowless room, it was hard for Sharon and Miranda to tell how far into the evening it was. Sharon paced for what felt like hours, as Miranda sat up in bed, staring at the ceiling. When she was too tired to pace, Miranda took over walking the line back and forth at the foot of the bed. Sharon's eyes slid shut, and she dozed while Miranda continued pacing. Sharon woke to a knock on the door. Miranda was asleep on top of the covers next to her. "We have been summoned to his lordship's chambers," Jonas said in a mocking sing-song voice. "Any hints?" Sharon asked, but Jonas shook his head. They'd have to wait to learn if Halen had been successful. Halen opened the door to his room with a flourish. He looked well-rested and exhilarated, in stark contrast to his companions, none of whom looked as though they'd slept well in days which, in truth, they hadn't. "How did it go?" Miranda asked. "Very well," he answered. "I let the others do most of the talking and, as you suggested, asked about their pilgrimage experiences. I'm very glad we visited the tomb while we were in Canterbury. It would have been difficult to fake talking about it." "And then what happened?" Sharon asked with a yawn. "They talked about needing to return in a hurry, and not being able to spend enough time in prayer as they hoped. After that it was easy. They talked about the conditions they wanted from the king, the things they had demanded, and what Archbishop Langton had already written. It was easy to ask about debtors and then present the hypothetical situation. I think they were convinced. There's only one way to be sure, Miranda said. I don't think we can get any closer to the proceedings than we already have without risking serious impact on the timeline. We must shift back to 2023 to see if we've successfully changed the language of the document. Unfortunately, once we know we've been successful, the TPC will know too. Does that mean we can shift back right now? Jonas asked. He was already pulling the remote control from his pocket in anticipation. No, we can't just vanish, Miranda said. Guests of the Archbishop disappearing from Rochester Castle could upset history more than changing a term in the Magna Carta. We'll have to wait until we reach London and go our separate ways. How long will that take? Sharon asked. If we leave this morning and make good time as we did yesterday, we could arrive by dusk this evening. Sharon saw Jonas deflate a little, and she understood because she felt the same way. We'll be leaving today, Helen confirmed. The Archbishop wanted to be in London as soon as possible. I believe he'll ride ahead as we walk. 2 hours later, they had broken their fast, Sharon, Miranda and Jonas once again with the servants in the kitchen, and Kaelin in the dining hall. Miranda acquired fresh bread, more cheese, and cooked bacon for their lunch meal, which Jonas stored in his bag. Now they stood outside the castle, the Archbishop saying his farewells from atop a black horse. Despite her exhaustion, Sharon was eager to get on the road so they could reach London and then shift home. She grinned at the others when they started. Lord Fitzherbert and Sir Robert did not seem as eager, however. They both appeared preoccupied and reserved. After staying the night in London, they planned to journey to the field along the Thames where the signing of the document was to take place. They were likely ambivalent about the signing, Sharon thought. If something changed, and the king got the upper hand, they could be executed for treason. It was sobering to realize these good men could lose their heads if things went wrong. The day grew warm as they trudged along. Wearing 2 layers of shoes and tunics was uncomfortable. The air was more humid than she was accustomed to, and when they stopped at a village with a large fountain placed in the center of the road, she plunged her head in before drinking her fill. Several townsfolk were amused by her, but she did not care. She felt the water drip inside her clothes and breathed a sigh of relief when a breeze cooled her. After a cold lunch of bread, bacon and cheese, they continued the journey. Sharon's palm had stopped throbbing, though a dull ache remained. She hoped it was a sign it was healing. The sun slipped over their heads and headed toward the horizon, but there was no sign of the city of London. Sharon worried they would have to spend the night outside again. The road dipped into a wide gully that looked like a large dry creek bed. The fine soil was dusty and choking, sticking to her damp skin. The breeze did not make it into the gully, and the air was stuffy and hot. Sharon itched all over. At the bottom of the gully the road swept upward again. She heard the voices of the others ahead of her, but couldn't make out what they were saying. She was dizzy. She wanted to stop and sit. A breeze picked up the hairs around her face. Then there was coolness flowing like water. She'd reached the top of the gully. She looked up and saw what the others had been excited about. There, in the distance, she could see the great city, a dark mass on the horizon fuzzed out by heat mirages. She laughed. "What's funny?" Helen asked. "Oh, nothing, my lord. I'm glad to almost be at our journey's end," she said. As they continued walking, Jonas dropped back until he was next to her. "What was funny, really?" he asked conspiratorially. "I was thinking about that scene in The Wizard of Oz when they come dancing and singing out of the woods with the Emerald City in the distance," she murmured. He grinned, the happiest he'd been in days. "I was too," he said. Twilight colored the sky deep blue by the time they reached the outskirts of the city. Eustace, Sir Robert, and Lord Fitzherbert would travel around the southwest edge of the city for another hour, so they made their goodbyes when they were within a mile of the city limits. There were many clasped arms and bows, including to Miranda and Sharon, who curtsied in return. Then they departed, their dark silhouettes soon disappearing in the dusk as stars emerged above them. "Can we go now?" Jonas asked. Miranda nodded. Finding a secluded area away from the road, Jonas pulled out the remote control. Sharon said goodbye to 1215, welcoming the familiar tingling on her skin and blue before her eyes. They rippled away as a breeze sighed through the grass. Chapter 11. The library had never looked so welcoming to Sharon. Appearing in the morning light after another painfully long shift, she staggered to the couch across from the bookcases, falling onto it with her eyes closed. From the sounds of it, she was not the only one who collapsed onto the chair and the divan under the windows, but she did not want to open her eyes to confirm it. "Welcome back, Sharon." Sharon slowly lifted her head. Mrs. Bauer was standing next to the bookcases, looking both proud and worried. "Hello, Mrs. Bauer," Sharon croaked. "It's good to be back. I am guessing you would like confirmation that your mission was a success?" It took Sharon a moment to remember that they didn't yet know if Helen's conversation with the Archbishop had been convincing. As usual, Miranda's mind was working faster. "Yes, Mrs. Bauer, that would be helpful. I am accessing the mainframe, and it appears no change in history has occurred related to the terms of the Magna Carta." "We failed?" Jonas asked, disbelieving. Miranda looked at Helen, who was crestfallen. "It wasn't your fault. You did the best you could. We knew it would be a difficult proposition when we started. All that walking for nothing." Jonas flopped back in the chair, closing his eyes in disgust. "Unfortunately, there is more bad news," Mrs. Bauer continued. "I can also confirm that the Temporal Protection Corps knows of the shift to 1215 and is rigorously investigating it." "How could they find out?" "We used the director's prerogative device. There should be no way for them to know," Sharon said. "A change of some kind occurred in the timeline. Agents have been dispatched to determine how, and if possible, return history to its original course." "What was the change?" Helen asked. "That information has been classified," Mrs. Bauer answered. "What could we have changed?" Sharon asked. Miranda shook her head. "Everything proceeded almost the same way as when I first visited the time frame. What changes we caused by being there were minimal, I'm certain of it. We did nothing to change the timeline other than our attempt to change terms of the Magna Carta." "What, then? Did we step on a butterfly and change the future?" Sharon asked, exasperated. "No, it doesn't work like that. It would have to be something big to impact the timeline. A major change, like accidentally causing someone's death, taking something we shouldn't or leaving something behind." Jonas started and then went white. He grabbed his bag and rummaged through the stale heels of bread and crumbling cheese rinds. He looked up at them in a panic. "The first aid kit. I can't find it. Do one of you have it?" "I don't have it," Helen said as Sharon shook her head, eyes wide. "Oh no," Miranda whispered. "What are we going to do?" Sharon asked. "We use the director's prerogative device and go back to 1215 and get it," Jonas said, standing. "No, we can't," Helen said. "We have to," Jonas shouted, horrified by his error. "It's a violation of TPC policy to leave an anachronism behind. I have to get it back." "We can't use one of the remaining shifts," Helen said. "Our shift to 1215 failed, which means we need at least one, maybe both, to complete the mission now." "Then we shift to 1215 and try again, and get the first aid kit back," Jonas said. "We can't," Miranda answered. "The TPC is there. There's no way we can go back without being caught." Jonas slumped in the chair, his head in his hands. "We can go back and get it when the mission is over, right?" Sharon asked. 1215 is not going anywhere. We finish the mission, get the TPC back to normal, and then get the first aid kit. You don't get it, do you?" Jonas burst out. "You think because we've already told the director what we did in the future that all will go well in the past? That's not guaranteed. We could be creating a parallel timeline where the bootstrapping doesn't take place. Nothing is certain. If TPC agents are there, it won't create a parallel timeline. Sharon assured him with more confidence than she felt. "I have more to report," Mrs. Bauer piped up before Jonas could respond. "Be aware that as a result of the error in 1215, the TPC has placed the temporal nexus in lockdown mode." "Lockdown mode?" Sharon asked. "Lockdown mode tracks all shifts and halts them before the temporal amplifier can engage." "The system is blocked," Miranda said. Helen's and Jonas' worried expressions mirrored the orange of alarm in Miranda's eyes. "It will be impossible to make any shifts without the director's prerogative device." "What about the loop?" Sharon asked, though she thought she already knew the answer. "The loop has been terminated," Mrs. Bauer said. They froze in shock. They only had until the upload to figure out their next steps. "Okay, so the TPC is after us, and we can't use the temporal amplifier except with the program insert." "Yes, it's bad right now. But if we finish the mission, everything will be okay," Sharon said, trying to reassure her shaken companions. "You're right, it's just," Miranda started. "We've never been locked out of the system before," Helen said. "It's, disconcerting." "That's not the word I would use," Jonas muttered. "We'll have to move quickly, before they catch up with us," Miranda said. "Mrs. Bauer, how much time until the upload?" Sharon asked. "You have 26 hours, 42 minutes. Enough time for a hot shower, food, and a good night's sleep," Sharon said, pulling herself off the couch. "Then we'll tackle the next shift." They each bathed and napped before organizing things for their next shift. Sharon had enjoyed watching the dirty water run down the drain as she showered. All that dust from a long journey 800 years ago, swirling around her feet, and then gone. "We don't have contacts in 1948, when the UN resolution was drafted. But I've an idea," Jonas said as he helped himself to another slice of pizza. He was still trying to regain his confidence after the disastrous loss of the first aid kit. "What do you propose?" Helen asked. "Like we knew who the key players for changing the Magna Carta were, we also know who the drafters of the UN resolution were," Jonas started. "I thought Eleanor Roosevelt drafted it," Sharon said. "She oversaw the process and was instrumental in its development. She relied on a man named René Cassagne to research and write it. We need to get him to make the changes. If we don't know him, or know someone who knows him, how can we do that?" Sharon asked. "Our best option will be to identify him, perhaps also a key assistant or clerk, observe their movements and patterns and arrange some kind of serendipitous meeting where we make our suggestions for the resolution." Helen looked dubious until Sharon chuckled. "It will be like a training mission," she said, grinning. "New York City in 1948 sounds like a great place to train." "We won't be in New York," Jonas said. "Why not?" "I thought the UN headquarters was in New York City." "It is in your time, but not in 1948, he answered. "The building you think of in New York wasn't built until 1952. The United Nations adopted the resolution we're trying to change in Paris." Sharon tilted her head, a glint in her eye. "Paris in 1948? If you insist." During the remainder of their lunch, they discussed the details for visiting 1948, reviewing several books Jonas brought with him in his pack. That afternoon, Sharon and Jonas traveled to the shop in Los Angeles to get 1940s costumes. This time, the traffic was smooth. After dinner, Jonas retrieved from his pack a cigar box secured with rubber bands, opening it to reveal a collection of 20th century currency. They sorted through the huge wad of bills and coins until they found everything minted in 1948 and earlier. "We'll exchange this for local currency after we arrive," Sharon said. "This should be enough to get us food and shelter for a week, if needed." "We may not need to exchange it," Jonas said. "People accepted US currency in many countries during the years following World War II." While Jonas sorted the money into 4 equal amounts, Helen and Miranda cleared away the dinner dishes. Sharon followed them into the kitchen, stopping Helen as he ran water in the sink. "I'll do it," she said. Sharon's hand was still aching. After her shower, She'd cleaned the wound with antibacterial soap, followed by antibacterial cream, an adhesive bandage, and painkillers. It felt better, but it was a long way from healed. More time in hot water will do it good, she thought. After she finished cleaning, she headed into the library. Kalen was alone, sitting on the couch waiting for her. "Let me see your hand," he said. "It's fine," Sharon answered, but she could see he would not be deterred. "Fine, Mr. Training Agent." "I needed a new bandage anyway," she said as she held out her hand, palm up. "What's your prognosis?" she asked when he didn't say anything. "It doesn't look much better, does it?" "It feels better. It's still swollen, and the redness has spread." "Look," she said, curling her fingers around his. "It will be all right. I'll load up on antiseptic cream and bring lots of bandages and watch it closely, okay?" "Am I interrupting?" Jonas stood in the doorway, a cardboard box in his hand. His expression was partially curious, and partially something else Sharon couldn't place. She pulled her hand out of Kalen's. "He was looking at my hand," she said. "I thought you might need another bandage," Jonas said, offering the box. Sharon took it with her thanks and left the library. After a fast breakfast the next morning, they were ready to go. Sharon had her old laptop bag, which she figured would pass in 1948 if no one looked too closely. She filled it with extra bandages, a tube of antiseptic cream, and painkillers. She hoped that her makeshift first aid kit would stave off serious complications until there was time to see a doctor. Unfortunately, the 1940s costumes didn't fit them well. Sharon's trousers were too long, and Jonas' jacket was too tight. Miranda relied on safety pins to help her blouse fit better. Shoes were the biggest problem. Not one pair fit any of them. Jonas borrowed several pairs of socks to keep his from falling off, and Kalen's toes were pinched. But there was nothing they could do about it. There was no time to buy different shoes, and not enough money to replace them in 1948. They would have to make do. The one silver lining was that the hats and long wool coats fit and were very comfortable. They added scarves and gloves borrowed from Sharon and hoped no one would notice they were made from materials that didn't exist in 1948. Still, Sharon's confidence was not as high as when they shifted to Canterbury. Jonas programmed the temporal amplifier, tucking the remote control and director's prerogative insert in a pants pocket. "Ready?" he asked. Sharon braced herself, remembering the discomfort she felt during the shift to 12:15, but there was nothing to worry about. This shift was fast, reddening the surrounding room, blurring and warping her vision, and then she was standing outside on a damp, chilly morning. "Brr. It's cold," Jonas said, putting on the gloves he had stuffed into his coat pocket in the warm library. Kalen looked up at the gray sky as Miranda ensured no one had seen them appear out of thin air. They were on a cobbled side street. A few cars passed on a main thoroughfare a block away, and several pedestrians were walking past the alley, their collars turned up against the nip in the air. One turned to peer at them clustered together before pulling her hat down lower over her blonde hair and continuing on her way. "Remember, today is December 8, 1948, Jonas said. The UN unanimously adopted the resolution at 3 o'clock in the morning on December 10th. We have about 36 hours to complete the mission. Let's find lodgings, set up our base and find the people we need," Miranda said. Jonas had argued that they should arrive a week before the ratification, to give them more time to find the people they needed and plant the seeds for the changes they were trying to accomplish, but Miranda worried that the more time they spent in 1948, the greater the chance they might negatively impact the timeline. Sharon was more worried that the longer they spent in one place, the greater likelihood the TPC would catch up with them. She suspected Kalen was concerned about that too, but he kept his worries to himself. Miranda led the way to the main road, which was broad and straight. On both sides of the street were shops with apartments above them. Other buildings were devoted entirely to single-family homes or apartments. They passed a bakery, a tailor shop, several homes and a flower shop before stopping in front of a small hotel just as it started to rain. Hotel de Poulet, Jonas read aloud. This looks promising. They followed him up the stairs, hurrying inside before they got soaked. The lobby, a hallway with a desk, was empty. The hall reached back away from the front door, with a flight of stairs on one side. Jonas rang the bell sitting on top of the desk. A woman came out of a door across from the flight of stairs, chewing and swallowing as she approached. They must have interrupted her breakfast. "Oui," she said in an impatient voice, looking them over from down her nose. Sharon shifted in her ill-fitting clothes. "We would like 2 rooms," Jonas began. "Do you have a reservation?" The woman interrupted him. "No, but I do not have 2 rooms available. If you do not have a reservation," she said, turning from the desk as if to return to her breakfast. "What about 1 room?" Helen said. The woman eyed him, and scanned the 4 of them patronizingly. "Yes, I have 1 room, but it is a suite on the top floor, the best room in the house. It is not inexpensive." "That will be fine," Jonas said, trying to get control of the situation again. He pulled out his cash, and the woman sniffed. "American dollars," she muttered darkly. "We can get the money exchanged if you prefer," Miranda said. No, this time I will take it." They gave her false names, and she wrote them in the guest book and recorded their payment before leading them up the stairs to the suite on the top floor. After the 4th flight, Sharon was winded and her palm was throbbing again. Jonas' forehead glistened with perspiration. The woman opened a set of double doors into a room with high ceilings and long narrow windows. The walls were stark white, but the furniture upholstery was pale blue. There was a sitting area, a bathroom, and a single room through a door to the right. "Thank you," Miranda said. "I am Madame Poulet," the woman said. "If you need anything, ring at the desk." Sharon heard the doors close behind her, and she took off her coat and walked to the windows. The room had a view of Parisian rooftops and little else, though Sharon thought she could see the spike of the Eiffel Tower through the clouds above the gray slate and round smoking chimneys. Jonas offered to get food. "Eating after a shift helps me feel more settled in the time frame," he explained. 15 minutes later he was back, shaking rain out of his hair, with long skinny baguettes and strawberry jam tucked under his coat. On a side table next to a tin of ground coffee was a percolator and a hot plate, both of which baffled Miranda. Jonas enthusiastically showed her how to use them while lecturing about the invention of the percolator by a Parisian in 1919. Soon there was the enticing smell of fresh brewed coffee which Jonas served in solid white mugs, found on the shelf under the side table, along with the fresh bread and jam. Despite the rain, her aching palm and her rolled-up pant legs, perhaps Paris in 1948 would be a good shift after all, Sharon thought. Chapter 12. It's unlikely our targets will be out in this weather. They are probably in meetings right now, which means we have time. Miranda looked through the window as she sipped her coffee. Now that we know where we're staying, we can map out where we need to go from here. Jonas pulled the remote control from his pocket. We're about half a mile from the Palais de Chaillot, which is where the United Nations is meeting, he said, scanning the device. What can you tell us about the Palais de Chaillot? Halen said as he shoved his fists into his damp shoes to stretch the leather. It was built for an international exposition in 1938 and currently houses museums and an auditorium, Jonas replied. This was information he had memorized. The UN meeting took place in the auditorium. If there's a museum, we should be able to get into the building more easily, Sharon said. At least it isn't a high-security venue. There will be security, of course, Jonas responded. And I'm not sure how many tourists visit Paris at this time of year. But Parisians love their museums. If the museum is open to the public while the UN is in session, we'll be able to get inside. Jonas looked at the remote control again, tapping buttons. Then he held it up so they could see the small screen on the device. This is René Cassin, he said. The remote control showed a black and white photo of a middle-aged man in a suit and tie. He had a warm, if serious expression. Jonas tapped more buttons and showed them a picture of Eleanor Roosevelt. "You know who she is," he said. "It makes more sense to find Mr. Cassane, better yet one of his aides or assistants, and track their movements, than try to connect with her. She was a celebrity, and while she will be easier to track, she will be harder to access." Miranda turned back to the window. "The rain is stopping. This might be a good time to go to the Palais de Chaillot to get the lay of the land." Jonas nodded. "That's a good idea. Plus, when we finish, it will be just in time for lunch." Madame Poulet was not at her desk when they left, though music could be heard in the apartment across from the stairs. It sounded like Edith Piaf, Sharon thought, which added to the ambience. Outside it was lighter than when they shifted in that morning, but not by much, and the cloudy sky promised more rain. Despite the inclement weather, there was a steady flow of pedestrians on the street. The wind picked up as they neared their destination, and Sharon closed her coat tighter against the insistent breeze. From what she could tell, the Palais de Chaillot was more of a complex than a single structure, built on a tree-covered rise which in the summer would be a forest of green, but now was a sea of bare gray trunks and limbs. They worked their way up a set of stairs to reach a wide terrace shining with moisture. The staircase had a twin on the other side of the terrace, both flanking a large structure built into and under the hill. The terrace served as the roof of the structure. Above and behind were two buildings that arched like wings from either side of the large walkway that ran between them. Once they reached the terrace, Sharon had an unobstructed view stretching to the river, across a bridge, and beyond to the Eiffel Tower. Even with a backdrop of steel gray clouds, it was beautiful and iconic. She walked forward, drawn toward the vista, and then froze in shock, her breathing ragged. "What is it?" Helen asked. "This view, this place. This is where Hitler stood when he invaded Paris." There was a photograph. In her mind she heard the drone of bombers, the wail of air raid sirens, and smelled burning oil and wood. She turned to Jonas, hoping he would tell her she was wrong, but he didn't. "You're right. This is where that photo was taken. Right now, for the people of Paris, for the world, it was less than 10 years ago that horror happened." He stepped up beside her. "But they will take that memory and make a new one." He pointed to the walkway between the two arching buildings. "After the UN resolution is adopted, they will rename this and call it the Esplanade of Human Rights. That will be its legacy, not the evil that came before." Unexpectedly, Sharon heard her grandmother's voice in her mind, something she had said in 1962, in another timeline. "The struggles of these people will resonate into your time, making your world a better place." Rose Sprucewood had been talking then about different conflicts and different challenges, but the idea still applied. Sharon looked again at the Eiffel Tower, and it was as if the tapestry of history, the ebbs and flows of human failures and successes, were laid out before her in a pattern she could discern. Taking a deep breath, she stood taller. "I understand," she said to herself. Jonas thought she was talking to him. "Good. Come on, let's go find the people we need." Jonas led the way across the terrace, heaping the two arching wings to his left. The walkway was a work of art, paved with great squares of dark and light colors, one inside the other. There were similar squares on the terrace, set apart at a distance, and the design was beautiful. The gloss from the rain made the alternating squares within squares almost glow. Jonas stopped at the top of the staircase on the east side of the terrace. "Why did we climb up here if we were just going to climb back down?" Sharon asked. "We wanted to get the lay of the land," Miranda laughed. "Besides, we liked the view." Sharon couldn't argue with that. Jonas led them through another park in the shadow of the eastern wing until they reached the far end of the arched building. They stopped in front of enormous black and gold doors, the entrance to the museum. "This wing houses an architecture museum," Jonas explained. "It's also where the entrance to the auditorium is. We'll have a chance of spotting the people we need, here." Halen opened a door, and they filed in after him, just as another downpour started. A security guard stood to one side, looking bored, glancing at them only a moment before letting his gaze drift back into his own thoughts. The interior was as remarkable as the exterior. All around were examples of architectural design, including massive stone carvings and even whole cupolas set out in the middle of rooms. The peaked roof was made of opaque glass, letting in a lovely soft light. Wrought iron trusses that looked like garden lattice arched across the roof line, and the light coming through the ironwork made intricate designs on the floor. Sharon realized the wrought iron was similar in style to that of the Eiffel Tower. "This is beautiful," Sharon breathed. "There will be a fire here, in your time," Jonas murmured in a somber voice. "It will do a lot of damage." "I didn't need to know that," Sharon said as Jonas turned away. She had a memory of watching live video when the Cathedral of Notre Dame burned a few years earlier. Her grandmother's eyes had been so sad as she held vigil with Sharon. Grandmother Rose had known it was going to happen, of course, and was quietly supportive as her granddaughter grieved with the world. It must have been hard for grandmother, Sharon thought suddenly, to know in advance about terrible events and be helpless to stop them. What must her grandmother have felt the morning of November 22, 1963? Or when the Chernobyl and Challenger disasters occurred? The night before September 11, 2001? Sharon couldn't imagine how her grandmother had borne it. "Are you coming?" Jonas asked her before being distracted by a piece of Gothic architecture. As she watched him get lost in the elaborate details, she realized the answer was in the tapestry she had envisioned earlier. Agents of the Temporal Protection Corps studied the tapestry, protected it, and honored it, the good with the bad. It was with new respect for her TPC agent friends that she joined Jonas in examining a flying buttress. It wasn't hard to look like legitimate museum visitors. They stopped to admire extraordinary examples of architectural creativity and genius. They pointed out interesting things to each other and talked among themselves. There was nothing to suggest they were time travelers from the future. They saw more security guards the closer they got to where the UN was meeting, and the guards outside the auditorium entrance did not look bored, but alert and observant. Miranda approached the entrance and they stepped in front of her. "This area is off limits, mademoiselle," one said politely. "But why?" Miranda asked as if deeply disappointed. "This area is reserved for an event," the other guard replied. "A private event." "I see," she said. "Thank you." Miranda turned away to rejoin her companions. The security guards relaxed, stepping back to their posts. "Nicely done," Halen said. "I could hear the sounds of a large crowd when I got close," Miranda said. "The delegates are meeting now. The people we are looking for should be there too." "It's almost noon," Sharon said. "They might break for lunch soon. If we wait here, we might spot who we need when they come out." There were benches close to the auditorium entrance where they could see people coming and going, but far enough away that the security guards would not become suspicious. The benches allowed them to sit across from each other, Halen and Miranda with their backs to the auditorium doors, Jonas and Sharon facing them. Sharon's guess was a good one. Only a few minutes later, a guard opened the auditorium doors and people walked out in ones and twos, conversing animatedly in many languages. After a while, the flow of people slowed. Sharon grew anxious. If they had missed their targets, or worse, their targets were not here, she wasn't sure what they would do next. "There," Jonas murmured, interrupting her pessimistic train of thoughts. "It's Eleanor Roosevelt," Sharon told Halen and Miranda, as they could not see what was going on behind them. Her voice shook with excitement. All her time travel experiences and training had never involved seeing someone famous, someone she admired and would like to meet. It drove home that the possibilities of being a TPC agent were endless. She could imagine nothing she wanted to do more, and then just as quickly remembered the TPC she'd joined was gone. There were no possibilities with the TPC as it existed in the new timeline. If they were caught or failed in their mission, all those possibilities would never exist. That might be Mr. Cassane behind her, talking with another man. "Yes, that's him," Sharon said as Jonas nodded in agreement. "Do you think the man he is talking to is his assistant?" Miranda asked. He's carrying a briefcase and some papers. He's nodding a lot, as if Mr. Cassane is giving him instructions. It's a good guess, Sharon answered. Let's wait until they are through the museum, and then follow them to see where they go, Helen said. Jonas watched them walk away, Eleanor Roosevelt surrounded by people who wanted to talk with her or shake her hand. Mr. Cassane and his assistant a few feet behind were, for the moment, ignored by the others. Now, Jonas said, when their targets were far enough away to be clandestinely followed. They kept their distance as they left the building, still laughing and talking together like museum visitors. Mr. Cassane spoke briefly to Eleanor Roosevelt before she was hurried into a car outside the museum entrance. Then Mr. Cassane and his assistant walked through the trees toward the road on the other side of the park. They were in deep discussion and took no notice of the four behind them. They were much closer to the Eiffel Tower now, and it soared over them, dark metal against the gray sky. I heard them say something about not attending the afternoon session and getting something to eat, Helen said, pulling up his collar as the rain started again. Good. We can follow them and see where they go, Miranda responded. And we can eat too, and get out of the rain, Jonas added. The sidewalk was crowded, and they dodged pedestrians as they tried to keep together while still following their quarry. As a large clump of people approached them, Sharon dropped behind Jonas. Her head was down against the rain, eyes focused on the backs of Jonas' shoes so she wouldn't lose him. Someone grabbed her hand hard. Sharon cried out and faced a blonde woman. Don't I know you? The woman said. Jonas stopped, confused. Helen was at Sharon's side in an instant and Miranda watched through narrowed eyes, guiding Jonas back so they were out of the way of the flow of pedestrians. No, you're mistaken, Sharon said, trying to pull her hand out of the woman's iron grip. The pain from her wound was terrible. You're right. I don't know you, the woman said, releasing her hand. She walked away, disappearing into the crowd of people hurrying to get out of the rain. What was that about? Helen asked. She thought she knew me, Sharon said in a shuddering voice. Her hand was throbbing so much it was hard to talk. Miranda appeared next to Helen. The restaurant is just over there. Let's get inside. Thinking quickly, or perhaps driven by hunger, Jonas had already requested a table for four. The table was close to the one where Rene Cassane and his assistant were seated. But Sharon no longer cared about good luck with the seating arrangements. The encounter with the woman rattled her, and she thought she knew why. Are you okay? Jonas asked as she sat down. No, she said. A waiter brought everyone a cup of coffee and Sharon sipped it, feeling the warmth calm her. She took a trembling breath. We're in trouble, she said, speaking in a low voice. I think that woman was a time traveler, a TPC agent. They've tracked us. They've found us. Are you sure? Jonas said. He sounded like he was having trouble breathing. I'm certain. It was a feeling of familiarity. Like I'd seen her before or the feeling of being near a temporal amplifier, Sharon answered. It's almost like when we were in 1951 and I knew someone near us had time traveled. She glanced at Jonas. There's no such thing, Jonas said. I won't argue with you about my feelings, Jonas. Her voice was calm, but her eyes were hard. I think what he meant to say is that we've never heard of anyone sensing someone who's used a temporal amplifier. Miranda tried to soothe things over. It would be an unusual and useful perception. What if I'm right? Sharon asked after a long silence. Maybe we should go back, to 2023, and make a new plan, Jonas started. If we return now, we will fail and you might as well go back to your dark side TPC and give up any hope of fixing the timeline, Sharon said testily. She didn't know how she knew, but she was sure they would never get another chance to make things right. Retreat was the road to defeat. Helen inhaled deeply. We knew agents could be tracking us. We didn't expect it to happen so quickly, but even if it's true and TPC agents are here in Paris, it changes nothing. We need to complete the mission. We must be vigilant, Miranda said. We must watch everyone and everything we do. What do we do next? Jonas asked. We don't have time to wait. I think we split up, Sharon said. Two of us follow one. She tilted her head towards the table where Mr. Cassagne and his assistant were sitting. Two of us follow the other. We find a way to make contact without raising suspicions. Then we meet back at the hotel this evening to talk about how to plant the seeds of the change we need. After finishing their meal, Mr. Cassagne and his assistant walked back the way they'd come, parting company at the intersection at the foot of the hill on which the Palais de Chaillot sat across from the Eiffel Tower. Mr. Cassagne angled up a side street south of the complex and his assistant walked toward the Eiffel Tower. Jonas and Miranda followed Mr. Cassagne, and Kaylin and Sharon followed his assistant. This reminds me of another walk we took, in a park in London, Sharon said as they crossed the bridge over the Seine. You know I don't remember that timeline. Tell me about the walk, Kaylin said. We were following someone then too. I planted my phone, and we recorded a conversation, she answered. I remember you describing that during your debrief, he nodded. It was a clever idea. Sharon smiled at the memory, but volunteered nothing more and Kaylin didn't ask. René Cassagne's assistant appeared to be appreciating his free afternoon by taking a leisurely stroll. He had an umbrella, which he swung as he walked, craning his neck to look at the Eiffel Tower from different angles. Sharon and Kaylin appeared to wander aimlessly so they could change directions with their target as needed. Sharon closely watched the few people around, opening her senses to catch the feeling of another time traveler in the vicinity. How's your hand? Kaylin asked. It's fine, Sharon answered. It was not fine, and Sharon thought that the woman grabbing it had made things worse. But she would not confess that. They needed to focus on the mission, not her hand. I'm not sensing anyone who could be a TPC agent nearby, she said, changing the subject. And I think it's going to rain again. I thought it was a shame that we no longer got caught in the rain in the future, Kaylin said teasingly. It's fun in the summer, Sharon responded, laughing. The sun was arcing toward the horizon already. At this time of year, it would set before 5 p.m. They assumed Mr. Cassagne's assistant would soon return to his lodgings to get out of the cold. They were wrong. The assistant sat on one of several benches that lined the park surrounding the Eiffel Tower. He was sitting straight up, not leaning back, and had his umbrella propped in front of him, with both hands on the handle. He looked so prim, Sharon had to work not to laugh. The laughter died in her throat, however. A minute later, he was joined by someone else. A blonde woman who sat next to him on the bench and leaned in for a passionate kiss. It was the woman who grabbed Sharon's hand. Chapter 13. Sharon stopped short, pulling Kaylin back toward her. In a smooth motion, they turned away from the bench on which Mr. Cassagne's assistant and the blonde woman were still embracing. Did you see her? Sharon whispered. It's the woman who thought she knew me. Yes. Do you recognize her? No, I don't think I've seen her before today, he said. There's something about her. I can't place it. Could it be the, sense you were talking about? Could the feeling of familiarity come from that? I suppose it could. They hid behind an information kiosk, peeking around it to watch the couple. Mr. Cassagne's assistant and the blonde woman were now walking arm in arm through the park area around the Eiffel Tower. They appeared to be engrossed in each other and unaware they were being watched. We have to go back, Sharon said. We could follow them all night and not get the information we need. They could be going to her place, or his place, and then things would get awkward. We can't stand on the sidewalk outside, waiting for them all night. Sharon felt defeated and tired. Now that they had stopped walking, the cold seeped into every gap in her clothes, sending chills through her. She wanted to be warm and to rest. I think you're right, Kaylin said with a sigh. He did not like going back to the hotel empty-handed. They made their way back across the bridge toward the Palais de Chaillot and then veered to the left to return to the hotel. It was drizzling and Sharon clenched her teeth to stop them from chattering. I remember a training like this, Kaylin said, attempting to keep her spirits up. It was temporal infiltration and assimilation. We shifted to a day that was cold and wet, and watched our subject for hours. By the end, we were soaked and stiff with cold. But we passed. "Where were you in history?" she asked. "It was a soccer game in 2062. "A soccer game?" She laughed. "Why did you stay out in the rain for a soccer game?" "It was the World Cup final. There was a legendary player, I won't tell you his name, and it was his finest moment. The discomfort was worth it." "You said we. Who else was there?" "I was with my brother." "Oh right, he was training to be an agent too. You talked about him once." "I did." "Yes, well, it was Rose Sprucewood who mentioned him. In 1962. You know, in that other timeline." "Ah. Yes, she would mention him. She liked him. She said he dropped out of training." Halen exhaled. "Kyle is, charming, an outgoing person. He loves talking with people, learning about them, connecting with them. He had a hard time with being the silent bystander that TPC agents must be. He wanted to talk to people in other times, interact with them, and it frustrated him that he couldn't. Being an agent didn't fit his personality." "Where is he now?" "We lost touch," Halen answered. "I haven't seen him in a long time." As they walked, the sky grew darker. In the west, the storm had broken up at last, and the remaining rays of daylight reflected on the underside of the clouds for a final light show before nightfall. Streetlights came on, lighting their way with a warm yellow glow. "What took you guys so long?" Jonas demanded when they arrived back to the suite, winded and chilled. "We were following Mr. Cassane's assistant, remember?" "What do you think we were doing?" Sharon asked. Her hand was throbbing again, and she was hungry, cold, and tired. She could smell food cooking, which made it worse. It's getting dark out. I was worried. What if a TPC agent detained you?" "That didn't happen, but we saw the same woman again, the one Sharon thought was an agent," Halen said. "You did?" Miranda's voice rose. "Yes, she was, with Mr. Cassane's assistant," Halen said. "With? What does that mean?" Jonas asked. "It means they were kissing passionately on a park bench," Sharon said. Jonas turned pink. "That can't be a coincidence," Miranda said. "I agree," Sharon nodded. "How did you guys do, following Mr. Cassane?" Jonas' demeanor changed instantly. "We did very well," he said smugly. "We got lucky," Miranda added. "Mr. Cassane stopped off in the bar in the lobby of his hotel, and we engaged him in conversation." What she means is that he was charmed by an attractive woman wanting to talk with him, and who was fascinated by his legal knowledge, Jonas said with a smirk. "I was fascinated by his legal knowledge," Miranda said. "That was not an act." "Were you able to talk about the debtor provision?" Sharon asked. Miranda nodded. "And about his plans for including them in the UN resolution." "That's marvelous," Sharon said as Halen cheered. "Does this mean we're done here?" Jonas asked. He was clearly focused on the shift back to 12:15 to retrieve the first aid kit. "I suggest we wait before we shift back," Miranda said. "When the resolution is adopted, they will make it public in the newspapers the following morning, won't they, Jonas?" He nodded and Miranda continued. "We can learn then if we were successful, rather than going back to 2023 to confirm it. If we're unsuccessful, could we do anything about it here?" Sharon asked. "Probably not," Miranda answered. "But it's possible we could find out why we were not successful and use that knowledge to try again." "The ratification takes place tomorrow night, right?" Halen said. "So we simply need to lie low until the day after tomorrow." "Right now I'm only thinking about tonight. What are we going to do for dinner?" Sharon called out over her shoulder as she headed toward the room she shared with Miranda. She wanted to doctor her hand and take painkillers to dull the throb. "We have that all taken care of," Jonas said. Miranda and I picked up dinner on our way back from Mr. Cassane's hotel. We have roasted chicken and vegetables, fresh bread with butter and a bottle of wine." As Kaelin, Miranda, and Jonas set out dinner, Sharon went to the bathroom and took the bandage off her hand. The wound did not look good. It had bled again after the woman grabbed it, and it was still oozing and bruised from where she dug in her fingers. The swelling and redness had not changed. Sharon cleaned the dried blood and ooze and applied more antiseptic cream and a new bandage. She turned her glove inside out and washed the blood from it, hanging it to dry on a shower curtain hook. She had painkillers in her good hand when she returned to the sitting room. She swallowed them after they toasted to a successful mission. Their dinner conversation was understandably focused on the blonde woman and Mr. Cassane's assistant. Jonas again dismissed Sharon's sense that the woman was a time traveler and believed her meeting the assistant on the park bench was a coincidence. They were ahead of us in the crowd at lunchtime. She could have met up with him on the way to the restaurant and we just didn't see her, he theorized. But what if she was a time traveler, a TPC agent? What was she doing with Mr. Cassane's assistant? Sharon asked. If she was a TPC agent, it would be inappropriate for her to interact with someone from this time frame in that way, unless it was part of her mission, Miranda started. I suppose it could be a genuine relationship, Kaelin mused. Like your grandmother and grandfather, he nodded at Sharon. Let's assume it's not a genuine relationship, Sharon said. Because if it is, then it probably has nothing to do with us, and we don't need to worry about it. If it's not, then what does the TPC get by an agent entering into a relationship with someone in this time frame? Someone who is also Mr. Cassane's assistant. That's too much of a coincidence, Miranda started. They figured out what we're doing, Sharon realized. They probably don't know the whole plan. That's why we've been avoiding the upload of Mrs. Bauer's analysis, but they know we were in 1215. They may have figured out why and anticipated the change to the UN resolution, Miranda said. Jonas could barely breathe. They'll catch us, we'll fail and we'll be terminated. What are we going to do? What can we do? Sharon asked. We can go back to 2204 and pretend like none of this happened. Go back to a TPC where you've been placed on leave? You're okay with that? Kaelin asked. At least I'll still be an agent. If they catch us now, they'll terminate us, guaranteed. We're so close, Jonas. If we can correct the timeline, you'll go back to being an agent like you love, working for the TPC that you know and admire. Isn't that worth the risk? Said Sharon at her most reassuring. He was close to panic. I don't do well with risk, he muttered. This is all supposition, remember, Miranda said. We're making guesses based on very few facts. Our guesses could be wrong. Jonas calmed down. You're right, you could be wrong, he said. And no offense, but I hope you're wrong. The next day was cold but clear. With the clouds gone, the temperature dropped. They decided not to leave the safety of the suite except to get food. Sharon spent the day huddled in a chair next to the radiator, watching out the window. She wrapped herself in a blanket and tried not to worry about the mission, her throbbing hand, or TPC agents finding them. Jonas, having developed a fondness for the bakery that offered the baguettes and strawberry jam, volunteered to get breakfast. A few hours later, Miranda offered to pick up lunch and set out with almost the last of the money they'd brought with them. I don't know what we'll do for dinner, Jonas said to Sharon and Kaelin as Miranda left. Miranda had been thinking along the same lines because when she returned, she brought soup, a large loaf of bread, and a selection of meats and cheeses. If we're careful, we can stretch this out for multiple meals, she explained. Jonas looked dubious. He preferred his meals on the generous side. The afternoon passed slowly. Sharon was sleepy and couldn't seem to get warm, no matter how close she crowded the radiator. When dinner time arrived, she accepted only a cup of soup warmed up on the hot plate, explaining that she wasn't hungry. She slept fitfully, tossing and turning, unable to get comfortable. She got up as quietly as she could to not wake Miranda, and stood at the window. Out there across the darkened rooftops, in the cold quiet of early morning Paris, the fledgling United Nations was taking a momentous step forward for human rights. When she woke again, it was late morning. Miranda was not in the room, though she could hear the quiet murmur of conversation through the door. "Good morning," Sharon said, yawning as she joined them. The others were crowded around an open newspaper. "The resolution has passed," Miranda said. "And?" Sharon asked. "They did not include the debtor provision." "Oh no, not again," Jonas whispered. Halen handed the newspaper to Sharon. The text of the resolution had been printed under a celebratory headline. "How could we fail?" Jonas asked, dismayed. "The TPC stopped us, didn't they? We should go back now, before they catch us." "I assume you plan to find Mr. Cassain again?" Halen said to Miranda, as if Jonas had not spoken. Jonas' face went white and then blotchy pink at being ignored. "That seems the most logical way to find out what happened." "We'll come with you," Halen said, but Miranda shook her head. "No, I think it needs to be just me. If the blonde woman is a TPC agent, or there are agents here, we're more likely to be spotted if we're all together. It makes the most sense for me to do this alone." Sharon had a bad feeling about Miranda going alone, but said nothing. Another afternoon passed slowly. Finally warm, almost too warm, Sharon paced the room, while Jonas watched out the window. Halen read the paper from cover to cover and Miranda reviewed information on her tablet. Eventually, it was time for Miranda to leave. Her plan was to go to Mr. Cassain's hotel in the hopes she might meet him in the lobby bar again. They saw her to the door, and when it closed, Sharon shuddered with the terrible thought that she would never see Miranda again. An arm was laid gently across her shoulders. "It's going to be all right," Halen said. Sharon leaned against him. Now more than ever, she missed the closeness they'd shared in the timeline he did not remember. "What are you doing?" Jonas had come out of the bathroom. He looked at them in shock. "What do you mean?" she asked. "How long has this been going on?" "How long has what been going on?" This personal thing. Is that where you were yesterday? Is that why you were gone so long, because you were out somewhere, hugging?" "We told you where we were," Halen said calmly. But Sharon wasn't calm. Pain and fatigue had eroded her patience. "No, we were not out there somewhere hugging. And even if we were, what business is it of yours?" "Well, it's my business, because we're in this mission together and we can't be wasting time with personal stuff." Sharon had never seen him so angry. "You're overreacting, Jonas," Halen said. "There's nothing like that going on." He was so quietly assured and sincere in his statement that Jonas settled down. "No, there's nothing like that going on," Sharon echoed Halen. She went back to the chair by the window and watched until nightfall. She didn't speak to Jonas or Halen for the rest of the afternoon. Sharon's fears about not seeing Miranda again were unfounded. 2 hours after she'd left, Miranda returned. Her cheeks were rosy with cold, and she shed her coat to stand by the radiator as soon as she entered the suite. "I met with Mr. Cassain again," she said as she held her hands close to the heater. "Did you find out what happened with the resolution?" Jonas asked. "Yes, I did." Mr. Cassain's assistant argued against adding the debtor provision. He said it was something that local governments could regulate. That argument convinced Mr. Cassain, and he opted to not include the provision. Mrs. Roosevelt and the committee agreed. Miranda's eyes had shaded to the familiar orange of alarm. "The blonde woman," Sharon said. "What about the blonde woman?" Jonas asked. "She must have told the assistant what to say," Halen said. "She found out who he was, seduced him and prepared him to deflect the debtor provision. He was ready when his boss proposed the language we wanted." "Which means she knew what to expect and how to thwart it," Miranda added. "She's a TPC agent." "It's the only explanation," Sharon said. "We need to get out of here, now." They prepared to leave as fast as they could, gathering together all they brought. They piled everything on the floor next to Sharon. Jonas scoured every inch of the suite, determined that nothing would be left behind again. Is the remote control set for the right day and time? Sharon asked Jonas. They had given her both devices to hold while they gathered all their things. Jonas nodded, eyes wide. Ready, Miranda said, after coming from the room she and Sharon shared. Me too, Kaylin said, stepping up next to her, scanning the sitting room one more time. There was a sharp knock on the door. Jonas jumped. Hello? Hello? It is Madame Poulet. Is anyone in? Should we answer it? Jonas whispered. No, let's go, Sharon hissed. We can't just disappear, Miranda murmured. We need to answer the door and politely send her away. I can hear you whispering in there, Madame Poulet said angrily. I am coming in. There was a jingling sound in metal against metal as she inserted a key in the lock. I'll do it, Jonas said, reluctantly letting go of his bag. He opened the door a crack. Yes, Madame Poulet, he said, his voice quavering only slightly. Can I help you? There is someone here to see you, you and your friends, Madame Poulet said. Before Jonas could ask who, the door was pushed open. There were two men dressed as gendarmes, but who Sharon immediately sensed were TPC agents. Behind them stood the blonde woman. One of the men grabbed Jonas, and the other advanced into the room. The blonde woman pushed Madame Poulet to the side to follow the second man. The only way to save this situation, to save Jonas, was to complete the mission. Sharon pushed the button on the remote control. Jonas' shout of "Wait! No!" echoed in her ears as the room faded, warping like a mirage before it resolved into the familiar lines of Sharon's library. Chapter 14. We have to go back. Sharon was sobbing, pushing buttons on the temporal amplifier. Just 5 minutes earlier. We have to go back. We can't go back, Kaylin said, gently taking her hands. We can't leave him there. Those were TPC agents, Miranda said. He's no longer there. They will have shifted him to the future. And they will be waiting for us if we try to rescue him. Sharon sank onto the couch, across from the bookcases, head in her hands. Miranda and Kaylin joined her, sitting on either side of her, each lost in their fear for their friend. What do we do now? Sharon asked finally. We complete the mission, Miranda said, going to the bookcases. Let's see where things stand. Did we have any impact on the timeline in 1948? Kaylin asked as Miranda accessed the temporal amplifier control panel. I can't tell, Miranda said. Sharon joined her, tears still shining on her cheeks. The control panel was blank, and no matter which buttons she tapped, no data appeared on the screen. A cold shiver ran down Sharon's spine. Mrs. Bauer, she called, realizing as she did that Mrs. Bauer had not appeared as usual when they arrived. The hologram materialized, and the tension in Sharon's shoulders eased. Hello, Mrs. Bauer, Sharon said, relieved. Hello, Sharon. If you are seeing this recording, it means you have shifted back, and I did not appear automatically. I made this recording to activate if the temporal amplifier holographic interface and security program was disconnected. My program has likely been blocked and I am no longer accessible. This means the TPC has taken control of this temporal amplifier. What do we do, Mrs. Bauer? Sharon asked in a shaking voice, forgetting the recording couldn't interact with her. If you still have the director's prerogative override device, you can still use it. It countermands TPC control instructions. The recording paused. However, I suggest you hurry. The recording of Mrs. Bauer disappeared. Miranda pulled her touchscreen tablet from her pack. The shift brought us back to the morning of the day the upload will take place. We only have a few hours. How is that possible? Kaylin asked. The remote control was programmed to bring us back to yesterday. Could the TPC taking control of this temporal amplifier change the remote control programming? Sharon asked. Possibly, Miranda answered. Probably, Kaylin said. We need to act quickly, Sharon said. Do we go back to 1948 and try again? Or give up on the UN resolution and go to 2126? We can't go back to 1948, Kaylin said. They know we were there. They will track us and find us. It would have the element of surprise though, Sharon argued. They might not expect us to try again. I think they will have planned for every contingency, Miranda said thoughtfully. And while we don't know where they are, they know exactly where we need to be, close to the development of the UN resolution. It doesn't matter from what angle we approach it, that's where we need to be, and they'd be waiting. I agree, Kaylin said. We have to focus on 2126. What do we need to do to prepare? Sharon asked Kaylin. Fortunately, we don't need to do much. By that time in history, there were few cultural norms related to how people dressed. You can wear your 21st century clothes or your 13th century ones, there are no expectations and no judgments. What about money? How are we going to find a place to stay, get food, etc.? By 2126, the barter system, supported by blockchain, was already established, like what we have in the 23rd century. Everyone on the planet has access to a base income, and they barter their services to add to it as they wish. Doesn't that require that you sign in, somehow identify yourself to get access? Sharon asked. Wouldn't that mean the TPC could track us? Kaylin looked uncomfortable. Yes, it does, but I don't know how else we can function in that society. It's set up for ease of access, not for anonymity. What you're saying is that we'll be able to get what we need, but it will only be a matter of time before the TPC catches up with us. Yes. But I don't think we'll need to access the system, Kaylin said. If we time it right, we won't need food or a place to stay. We need to act fast while we are there then, Miranda said. What's the plan to ensure there's a debtor provision included in the world government resolutions? That'll be easier, Kaylin answered. The world government requested submissions and suggestions from all citizens for the resolutions in 2126. We can each submit the provision for consideration. How can we submit anything if we're not actually citizens in the time frame? Sharon asked. The opportunity was open to all people on the planet, no exceptions. There were no sign-in requirements or other conditions. The goal was to allow everyone to participate, Kaylin responded. Millions, no billions of submissions and suggestions, and you think they will include one made by 3 people? Sharon snorted. No way. Actually, that might work, Miranda said. Remember, the email that started all this in 2127 referenced a debt due, a debt apparently shared by everyone on the planet. Which means the debt was incurred before 2127, but after the Alexander event in 2121. Even if knowledge of the debt and payment was buried in our history, world citizens and the drafters of the resolutions would still remember it. A request for a provision to protect debtors might be very persuasive. But the debt might already have been incurred, Sharon said. How can the resolution retroactively apply to something that will have already happened? We'll include that in the proposed resolution language, Miranda said. All we need to do is make the request, and then shift back? Sharon asked. It seemed too easy. I think so, Kaylin answered. Sharon exhaled. Perhaps the solution to the whole mess was within reach after all. What could go wrong? In the short time before the shift to 2126, Sharon cleaned up her hand again. It wasn't getting better, and the redness was spreading. She slathered on more antibacterial cream and replenished the supply to take with her, promising herself the moment they returned she would see a doctor. Over a hurried lunch, Kaylin explained that the World Government Conference would take place in the CERN complex where time travel had been discovered. He said it was a symbolic decision, signifying how the discovery of time travel had changed the world. It helped that they were already familiar with the facility that would someday be the above-ground entrance to the TPC's headquarters. They programmed the shift to place them outside the building in the early morning. They would use public terminals to submit their requests for the resolutions. Then they would shift back and hope they were finally successful. To encourage everyone to participate, the terminals were open 24 hours a day for weeks. Even in the early morning, there will be people in the building submitting their requests, Halen said. We should be able to blend in, submit the requested provisions, and then get out. Miranda walked them through the exact wording they needed for the request, which they practiced by reciting it together. It didn't take long for them to memorize the language they needed. Then it was time to leave. They were as ready as they would ever be. Halen inserted the director's prerogative device into the control panel and programmed the shift. Even though the device was now useless, he returned it to his pocket. Sharon put the remote control in her laptop bag just as Halen activated the temporal amplifier. There was the familiar tingling on Sharon's skin, and the blue tint to the light as they shifted forward in time. The library swayed like a mirage, and the light vanished. They were standing in the darkness, next to the brooding iron globe outside the CERN facility. Back where it all started, huh? Sharon mused. And it's also where it will end, a voice replied. Bright lights flashed on, and they blinked, shrinking back as they realized a large group of people surrounded them. Please remain still. You are accused of violating Temporal Protection Corps policy and world law. You will be detained for questioning and further action as warranted. Security officers separated them and took their personal items before escorting them into the building. It wasn't until they were inside, however, that they saw the face of the person who led the arrest. It was the blonde woman from Paris in 1948. Halen and Miranda were silent behind Sharon, as was their escort. The elevator was crowded, but neither the blonde woman or the guards showed signs they noticed or cared. The blonde woman pushed the down button, but the elevator stopped after only a few floors. They could not have gone as far underground as TPC headquarters. In this time, the TPC uses a portion of the CERN facilities for its headquarters, the blonde woman said as if she read Sharon's mind. The headquarters 7 decades from now won't be built for another 10 years. One by one they were locked in separate rooms that looked like small offices. Each room had 2 chairs, nothing else. As the lock turned behind her, Sharon stared at the bare walls in despair. They had failed. They were trapped, held by the TPC. She had no idea what they would do now. After what felt like hours, the door opened and in walked the blonde woman. Behind her, a security officer rolled in what looked like a room service cart. Sharon could smell coffee and food. I'm sorry to have kept you waiting so long, the woman said as she sat in the second chair. We brought refreshments and can escort you if you need to freshen up. You can't escape or see your friends, if you're considering that. It would be a restroom visit, nothing else. I'm fine, Sharon said. Very well, the woman answered. She nodded to the security guard, who closed the door, leaving them alone. My name is Astrid Berg. I'm a TPC agent with the Temporal Security Division. I was assigned to investigate a change in the timeline by rogue TPC agents, or rather 3 rogue agents and 1 rogue agent in training. Does that sound familiar? Sharon stared at the ceiling, refusing to answer. I'm sorry. Would you like coffee? Or a pastry? I'm told the bear claws are excellent today. Agent Berg stood and poured coffee into 2 cups. Milk? Sugar? I'll take it black, Sharon said. Agent Berg smiled as she handed the cup to Sharon and then poured milk into her own cup. Why are you keeping me here? Sharon demanded. Agent Berg returned to the other chair, the bear claws forgotten. It's obvious, isn't it? I must interrogate you as part of my investigation. What about the others? What did you do with Jonas? Is he here? Yes, he is here. He and the others have already been interrogated. They were most forthcoming, and I think I have all the information I need. Questioning you is a formality really, but I wouldn't feel right if I didn't complete every step of my assignment. What's going to happen to them? What do you think will happen? Together you conspired to violate world law and TPC policy, misused TPC equipment, made unauthorized changes to the timeline, left behind anachronistic material. Need I go on? They'll be permanently removed from the TPC. As a start. Agent Berg shifted in her chair and took a sip of coffee. I'd think you'd be more interested in what's going to happen to you. There was a knock on the door and Agent Berg stood. Oh yes, that will be the doctor, she said. Sharon's mouth went dry, thinking of truth serum and torture. The doctor, she croaked. Yes, for your hand. I'm sorry if I hurt you when I grabbed it in Paris. I needed to confirm you were the woman I was looking for. A woman who had injured her hand in a fight with a pickpocket at an inn in England 1215, resulting in the loss of a 21st century first aid kit in the 13th century. Agent Berg opened the door and an older woman with a German accent came in carrying a small satchel. She examined Sharon's hand, clucking under her breath. She ran a small vibrating device several times over the wound and then replaced the bandage. She needs antibiotics immediately, the doctor said, looking up at Agent Berg. Give her whatever she needs. The doctor pulled out a slender metal cylinder about the length of a pencil and pressed it into Sharon's arm. There was a hissing sound and then she removed the cylinder, packing it into her satchel as she stood up. Keep it covered and clean. You should feel better within 24 hours, the doctor said to Sharon as she left the room. The security guard closed the door as Sharon rubbed her arm. Subcutaneous injection spray, Agent Berg said. It's less painful than a needle and faster than ingesting tablets. Thank you, Sharon said. Agent Berg took another sip of coffee, watching her intently. Sharon wondered when the interrogation would begin. The minutes passed, and she began to suspect Agent Berg was waiting for someone else to arrive. You're not asking me questions, Sharon commented. As I told you, I already got everything I needed from the others, Agent Berg answered. I don't believe you. No. You're right. Agent Noon and Agent Winters were not cooperative. But Agent Fernley was eager to assist. It seems after leaving a 21st century first aid kit in medieval England, he was willing to cooperate to keep his position as an agent and volunteered the information we needed. Sharon's heart sank into her stomach. Who are we waiting for? Sharon asked. Agent Berg smiled. We are waiting for a representative from your TPC. My TPC? You didn't know? I'm a TPC agent in this time frame. You're not from 78 years from now? Why are you heading the investigation instead of someone from my TPC? As I understand it, your director's office asked my director to handle the investigation so that you and your cohorts would not lose respect in the eyes of your colleagues if you were innocent of the charges against you. Sharon's mind raced. Why would the TPC 78 years in the future recruit help from the TPC in the past, unless the TPC in the future didn't want its agents to learn of the change in the timeline? In this time frame, the change hadn't happened yet. Agent Berg would not learn of the timeline change in her investigation of their actions in the past. Sharon knew she had to act fast. Please listen. We are trying to correct a terrible change in the timeline. The point of divergence will take place a year from now, but we couldn't figure out how or why it happened, so instead we went back in time to make changes to prevent it. Agent Berg opened her mouth to speak, but Sharon pressed on. You've got to believe me. The reason the TPC in the future asked you to investigate was not because they wanted to protect us, but so that you wouldn't discover the change in the timeline. A change in the timeline that the TPC is conspiring to keep in place. Do you expect me to believe that? I'm telling you the truth. All right. Let's say I believe you for the moment. How did you discover it? We were on a shift. It was a training shift for me. Halen was my training agent and Miranda and Jonas joined us. When we returned to the TPC, everything had changed. History had changed. The government had declared martial law and the TPC was no longer an educational and scientific organization, but one focused on security and defense research. But Director Vita left us clues, telling us how to fix things. That was the mission we were on. A mission from your director? You were on a mission assigned by your director? Didn't Jonas tell you that? Agent Berg smiled and shook her head. Agent Fernley didn't tell me anything. Neither did the other two. Telling you one of your colleagues had, how do you say it, spilled the beans. Is a common interrogation ruse used to get someone to talk. But my guess is that, like you, they didn't know I was from this time frame and didn't know if I could be trusted. Sharon felt sick as she realized her error. Agent Berg watched her through narrowed eyes. She took a last sip of her coffee and then set down the cup on the cart. I was going to transfer custody of you to the representative from your TPC, but I think my investigation isn't yet over. Please start from the beginning and leave nothing out. Relief flooded through Sharon. She could trust Agent Berg. Everything was going to be okay. There was a knock on the door. Come, Agent Berg said. A man and a woman stood in the doorway. Sharon didn't recognize the man, but she knew the woman. It was Jorga Zintel, the assistant director of the TPC in her time frame. She was the TPC representative sent to collect them from the future. Agent Berg stood. Director, she nodded. Sharon, this is Director Constantine of the TPC in this time frame. I assume you're the representative from the TPC in the future, she asked Jorga. Jorga nodded wordlessly. Agent Berg, Director Zintel has asked for some time with our, guest. Please step outside, Director Constantine requested. I've not finished my interrogation, Director, Agent Berg started. I only need a few moments, Jorga said in a sickeningly sweet voice. Agent Berg stood. Of course, she said as she walked out of the room. She did not look back at Sharon before the door closed. Jorga sat in the chair Agent Berg had just vacated. Hello, Sharon, Jorga said. There was no hint of friendliness. The hairs on the back of Sharon's neck rose. Everything was definitely not going to be okay. Chapter 15. The last time she'd met Jorga Zintel, Sharon had not been sure of what Jorga thought of her. Now, she was sure. Jorga wore her disdain openly. Why are you the one they sent? Sharon asked. Jorga smiled without warmth. You would prefer Director Vita? Unfortunately for you, she's no longer TPC director. I've been acting director since she was placed on administrative leave pending an investigation of her role in an unauthorized mission ordered in clear violation of TPC policy. Congratulations, I guess, Sharon said. That doesn't explain why you're the one who came back to get us. Why didn't you send temporal security agents? Or didn't you want them to learn of the change in the timeline? Sharon hoped the conversation was being recorded. Jorga blinked, trying to look confused. Changes in the timeline? I don't know what you're talking about. But in answer to your question, I came personally to keep this whole affair quiet. It's quite embarrassing, isn't it? The director violating policy, wrongly sending agents, good agents, but wrongly sent nonetheless, on a half-cocked mission for some unknown purpose. If it became public, it would devastate morale. No, we want to handle this quietly. Sub Rosa, as Miranda Noon would say. What do you want? Sharon gritted her teeth. It's a difficult situation, you know. Normally in a circumstance like this, agents or agents in training would be terminated from the TPC and their memories extracted without further consideration. But as far as we can tell, you did little damage to the timeline. Furthermore, you are unique and valuable, which makes things more complicated. It also makes things easier. What are you talking about? Sharon said irritably. She was tiring of Jorga dancing around her point. Again, Jorga seemed to read her mind. My point is simple. You are the expert on the Chestnut Coven. The TPC has deemed you too valuable to throw away. Conversely, the others, your co-conspirators, are not valuable and could be easily replaced by the TPC. But our analysis suggests that if we terminated them, you would quit too, out of loyalty or some other noble notion. Sharon smiled wryly. That's probably accurate. I'm here to make a proposal that is only available now while we are in this room. We will keep Agent Noon, Agent Winters and Agent Fernley with the TPC if you agree to also remain with the TPC. You'll be made a full agent, of course, with restrictions. You may not use the temporal amplifier assigned to you without prior permission, and it may be used for sanctioned time travel only. Failure to abide by these terms will result in the confiscation of the temporal amplifier and your termination from the TPC. Do you accept these terms? If I accept, Miranda, Halen and Jonas go free, no strings attached, no repercussions? That's correct. Do you accept? Or do I open the door and order you and your friends return to 2204 for memory extraction? Maybe Agent Berg can help, Sharon thought desperately. But that hope faded quickly. She'd had no time to tell Agent Berg the whole story. That chance was gone. There was no way the TPC of this time frame would believe Sharon over Yorga. What choice did she have now? If she didn't accept, her friends would end up with their memories removed in a world with curfews and martial law. And she would likely never see them again. By accepting, they would remain with the TPC, and they might someday be able to fix the timeline. If they weren't with the TPC, they would never get the opportunity to try again. All right, Sharon said in a small voice. Did you say you agreed with the proposal? Sharon looked her in the eye. Yes, I agree to your proposal. Yorga held out her hand, and Sharon shook it. She expected to feel relief, but she didn't. Yorga had been clever, Sharon realized. She'd laid all the blame at the feet of Director Vita. The TPC could forgive the gullible but ultimately blameless agents who followed their director's instructions. Sharon and her friends would be considered foolish but could go on with their lives. Yorga knew that Sharon would have rejected anything less. Yet Sharon had the hollow feeling that she had made a terrible error. Yorga opened the door. Please hand me that item, she said, reaching out to the security guard standing in the hall. When she turned back, she was holding Sharon's laptop bag. Yorga pulled out the remote control and handed it to Sharon. Under the circumstances, the formal ceremony would not be appropriate, and this will have to do. I hereby grant you the status of a full TPC agent. Congratulations, Agent Gorse. Now you will return to 2023 and await further instructions. Right now? What about Halen, Miranda and Jonas? I'm sure you will see them again sometime, during your work with the TPC. Are there any further questions, Agent Gorse? No, I guess not. Sharon ached to say goodbye to her friends, but didn't want to endanger the agreement by making demands. Oh, and we've deactivated your personalized holographic interface and security program. Mrs. Bauer? Yes. The program needs a small amount of AI to function, and sometimes it can get too involved. It's been replaced with the default program. She gestured to the remote control. Unless there is anything else, you're dismissed, Agent Gorse. Sharon took her laptop bag from Yorga and then, not knowing what else to do, she pressed the button on the remote control. Yorga was outlined in red as the room warped and wavered, and then Sharon was in the library of her own home. The library was dark. She'd returned at night. She had not looked at the remote control before she pressed the button and didn't know what day or time it was. Mrs. Bauer, she called before she remembered Mrs. Bauer had been deactivated. There was only silence in response. She pulled the bookcase away from the wall to read the temporal amplifier control panel. The data on the screen told her it was the evening before they left for 2126. They should have all been there, laughing over dinner, arguing about costumes, preparing for their shifts, but the house was silent. The temporal amplifier protects against paradox, she murmured to herself. With a sigh, she turned on the lights and went to the kitchen to fix a solitary meal. She gave up trying to sleep just before dawn. She removed all the flip chart pages from the walls in the dining room, cleaned the dishes, and changed the sheets on the beds her friends had used. By mid-morning, she was finished. There was nothing else to do. She sat on the couch, across from the bookcases. She sat for hours waiting for something, though she didn't know what. Her first assignment from the TPC? An update on the Chestnut Coven? A hello from Miranda, Jonas, or Kalen. Something, anything to reassure her that all was back to normal. But there was nothing. The bookcases remained bookcases. She didn't move until after 1 p.m. when her grumbling stomach drove her to eat again. As she stood, she heard a whirring sound so low she believed she'd imagined it. Then she heard a chime from the temporal amplifier control panel. "Upload in progress," a computerized voice said. "What upload?" Sharon asked. "A scheduled system-wide update has resulted in an upload from this unit." "The analysis Mrs. Bauer did for Miranda?" She ran to the control panel, which displayed the report. "Upload complete," the voice said. She had forgotten about the scheduled upload. She paced back and forth in the library, distressed that it had slipped her mind. But what could she have done? She was forbidden to use the temporal amplifier without TPC authorization. She couldn't travel back in time again to avoid the upload. If she did, they would remove the temporal amplifier and terminate her from the TPC. She would never time travel again. Maybe it didn't matter anymore, she realized. They'd avoided the upload so the TPC wouldn't learn what they were doing. It was over now. The TPC had stopped them, the mission had failed. Knowing what the analysis said wouldn't tip off the TPC, it already knew. Just as she was relaxing, the voice spoke again. "Incoming shift." "They are coming," she thought in a panic. They read the analysis and were coming to take the temporal amplifier. She looked around for a way to stop them, but couldn't think of anything. At the last moment, she grabbed the remote control from its spot on the panel and jammed it in her pocket. The air in front of the bookcases rippled and warped and then solidified into a figure. It was Kalen. She tried to hug him, but he held her at arm's length, his face unreadable. "I thought I would never see you again," she said in relief. "That was the plan," he said. His voice was rough and angry. "What do you mean?" "They sent you here with instructions never to use the temporal amplifier unless authorized by the TPC, right?" "Yes," she said. "They were never going to send you on any missions. They were going to let you sit here never hearing from the TPC or seeing any of us again. And if you time traveled to try to find us, they would remove your temporal amplifier and cut you off forever." "What? Why would they do that? Punishment? Control? I don't know. But you outwitted them," he said, shaking his head. "What do you mean?" "The upload." He grinned. "Mrs. Bauer's analysis. You uploaded it from your temporal amplifier." "I didn't," she admitted. "It was an accident. I forgot the upload was scheduled." "It doesn't matter," he said. The report uploaded and was received by the temporal mainframe. That changed everything. "I don't understand." "I was still in custody in 2126. Agent Berg read the report and released me. Jurga told me you were going back to work at the TPC in 2204. That's what we agreed to." "That's not what happened. Jurga left me in 2126 telling Agent Berg she needed time to determine if I had any other accomplices in 2204 before I could return to my own time." "Jurga lied to me." "Yes, she did. But when the report uploaded, Agent Berg accessed it from the temporal mainframe. It seems she believed you about why we were traveling in time and was investigating anything that supported your story. The report confirmed it. I'm so glad Agent Berg let you go. Now what are you going to do?" "You mean what are we going to do? We have a mission to complete, if you're still willing." She smiled a slow smile. For the first time that day, she felt a sense of calm. She was herself again. "You're right. What are we going to do?" "We have to leave here. The TPC will track your use of the temporal amplifier and any temporal shifts in your vicinity. We don't have long." "Wait. Where are Jonas and Miranda?" He frowned. "I don't know. Agent Berg released me and gave me access to the temporal amplifier in 2126, telling me to get you and bring you back as soon as possible. I assume she released them too, but I didn't see them before I left. Do you need anything before we go?" he added. "I'm ready now. But what about the TPC? They are monitoring my temporal amplifier. If I use it, they will remove it." I'm guessing they already know I'm here and will remove it anyway. We should hurry. Where are we going? Back to where we were, the day after the world government resolutions were submitted, he said as he programmed the temporal amplifier. That's what I agreed to. Agent Berg was adamant that we not change the terms of the resolutions. We'll have to find another way to correct the timeline. Incoming shift, the computerized voice said again. They looked at each other in alarm and Sharon moved closer to Kaelin, who put one arm around her and positioned his hand to activate the temporal amplifier. They could shift out at a moment's notice if they needed to. The air warped and shimmered, and then 2 figures were standing in her library. One was Jonas. The other was a man she didn't recognize. Jonas. Sharon breathed in relief. She took a step away from Kaelin to greet Jonas, but Kaelin held on to her. Jonas did not smile, watching Kaelin through narrowed eyes. Good. I don't need to explain. You understand, don't you? Yes, I think I do. Understand what? Sharon said. I'm here to arrest you, Jonas said. Arrest us? What do you mean? You made a deal with Yorga, Kaelin said. Yes, I did, Jonas answered. She told me there was no longer a place for a 20th century expert at the TPC, but there was an opening in temporal security. He looked at Sharon with a snarl. And since you blabbed to Agent Berg and sealed our termination from the TPC, it seemed the logical decision. He snorted and shook his head. I never imagined you would betray us. I don't think I ever really knew you. Jonas, you don't understand. I didn't betray you, Sharon started. Stop talking, he said in a flat voice. The TPC detected a shift in the vicinity of your temporal amplifier. I suspected it might be Loverboy here, and I was right. You'll both be detained, taken back to the TPC in 2204 where you will face the consequences. Perhaps you won't be terminated as agents with the TPC. Perhaps they will put you on probation. Or not. I honestly don't care. But until they render a decision, you will not have access to time travel. He gestured to his companion, who was carrying a bag full of equipment, something to extract the temporal amplifier from the bookcases, Sharon assumed. Jonas, you can't, she whispered. Yes, I can. And if you leave now, he said, nodding at Kaelin's hand hovering over the control panel. You will lose any chance of redeeming yourself. You'll be terminated, and you know what that means. He's leaving us no choice, Kaelin said. I agree, she said as Kaelin let go of her. I was hoping you'd see reason, Jonas said, trying to hide a gloating smile. He took a step toward them, gesturing with his hand for the man with the equipment to follow. Oh, we do, Sharon said. She reached up and pushed on Kaelin's hand, activating the temporal amplifier. Jonas' shout was lost in time as they shifted away in a shimmering mirage of blue. They arrived in a large meeting room underground, with windows overlooking what Kaelin had told her was part of the Large Hadron Collider. Agent Berg was sitting at the conference table and stood as they materialized. Welcome back, she said, gesturing for them to sit. She had chosen a seat not at the head of the table, but across from them, Sharon noted. She took it as a sign that Agent Berg now saw them as colleagues, not prisoners. I read the report you uploaded to the mainframe, Agent Berg began. I didn't upload it, Sharon said. It was scheduled for automatic upload. Intentional or not, it supported what you told me and gave me an opportunity to figure out what's really going on. We know this all started with an email that almost everyone on the planet received, or will receive, in 2127, Kaelin started. The email caused worldwide panic. That panic resulted in a complete change in the timeline, which included the establishment of martial law and a radical change in the mission of the TPC. What we don't understand is what the message means. There are no records to explain why it caused a panic. What can you tell us? What does the debt is now due mean? Sharon propped her hand on her chin, her elbow resting on the table. Agent Berg looked down at the table and clasped her hands in front of her. She chuckled. Cutting to the chase is your thing, isn't it? It's a good characteristic for a TPC agent, I think. Most of the time, Halen murmured. Sharon kicked at him under the table but missed. Agent Berg pressed on. You understand what the Alexander event was, yes? Something about when time travel was discovered it accidentally opened a rift to a parallel universe, Sharon said. Yes, said Agent Berg. Did you learn why protocols were developed to avoid ever accessing, either accidentally or purposefully, another parallel universe? No, Sharon said. She'd been so distracted by the thought of another reality overlapping her own. She'd never asked why it was important not to repeat the error of the Alexander event. The world we discovered, the parallel Earth, differed greatly from ours. That world had failed to come together as a united humanity, as we had. They were contentious, amoral, and aggressive. Their world consisted of battling states in constant wars, terrible overpopulation, rampant pollution, and environmental decay. Before we realized what was happening, they used the fracture between universes to invade our Earth. They saw an opportunity to plunder our resources, to take whatever they wanted, and were willing to enslave or kill everyone to get it. She met Sharon and Halen's horrified eyes. Our leaders made a deal. In exchange for the specifications for the technology that created the rift between universes, the other Earth would leave our world untouched until we amassed the resources they demanded. They would return at an unspecified time to collect what we owed, based on that agreement. The debt that is due is everything, and everyone of value, on this Earth. Chapter 16. I don't understand how this is possible, Halen said. His eyebrows contracted, and his face was pale. I agree, Sharon said. How could your leaders sell out the entire world? It doesn't make sense. People would rather fight than just give up. That's not what I meant, Halen said, scratching his chin. There are safeguards built into every temporal amplifier and in the temporal mainframe itself to prevent a recurrence of an Alexander event. It's no longer possible to access a parallel universe, nor can a parallel universe ever access this one. That other Earth should no longer be a threat. I don't know of these safeguards, Agent Berg said, puzzled. When were they implemented? The safeguards were developed and implemented in 2145, Halen answered. I'm guessing world leaders made the deal with the parallel Earth to buy themselves time to ensure they never had to pay the debt. You're saying that once the safeguards were in place, there was no way anyone from the parallel universe could send an email demanding the debt be paid? Sharon asked. Exactly. The history in your timeline has no mention of the email, right? Agent Berg asked. Right. The parallel Earth never came back in our timeline. Sharon stood up and walked to a whiteboard on the wall. I need to lay this out. Are there any markers? You use your hand, Agent Berg said. Sharon ran a finger across the board, leaving a dark gray line behind it. Cool. Okay, when was the Alexander event? 2121, Halen and Agent Berg said in unison. And it's 2126 now, Sharon continued, making a second mark on the line. She added a star to 2127 when the email was received. We discovered the timeline change in 2204. She made a mark at the far end of the line. And in 2145 the safeguards will be added which make the agreement with the other Earth moot, she said, adding another star. She paused and stared at the board. What would happen if the other Earth tried to open the rift between universes, once the safeguards were in place? I don't know the technical details of how it works, but I don't think anything would happen. The attempt would simply fail, Halen answered. They must have figured out a way around it, Agent Berg said. During the Alexander event, the rift between universes was opened using time travel technology. Our leaders gave the other Earth that same technology. They could have figured out how to defeat the safeguards sometime in the future, even centuries from now, and traveled back in time to demand payment. Except that didn't happen, Sharon said. What do you mean? Well, think about it. In the changed timeline they received the email. The population panicked and the government declared martial law. But there was never any debt paid by anyone. There was never any invasion. It's like the humans of the parallel Earth demanded the debt via email and then never came to collect it. Sharon turned back to the whiteboard. We're missing something important. They watched as she paced between each point in the timeline, muttering to herself. She stopped in front of the star positioned on 2127. So when was the email sent? Sharon whispered. What do you mean? Halen asked. It will be sent next year. No, that's not what I was asking, Sharon said as she turned toward him. It was, or will be, received next year. But we don't know when it was sent. You don't think someone sent it just before it arrived? Agent Berg asked. We don't know, do we? They could have sent it at any time, right? With an instruction to be delivered on a specific day. I mean, email systems in my time can do that. I'm guessing they can do that in this time frame too. The email could have been sent from the future, Halen said in dawning realization. This is starting to smell like a conspiracy, Sharon said. To accomplish what? Agent Berg asked. When time travel was developed and the Alexander event occurred, it led to the birth of the world government, Sharon started. Right. The enormity of the crisis brought the world together, Halen nodded. Exactly. The fear of the Alexander event was channeled into worldwide unity. What if someone is using the fear of the Alexander event for their own purposes? How did you get the assignment to find us in time? Halen asked Agent Berg. Like I told Agent Gorse, someone from your TPC contacted us and asked for help. Who was contacted at your TPC? Sharon asked. The request was made to Director Constantine. Who made the request to your director? I don't know. Director Constantine called me in, as head of temporal security, and gave me the assignment after he agreed to do it. I didn't see or hear who made the request to him. Sharon exchanged glances with Halen. Is there some way we can find out who made the request? Yes, but how will that help? Cui bono, Sharon said, thinking of Miranda. They could really use Miranda's insights right now, Sharon thought with frustration. It means who benefits, Halen translated for Agent Berg. Understanding flashed across Agent Berg's face. She went to a computer terminal on a table against the wall, across from the bank of windows. I have access to all but the most sensitive TPC data. I should be able to see who made the request to Director Constantine, she said as she tapped the screen, opening one page and sweeping another to the side until she found what she was looking for. The request came from Acting Director Jorga Zintel, she said as she turned to face them. That's the one who came to talk with me, Sharon said as Agent Berg nodded. I'm assuming she was not the one who gave you the assignment to correct the timeline, she said. Sharon pursed her lips. No, our orders came from Director Vita. The request came with an urgent injunctive from President Bjorn Rickett and someone named Natalie Johnson, Agent Berg said. President Rickett ordered the investigation? Halen breathed. Agent Berg nodded. Apparently. Who is Natalie Johnson? Sharon asked. I don't know, Halen said absently, still absorbing the revelation that the world government president had ordered an investigation at the TPC. I don't know her either, Agent Berg added. Isn't there some record of her on the temporal mainframe? Sharon asked. Agent Berg tapped the screen. There are many Natalie Johnsons in the general population in 2204, but there's nothing about a Natalie Johnson involved with the TPC or the world government, she said. What about your director? Could he know who she is? Agent Berg chewed her lip. I'm not sure. Do you think he could be involved? Halen asked gently. Agent Berg exhaled. I've been wondering about that since your report uploaded. I can't imagine Director Constantine voluntarily joining this kind of hoax on the people of the world. It wouldn't be consistent with the character of the man I've worked with for the last 5 years. Have you told him about the report? Halen asked. Not yet. He has access to it, but it may not have crossed his desk yet. The report flagged for me as soon as it uploaded because of my assignment on this investigation. Maybe we need to ask him, Sharon said. And if he is involved? Agent Berg raised her eyebrows at Sharon. We need a way for you to get information without arousing suspicions, Kaylin said. Then I'll have to arrest you, again. Agent Berg answered. To make it look good, Agent Berg called for a security guard who accompanied them, glaring at Sharon and Kaylin as they walked to Director Constantine's office. Agent Berg knocked on the door. Director, do you have a moment? Always time for you, Astrid. Thank you, officer. You may wait outside, Agent Berg said to the security guard. Director Constantine and I are more than enough to handle these two, she added when the guard hesitated. The security guard stepped out of the doorway with her back to the wall to wait until she was needed again. Agent Berg closed the door. What do we have here, Astrid? Director Constantine eyed Kaylin and Sharon warily. I thought we sent all the agents from the TPC in the future to their respective time frames. We did, but these two defied their orders, returned here, and I captured them. They have told me an unbelievable story. Before I ignore what they're saying as a desperate attempt to escape discipline in their own time frame, I wanted your opinion on it. Director Constantine sat back in his chair. What is this unbelievable story? Agent Berg told him everything they had discussed in the meeting room, about how time had changed while they were on a training shift, how they had traced the change to an email sent in 2127, how that email had triggered a panic and the imposition of martial law. She did not tell him they believed the email was a fake. Agent Berg stopped speaking, and the only sound in the office was the creak of Director Constantine's chair as he sat forward. Agent Berg had not drawn any conclusions, offered opinions, or asked him questions. She was waiting and watching to see what his response would be. Sharon watched the director closely too, and her heart sank as she saw a hard look come into his eyes. Agent Berg must have seen it too because her shoulders and neck tightened. Sharon glanced at Kaylin. He was tense, as if he were waiting for a signal. Director Constantine's eyes flicked to Sharon and Kaylin and then back to Agent Berg. What's the status of these prisoners? He asked. They have been removed as agents of the TPC in their time frame and are scheduled to be returned to custody in 2204 unless you decide otherwise, Agent Berg responded. Director Constantine clasped his hands in front of him on his desk. I believe their unbelievable story, and I think you do too, otherwise you would not have brought it to my attention, he said. Does that mean you will override the order to return them to their time frame? No. I don't understand, sir. Director Constantine tapped a computer panel embedded in his desk. Sharon thought she heard a short buzzing sound. Her ears suddenly felt stuffy, as if she were on an airplane rapidly descending. I know all about this story, Agent Berg, he said quietly. With all due respect, Director, I'm head of Temporal Security. Why didn't you tell me? This is information I could have used in my investigation. It was need to know, Agent Berg. That may have been the case, but things have changed now. I respectfully request that you tell me what I need to know to do my job. Director Constantine exhaled. Perhaps I erred and should have brought you in from the beginning, Astrid. I apologize. He glanced again at Sharon and Kaylin. There's no risk talking in front of them, Director, Agent Berg said. I will return them to their time frame as ordered, and it won't matter if they know something that will have happened 78 years before. And, as you've activated the electronic suppression system, there will be no record of this conversation. Director Constantine frowned, as if examining all the angles before he proceeded. Sharon held her breath. All right, he said, leaning back in his chair again. A TPC director from a future time frame communicated with me on the director's compartmentalized network. Agent Berg nodded. So there would be no record of the communication on the mainframe. That's correct. As we feared, our world could not devise a defense against invasion from the parallel universe, and the future was in danger of falling to the conquerors from the other Earth. The future world government decided the only course of action was to change history, to send the world down a different path, one that would give us a better chance to protect ourselves. The email was to be sent with the intent to change history, Agent Berg said. That's correct. With the threat of the email, the world government could keep the population at heightened alert and shift the TPC's focus from research to security to develop weapons and strategies to defend the planet. The director from the future had run the scenario through the temporal mainframe and was convinced this change in the timeline would protect the world. Who will send the email? Director Constantine shook his head as he spoke. I wasn't privy to that information. My role is to provide access to the email network for the planet. The email will be sent from the future through time, to arrive on the pre-selected date in 2127. Sharon could practically see the wheels turning in Agent Berg's head, trying to think of a way to get Director Constantine to tell them more. I understand, sir. What are my orders? Director Constantine sat forward and tapped the computer panel again. Sharon felt, rather than heard, a hissing sound and the stuffiness in her ears subsided. I don't think this unbelievable story is anything to worry about, he said, picking up where the conversation had left off before he had turned on the electronic suppression system. What is the status of the other two prisoners from 2204? They both agreed to return to their timeline with Acting Director Zintel, Agent Berg answered. Sharon was crushed to hear that Miranda had also sided with the other TPC, as Jonas had. Very well. Director Constantine turned to Sharon and Kaelin. Pursuant to the request of Acting Director Zintel, I affirm her order for your return to your time for whatever disciplinary action she deems appropriate. He nodded at Agent Berg. They are to return to 2204 immediately. Send them back. And thank you, Agent Berg. Thank you, Director. Agent Berg stood and opened the door. The security guard came to attention. Escort these prisoners to the temporal amplifier. With the security guard at their backs, there was no opportunity to talk with Agent Berg about what they'd heard. The temporal amplifier, located in a meeting room with a sophisticated-looking computer on a table, was only a few feet from the director's office. The security guard positioned herself against the wall as Agent Berg programmed the temporal amplifier. Sharon's heart raced. If Agent Berg sent them back to 2204, they would be arrested on arrival. There would be no chance for them to plan. But with the security guard within inches, they couldn't even whisper. I am programming the unit to send you back to the day after your accomplices returned, Agent Berg said. I have informed them of your incoming shift. She turned and looked them each in the eye intently. I think that's everything needed to resolve this, she said. She held their eyes for a long moment. Then she activated the temporal amplifier. Sharon waited for the telltale warping of a shift, but it didn't come. She looked at the security guard, expecting a reaction, but the guard didn't move. No, not just not moving. The guard was frozen. She looked at Agent Berg for an explanation. I placed us in observation mode for 20 seconds in real time, Agent Berg said. It will give us a chance to talk, but we must be quick before the system automatically shifts you to 2204. Our discussion with the director did not go as I expected. Did you get information you could use? No, Kaelin said at the same time Sharon answered, yes. We didn't find out who sent the email, Kaelin said. Or who Natalie Johnson is. But we know Director Constantine was acting in good faith, even if he was lied to. And we know when the email was sent, Sharon said. When Kaelin frowned at her, she grinned. It was sent in 2204 because that's when we experienced the change in the timeline. And maybe we do know who sent the email, Sharon added. Who benefits? What about the Chestnut Coven? What's a Chestnut Coven? Agent Berg asked. It's a long story, just be on the lookout for it, Sharon said. There's not much I can do from here without tipping my hand to my director. If that were to happen, they might change the plan and we would lose our chance to stop them. Do you know what you will do in the future? Yes, Kaelin said at the same time Sharon answered, no. Trust me, he said as Sharon glared at him. Agent Berg chuckled. Good luck to you both, she said. And if you get a chance, let me know how things turn out. Her voice faded. The room warped and Agent Berg disappeared in a blue blur. They emerged in the atrium of the TPC headquarters within a circle of security officers. They were back in 2204. Chapter 17. Jurga Zintel stepped into the circle. Thank goodness you've returned safely, she said, pitching her voice low, sounding convincingly like a concerned and caring leader. She turned to the security officer next to her. While they are no longer agents and must face disciplinary action for their transgressions, they were valuable and admired colleagues at one time. Please treat them with respect. I understand, the officer said, though Sharon was not sure the two guard dogs watching them intently agreed with the sentiment. He nodded to 4 officers who ushered Kaylin and Sharon to the training hall. Instead of turning left into one of the training rooms, they were escorted to a small room on the right at the end of the hall. The room might have been used for book training or private conversations, but now it was set up for interrogation. The walls facing the holographic grounds were opaque, the glass dark gray and cold. There were 2 chairs set in the middle of the room and nothing else. Sharon shivered as they walked in. Please sit, the lead security officer said in a stern voice that suggested resistance was inadvisable. Sharon sat next to the windows. The chair was icy, and she was trembling. The security officers left the room. She should have felt relief. Maybe they could devise a way to escape while they were unattended, but she felt only dread. You said you knew what to do, Sharon hissed at Kaylin. What's the plan? Kaylin didn't answer. Seconds later Jurga walked in. Please remain here. I'll only be a few minutes, she said to the officers stationed outside as she closed the door. She studied them silently with crossed arms. You could have stayed in your comfortable home, with your comfortable life, you know, she said to Sharon. But no. You had to defy the TPC, you had to do it your way. You lied to me, Sharon said, fighting the shaking in her voice. You were never going to assign me any missions. You were going to just leave me there, an agent in name only. So what? Jurga said. You'd still receive pay for being an agent. You could have had a very cushy life doing whatever you wanted. And you, she turned to Kaylin. You know, Director Vita once called you the most trustworthy agent in the TPC. You never violated the rules, never deviated from protocol. The most dedicated agent in our ranks. Until now. Jurga uncrossed her arms. Unfortunately, it falls to me to decide what to do with the both of you. Unfortunate for who? Sharon asked. Unfortunate for you. Most of the time when agents don't follow protocol, it is a simple matter of relieving them of duty. They are terminated from the TPC, their memories of time travel extracted, and they hope to find another position to make their way in the world. It's such an unpleasant prospect most agents would do anything not to be released from the TPC. But you've done more than defy the rules on the misguided orders of the former director. You violated our agreement even after we gave you leniency. This requires a more serious consequence than simply terminating you from the TPC. Sharon glanced sidelong at Kaylin. He had not mentioned what agreement Jurga offered him, and she wondered if it had been to join Jonas and Miranda as a new temporal security officer. After conferring together, President Rickard and I decided that we must take a more, creative approach to disciplinary action with you too. What would that be? Kaylin said warily. We will remove you from this time frame and permanently send you to another time where there are no temporal amplifiers. You can't be serious, Kaylin scoffed. It would violate TPC protocols to banish us into the past. Jurga laughed softly. Not to the past. We're sending you to the future. We've located a time in the future when temporal amplifiers are no longer used. Once you arrive in that time frame, there will be no way back. As a bonus, once you're in the future you can't do any damage to the timeline. You won't be able to change history to avoid this consequence. You can't do that. Kaelin said in shock. You have no way of knowing if we could be shifted to the future safely, or how our arrival could change things. Our presence could irrevocably change the future. We deem it an acceptable risk. Acceptable because sending us to the future won't impact you, you mean, Sharon said bitterly. Oh no, you're wrong there, Yurga said, her eyes glittering. You're not going to the future. He is. We removed the temporal amplifier in your bookcases. You'll be returned to 2023. Aren't you worried I will change the timeline to stop you? Sharon asked, ignoring the shock that vibrated through her at the thought she would never see Kaelin again. We ran a thorough analysis of all possible futures, and no matter what you do in the past, there will be no impact on the timeline. She sneered at Sharon. You're just not that important. There was a knock on the door. Temporal security agents. They're here to escort you to a temporal amplifier to execute the sentence. You'll have a chance to say goodbye to each other. The door opened and Jonas and Miranda walked in. Miranda's face was expressionless, but Jonas eyed them coldly before turning to Yurga. We are ready to execute the sentence, Director, he said. Very well, Agent Fernley. Yurga looked at Kaelin and Sharon one last time. Goodbye, was all she said as she left. Sharon felt dazed. This was a dream, a nightmare. She would wake up, wouldn't she? Jonas and Miranda led the way. Sharon and Kaelin followed them, two security guards close behind. Jonas, Sharon whispered as she wrung her hands. He turned his head, making eye contact with the guard behind her, before jutting his chin up. The guard gave her a nudge, hard enough to get her attention, but not hard enough to slow her pace. No talking, the guard said. They reached the atrium. People crossing it furtively stopped when Kaelin, Sharon and their escort pushed through. Some watched them fearfully, some with a look of curiosity, and some with the smug expression of enjoying someone else's misfortune. Passing in front of the staring eyes lasted forever. The atrium had never seemed so huge. They reached the agent unit hall. Once Sharon thought this hall was the most exciting place she had ever been. Each door promised a new adventure. Now it was terrifying, black and cold. The doors represented the end of her time traveling and permanent separation from her friends. Miranda stopped in front of a room about halfway down the hall. Stay here, Jonas said to the security guards as Miranda opened the door. No one is to know the coordinates where we are sending him except temporal security agents. Jonas was inordinately proud of the responsibility given him, and it showed. The security guards herded Sharon and Kaelin inside and Jonas closed the door. Jonas, please listen, Sharon tried again. What will it take to shut you up, he growled. She shrank back at the hostility in his voice. She looked at Kaelin, who was watching Miranda. Miranda, Kaelin said. It's good to see you, Kaelin, Miranda answered with a smile. You too, Sharon, she added. Miranda's eyes were the same pure silver they had been when Sharon first met her. Yeah. Let's get on with this, Jonas said, heading to the temporal amplifier control panel. We'll send you back first, Sharon, so you won't know the year we'll be sending him, he said over his shoulder. What did you learn? Miranda asked Kaelin. The email was a fake. It was intended to elicit a panic in 2127, but someone sent it from this time frame, from 2204, Kaelin answered. There was no repeated Alexander event. Do you know who? Miranda asked. Who what? Jonas demanded. He had finished programming the temporal amplifier and was facing them. Who sent the fake email that changed the timeline, Sharon answered. The dynamics of the situation were changing before her eyes and Sharon dared to hope that things were not as bad as they seemed. What do you mean? He said suspiciously. Sharon and Kaelin explained everything they learned in 2126 with Agent Berg. Miranda nodded as facts fell into place. Jonas said nothing, watching them through narrowed eyes. When they finished, he took a deep breath. You're sure? Jonas asked. Yes, Sharon said. The email played on the fears of the invasion from the parallel universe. The world government had promised the Earth of the parallel universe they would give them resources if they left this Earth alone long enough to accumulate them. Their fear of ad colligenda bona, that the other Earth would collect on the goods promised, Miranda said to herself. Agent Berg believed this? Jonas asked. Yes, Halen answered. So, what do we do? Sharon asked, her eyes bright. The team was back together. We do what we plan to do, Jonas said. Jonas, we don't have to go back in time and change the laws, Sharon said. All we need to do is stop whoever sent the email. He rolled his eyes. You were supposed to be so smart, he said. The granddaughter of the famous agent Rose Sprucewood. But you're really not, are you? What you are is a disappointment. He looked at Miranda. Director Zintel ordered us to return her to 2023. Shall we proceed, Agent Noon? Jonas, Miranda said. If we stop the email, we can reset the timeline. Things will go back to the way they were. You can be the 20th century expert again. Even if I believe them, what if I don't want to be the 20th century expert anymore? What if I like the way things are? This is the timeline, here and now. I see no reason to change it. Sharon stared at him, open-mouthed. Perhaps you don't, Miranda said. But I do. She pulled a temporal amplifier remote control out of her pocket and handed it to Kalen as Jonas shouted. What are you doing? It's programmed to shift both you and Sharon, she said to Kalen. Finish the mission, she added as Jonas leapt toward the door. I need help in here, he yelled. Sharon stepped close to Kalen. Thank you, she said to Miranda as Kalen activated the device. Guards flowed into the room like water. The image warped and rippled, and then the guards, Jonas, and Miranda disappeared, leaving Sharon and Kalen alone. Where did they go? Sharon whispered. They're still there, we shifted to the same room at a different time, Kalen answered. He scanned the temporal amplifier control panel. Miranda shifted us back 1 hour. That's not very much time, Sharon said. No, it's not, he answered. But it should be enough. Sharon glared. You could have told me. Told you what? That you knew Miranda had not gone over to the dark side. Kalen shrugged. I didn't know, but I suspected. Should I ask what you planned to do if you were wrong? Probably not, he chuckled. Sharon sighed. You said you had a plan. Let's hear it. Our theory is that someone sent the email on the day we did your training, when we went to the snowfield in the 21st century, he said as he tapped coordinates into the temporal amplifier. We'll go back to that day in observation mode and watch to discover who sent the email. Then we can shift back and stop them. Can't we just stop them when we find them? We can't leave observation mode and enter real time, he shook his head. We must exit observation mode and shift back to when we need to be. They'll find us, won't they? They'll learn where the temporal amplifier sent us and be waiting, she said, exasperated that he was shaking his head again. This time he was smiling though. Because there is no way to interact with the time frame, observation mode isn't tracked by the system, he said. It will be like using the director's prerogative device. They won't know when we are. We still don't know who sent the email, Sharon said. How are we going to figure that out? What do your instincts say? Her mind raced. Both President Rickert and Jorga Zintel had requested the investigation by Agent Berg in 2126, and together they had ordered Sharon and Kalen banished in time. It had to be one of them, but which one? In a flash, Sharon remembered Jorga's face and the feeling she couldn't tell if Jorga was for or against her as the Chestnut Coven expert. Jorga, she said. My instincts say it was Jorga. I agree, though she may have been colluding with the president and acting on his orders. I think she's the logical choice. She would have access to the equipment and the expertise to send the email back in time. If we're going to spend a day following Jorga around, we'd better get started, Sharon said, keeping her voice light while glancing nervously at the door. It's all set, Halen answered. I'm ready, Sharon said. Halen activated the temporal amplifier, and the room warped away. They were standing in the atrium, bright with morning light. Agents strolled through, talking energetically. The coffee shop was back, and several people were enjoying drinks under swaying palm fronds, watching the dance of the water in the fountain. It was the atrium of the previous timeline. This proved their theory was correct, and someone sent the email on this day. If they'd been wrong, they would still be in the dark side TPC, as Sharon called it. I really missed this, Sharon murmured. Let's start at the elevator bay, Halen said. We can find her when she arrives for the day. They walked across the atrium, the observation mode bubble moving with them, limiting their senses as if they were in a dream. It was only a few minutes before they saw Yorga step out of an elevator toward the atrium and veer down a hall across from the windows with their view of the holographic grounds. She's headed for the executive offices, Halen said. They trailed behind her until she reached a flight of stairs, which made a sharp right turn back toward the atrium. The stairs opened onto a broad hallway with skylights above. Yorga's office was at the far end of the hall from the stairs. Her desk was perpendicular to a bank of windows overlooking the grounds. They commanded a view all the way to the back of the garden. Remember when we went outside after the timeline changed? Yorga could have seen us out there from here, Sharon pointed to the windows. The ring of concrete benches on which they'd sat was just visible from this vantage. She came out because she suspected something was up, Halen agreed. Yorga sat at her desk, tapping a computer panel embedded in the top. The desk was a beautiful grained wood, pale yellow rippled with darker streaks. In the light from the windows, it almost glowed. The rest of the office was as sumptuous and included cozy chairs and shelves with artfully placed antique books facing the desk. It must be nice to be assistant director, Sharon thought. Halen eased them back until they were against the wall, next to the shelves. Now we wait, he said. An hour passed. Sharon tried to remember the events of that day, where they all were at the time. She guessed that at this moment, she and Halen were in the cemetery waiting for her to choose her training target. After that, they would shift to 1951. Then they would have coffee in the atrium, laughing and enjoying each other's company before the four of them shifted together to the 21st century. The last shift before everything changed. Another hour passed before Yorga stood up and, after looking both ways outside her office, closed the door. She tapped the panel on her desk, and a small holographic image appeared. That's President Rickard, Halen whispered. Good morning, sir, Yorga said. Save the pleasantries, President Rickard answered. Are you ready to go? Yes, sir. Ms. Johnson provided me with the relevant information, including coordinates and contacts. Good. When are you planning to proceed? I want to enter temporal isolation. Temporal isolation? Sharon mouthed to Halen. I don't know, he mouthed back. I will send the email shortly. How much time do you need to prepare? Give me 15 minutes, then proceed. Yes, sir, Yorga said, and tapped the screen. The hologram of the president disappeared. Okay, now we know, Sharon said. We can go back now and stop this, right? Before Halen could answer, they heard Yorga's voice. It was as if she was standing next to them in observation mode. Sharon jumped, staring at the Yorga at her desk, but that Yorga was still reading her computer screen. That Yorga was not speaking. Attention Temporal Protection Corps agents. This is Acting Director Yorga Zintel. I regret to inform you there has been a serious breach of security. The seriousness of this breach requires an immediate shutdown of the temporal nexus. This action has been taken in consultation with President Rickard, and after all other options have been considered. All TPC agents, agents in training, and other authorized TPC staff are ordered to cease all temporal amplifier activities. Again, I order you to cease immediately all temporal amplifier activity pending a temporal nexus shutdown. Sharon turned to Halen, wide-eyed. Alarm turned to ice in her stomach when she saw his pale, scared face. That was the Yorga from the time frame we left, wasn't it? How could we hear her? She made a system-wide broadcast. What does a temporal nexus shutdown mean? It means we go back now and surrender ourselves, or we stay here and die. Chapter 18. Die? What do you mean die? A shutdown of the temporal nexus. It's never been done before, never happened before. Not since Dr. Alexander first brought it online. Shutting it down will result in an overload. It will destroy any temporal amplifiers in operation, perhaps even the temporal nexus itself. What happens if we're in observation mode when the temporal nexus is shut down? We'll cease to exist. In observation mode we're in a kind of limbo, existing in no time frame. We're neither here nor in the time frame we left. If the temporal nexus stops functioning, poof, we're gone. We just stop. Isn't there some way to get out of observation mode into this time frame? To stop Yorga from sending the email and save ourselves at the same time? He shook his head. No. There's no way to leave observation mode. We stay or we go back. His face grew stormy, and he glared at the Yorga in front of them as if his fury could reach her counterpart in the future. What is she thinking? This is unethical and irresponsible. It's reckless. It's foolish, he ended, having run out of words to express his outrage. They'll be waiting for us, won't they? I'm sure that's exactly what she's planning. This is a bluff, right? She's bluffing, she's got to be, Sharon said. A tight feeling crept into her chest. He scoffed. What do you think? Sharon stared at the Yorga sitting at the desk, still reading her computer screen, keeping an eye on the time. There were only a few minutes until she sent the email. I'm not going back, Sharon said, surprised to hear her own voice say the words. She straightened up. I'm not going back, she said again. Going back means never seeing you again. It means spending the rest of my life knowing there's so much more than anyone realizes and never being able to touch it, to experience it. No, if my time traveling is at an end, I would rather end it here than linger there, for the rest of my life. Halen looked back at Yorga and sighed. I wish there was a way we could have stopped her. The other Yorga's voice overrode his. 10 seconds to temporal nexus shutdown. Stand by. Sharon slipped her hand in Halen's. He squeezed it once and then let it go, reaching up to put his arm around her shoulders. She rested her head against him and closed her eyes, waiting for the end. There was a low thunder. The hairs on Sharon's arms stood up. Her heart thudded against her ribs. Halen tightened his hold on her. She felt a crackle of electricity. It shot around the observation mode bubble and stung their skin. The air grew hot. Sharon bit her lip to stop from crying out. Her hands and face felt like they were burning. Halen's arm around her was a molten weight, pinning her in place. She squeezed her eyes tightly and tears escaped, evaporating before they reached her cheeks. The burning turned to bolts of pain, running up and down her limbs. Despite herself, gasps and groans escaped her throat, but she barely heard them over the roaring sound in her ears. The bolts stopped running and joined together, like an army marching across a field. Dispassionate. Unstoppable. Was she screaming now? The howling was deafening. How long did it take for a temporal nexus to shut down? Surely this agony would be over soon. Death would be a relief, and an end to the pain. It stopped. It was simply gone. There was no pain, no sound. She was standing in Yorga's office in the past, Halen's arms still around her. She took a deep, shuddering breath. Yorga Zintal looked up and shot to her feet, her face a study in alarm and anger. What the hell are you doing here? Answer me. How did you get in here? Yorga was furious, but there was an undercurrent of fear, a realization that cleared Sharon's mind. By some miracle, they'd been kicked out of observation mode into the time frame they were observing. If they were fast, they could stop Yorga from sending the email. I'm not sure, Sharon said, holding her head in her hands. One minute we were in observation mode in a training, the next minute we were here. She turned to Kalen, hoping he would catch on to her subterfuge. What happened? I don't know, he answered. Assistant Director? What are we doing here? Oh, my head, Sharon said as she leaned on the desk. This part of her performance was not faked. Her body still ached from the effects of the temporal nexus shutdown. You need help, Kalen said, walking out of the office before Yorga could move. Yorga's demeanor changed. Yes, of course, you need help. Let me get you to the medical facility, she said as she came around the desk, intent on getting Sharon out of her office. I need to sit down for a moment, Sharon said as she slumped into a chair in front of the desk. Yorga would not move her from this room if she could help it. Yorga was fuming, only slowly getting control of herself. Can I get you anything? She asked in a strangled voice. A glass of water, Sharon answered weakly. Yes, of course. Yorga left to find water. Sharon jumped up, ignoring her aching head. She didn't know how much time she had. She went to the desk and saw Yorga's email program open in the upper left-hand corner of the screen. There was a message awaiting a send command. When Sharon opened it, in the message box were the fateful words, "The debt is now due." Sharon left the message open while she searched the rest of Yorga's email account, focusing on the trash file. The TPC's email system automatically cleared trash files daily. Yorga no doubt expected her deleted messages would be gone within a few hours. She had not counted on a nosy agent, or former agent, shifting in from the future. She was back in the chair when Yorga returned with a cup of water. You're looking better, she said suspiciously. Oh yes, I'm feeling much better, Sharon said with a broad smile. I wonder when Kalen will be back. Perhaps you should wait for him outside, Yorga said after handing her the water and returning to her desk. She noticed her computer screen and her mouth dropped. What's going on? She asked herself as she tapped the screen several times. Her tapping must not have produced the expected results as her face grew angrier, her brows contracted, and her lips pulled together in a scowl. She looked at Sharon. Did you do something? Did you touch my computer? You mean did I delete the email you were planning to send into the past to change the timeline? Yes. Yes, I did. Yorga's face reddened. How dare you, she hissed, standing again. Sharon hoped Kalen would be back soon. Suddenly, she didn't want to be alone with Yorga. No. How dare you? Sharon asked with more bravado than she felt. She pushed the chair away from Yorga's desk and stood too, breathing rapidly. Who do you think you are? Plunging the world into terror and martial law? Changing the mission of the TPC? What gives you the right? Sharon asked, almost in a whisper. Yorga stopped her advance around the desk and laughed. What gives me the right? I work for truth. It is a fortiori, as your friend Miranda would say. Truths built on truths, resulting in superior morality. Sharon scoffed. Right. What truths? How are you morally superior in any way? Oh, not me. The people I work for. Theirs is a superior morality, a superior philosophy. The Chestnut Coven, Sharon said disgustedly. The Chestnut Coven, Yorga said, nodding. Operating in the TPC for years, right under Director Vita's nose, under yours, the vaunted Chestnut Coven expert. What about President Rickert? Is he part of the Chestnut Coven too? Yorga shrugged. I don't know. I'm not privy to the member list. It's not like we have regular meetings, she said, sneering. She shrugged again. He might be. Or he might be simply gullible. Either way, he serves our purpose. What about Natalie Johnson? Yorga's eyes grew wary. How do you know that name? Sharon smiled a cold smile. I'm the vaunted Chestnut Coven expert, remember? Yorga took a deep breath. She looked around her office. Something seemed to settle within her, and the red blotches on her face faded. She stepped back around her desk and sat again, folding her hands in her lap, appearing calm. I don't know who you are talking about, she said. There's no point in hiding it. There's nothing to hide. You deleted the email. The system will clear trashed files within minutes. You have no evidence of anything. Sharon heard people coming down the hall. Kaylin was returning, hopefully with reinforcements. But it wasn't Kaylin who stood in the doorway, it was Director Vida. Director, Yurga said in a sweet voice. How can I help you? Hello, Yurga. Sharon, what a pleasant surprise. Sharon said nothing. She had the dreadful thought, what if Director Vida was involved? She didn't know who to trust anymore. Yurga, I just received a most peculiar communication from Agent McGregor, Director Vida started. Sharon felt a flutter of excitement. Agent McGregor was the current head of temporal security for the TPC. Oh. Yurga said, her voice trembling only slightly. Yes, Director Vida continued. It seems one of our agents, Kaylin Winters, came to him with a remarkable story about a conspiracy to change the timeline. Remarkable, Yurga sounded like she was swallowing the word. Is there any evidence to back up this story? Unfortunately, Agent Winters had no evidence to offer Agent McGregor. Perhaps it's nothing then, Yurga said, looking calmer now. Agent Winters and Agent in Training Gorse, here, just appeared in my office during a training shift. Apparently, there was some kind of temporal amplifier malfunction. Perhaps Agent Winters is experiencing some confusion from the incident. Yes, that's what I concluded too, Director Vida answered. Yurga appeared to relax until Director Vida continued. That is, until a few moments ago when I received a series of forwarded emails from your account, which corroborate Agent Winters' assertions. Yurga looked nauseated as she stared at Sharon in disgust. She heard Kaylin and others arriving, standing just outside the doorway. Yurga was trapped. She had nowhere to go. In my time, we don't delete important items without backing them up, Sharon said smugly. Within seconds, Sharon realized her gloating was premature. Yurga leapt up from her desk, and before Sharon could react, Yurga had Sharon in a chokehold, standing behind her, grinding her teeth in Sharon's ear. Sharon tried to pull away, but Yurga was stronger. You think you've won, she hissed in Sharon's ear. You think stopping me will stop the chestnut coven? You know nothing. You don't understand what you're dealing with. Sharon could see Kaylin standing over Director Vida's shoulder. Agent McGregor was behind Kaylin, instructing security guards to stand back and make no sudden moves. See how precious they think you are. I could snap your neck and they know it. And I'm tempted to, very much tempted, Yurga whispered. So why don't you? Sharon's voice wavered, her attempt at bravery failing. She was terrified and her body showed it. Someone else wants that privilege. Your death is promised to another, Yurga said. Natalie Johnson? Sharon blurted. She felt Yurga's hands freeze, her body stiffen. You know nothing, Yurga said again and suddenly shoved her away. Sharon stumbled over a chair, hitting the floor hard. Yurga pulled a small device from inside her sleeve, activating it as Agent McGregor pushed into the room followed by Kaylin and the security guards. They were too late. Yurga vanished as they reached for her. She was gone. Kaylin and Sharon sat in Farana Vida's office waiting for the director to return. Unlike in Yurga's office, the director's windows overlooked the atrium. Sharon could see the grounds through the atrium windows, but the primary view was of the people going about TPC business. The scene said something about Director Vida, Sharon decided. Yurga had chosen the best, most impressive view from her office window. Director Vida had selected a view of the heart of the Temporal Protection Corps, its people. When the director returned, she was accompanied by medical personnel. They evaluated Sharon for injuries after Yurga's assault and thoroughly questioned Sharon and Kaylin because no one had ever emerged from observation mode before. Director Vida shooed the medics out after they pronounced Kaylin and Sharon healthy. Their obvious curiosity about the observation mode miracle promised follow-up questions later. Others arrived bringing fruits and cheese along with water and coffee. Sharon was still a little shaky and unabashedly helped herself as the director closed her office door. She waited patiently for them to ease their hunger, having cleared her calendar for the rest of the day for this very unusual debrief. "If you're ready, let's start from the beginning," she said when they'd finished eating, though Sharon continued to nibble from the tray. Halen went first, describing the training session to the 21st century in observation mode, how they saw Director Vita during the snow rescue, how she gave him a box as a child, and how when they returned to the present, the timeline had changed. "I was there," the director asked, her eyebrows raised. "Yes," Halen answered. "The box contained a hologram of you which ordered us on a mission to restore the timeline. It also had this." He reached into his pocket and pulled out the director's prerogative device. She took it and turned it over in her hand solemnly. "Is this what I think it is?" The program device contained the director's prerogative protocol, yes. "You gave it to us so we could make 5 shifts without the temporal mainframe tracking us." "I'm almost afraid to ask. How did I know to give you this information?" Halen looked uncomfortable. "Bootstrapping, ma'am." Director Vita let out her breath in a whoosh. "Oh dear." "Yeah," Halen said. "Well, what was the alternative?" "Is the alternative. Will be. Whatever. What other choice was there?" Sharon asked. "I had no other choice if I opted to engage in bootstrapping," the director answered. "There are bigger issues," Sharon said. Director Vita blinked in surprise. What was more important than the TPC director violating policy? "What issues?" Director Vita asked politely. Before Sharon answered, there was a tap on the door. "Yes," the director called out. "It's Miranda Noon." Miranda's voice was muffled through the door. "Please enter," Director Vita said. Miranda slipped in, quietly closing the door before she sat in a chair next to Sharon. Sharon took her hand and Miranda squeezed it tightly as if to say, "I'm glad to see you too," before letting go. "I'm sorry to interrupt, Director." "Not at all, you are very welcome, Agent Noon." "Agent Gorse, I believe you were about to explain what issues are more important than violating TPC policy." Sharon grinned before answering. Just like that, she was an agent again. It felt good. "Director, when I confronted Yorga about the email, she confessed she was operating on instructions from the Chestnut Coven. We believe President Rickert may be involved too," Halen added. Director Vita stared at him for a moment and then walked to the window overlooking the atrium. Sharon tried to imagine how the director must feel. The president was her superior. Yorga was her immediate subordinate. Director Vita had abruptly found herself acutely alone, her position isolated between 2 people whose true agendas had been deceitfully concealed. The director turned her back to the window and leaned against it, clasping her hands in front of her. "If I will engage in bootstrapping to stop the change in the timeline and thwart the Chestnut Coven, we must discuss your mission in detail. I need to know everything you did, everyone you talked to, every step you took from the moment you saw me on the snowfield in the 21st century to the moment I walked into Yorga's office. We need Jonas Fernley too, he'll be a great help with the details," Sharon added. "No, we can't get Jonas," Miranda said. "What do you mean?" Halen asked. "Now that we have restored the timeline, isn't he here somewhere? The Jonas here now would have no memory of the other timeline, right?" Sharon asked hopefully. "I don't think so," Miranda said. "Yorga and Jonas shifted away before the temporal nexus shut down." "Jonas left with Yorga?" Sharon couldn't believe her ears. "Wait," Halen interrupted. "How are you able to remember that timeline? When we stopped the email from being sent, that timeline ceased to exist." "I put myself in temporal isolation," Miranda answered. "After the Yorga and the other timeline warned TPC staff of the impending temporal nexus shut down, I knew I needed to be able to remember the other timeline to assist with the director's bootstrapping mission." "Temporal isolation?" Director Vita asked with alarm. "We heard Yorga talk about that. What is it?" Sharon said. A device that allows a person to insulate themselves from changes in the timeline, Miranda said. Do you have the device? The director asked. No, I only had time to use the temporal amplifier it was connected to. I set it to shift back to the day we all traveled to 2167 in the hopes the timeline would be restored. When I arrived, the device was gone. Yorga and Jonas must have taken it with them, Kaelin said. Director Vita looked grim. A useful tool and a dangerous weapon, she said. She tapped her computer screen. I've made a note for Agent McGregor to inform him of its existence, and I have requested a meeting with the head of temporal engineering to discuss a means of tracking such a device. She looked up. Anything else before we discuss the bootstrapping mission? They shook their heads. Then let's begin. Chapter 19. Soon after Miranda arrived, Agent McGregor also joined them. We could not track Assistant Director Zintel, he informed them. I'm sorry, Director. I don't understand how she could leave the building with no trace of her destination. She shifted away, didn't she? Sharon asked. Yes, but there is no record of the shift on the temporal mainframe. We don't know when she went. What about the other Yorga? Sharon asked. The one from the other timeline. The one that shifted away with Jonas. What happened to her? Agent McGregor's mouth drew a thin line. We believe that Yorga Zintel shifted to a future time frame, he said. There are now two Yorga Zintels in existence, the one who fled from her office and the one that fled to the future from the other timeline. Which is possible because the temporal amplifier protects against paradox, Sharon said. Great. Precisely. We'll send notification through the temporal mainframe to TPCs in the future, telling them that Yorga is a wanted agent, of course. I expect they will apprehend her in due time. And then what? Do they both come back here and get thrown into the same jail cell? Depending on when she is apprehended, it's possible the Yorga from our time frame will merge with the other Yorga upon her return and the other Yorga will cease to exist. Sharon scrubbed her face with her hands. Just when she thought time travel complexities could no longer give her a headache. I apologize for the delay, Agent McGregor said to Director Vita. It took longer to complete the search on the temporal mainframe than I expected. It's unusual for a search on the temporal mainframe to take more than a minute or so. Is the delay a cause for concern? Director Vita asked. I don't think so, Director, Agent McGregor answered. It may be there was an unusually high load on the search function when we made our request. I will look into it, however. Any other updates, Agent McGregor? Not at this time, Director. Very good. Please remain Agent McGregor, she added as he stood to leave. This matter concerns TPC security, and I would have your counsel. They discussed each step of the bootstrapping mission, starting with the training on the snowfield in 2167 in observation mode. What made Agent Noon and Agent Fernley join you on the training shift? Director Vita asked Kaelin. We were there to support Sharon, Miranda answered. Was there something special about this training shift that required additional support? Kaelin shifted in his seat. It was my idea, he said. There were some in the TPC who were not accepting of Sharon as a new agent. Sharon was aware of this. Miranda, Jonas and I thought our all going together would show our support of her. Some in the TPC, the director nodded. You mean like Yorga Zintel? Sharon looked at her hands in her lap and did not answer. Agent Winters, Agent McGregor interjected. How did you decide to go to the snowfield that day in 2167 for the training shift? Actually, it was the director's suggestion. Director Vita was nodding. She suggested taking Sharon to a memorable time in my childhood. So she did not tell you to go to that exact date? Agent McGregor clarified. No, I chose the date only earlier that day, Kaelin responded. Why does that matter? Sharon asked. Because it helps us understand the parameters of the bootstrapping, Director Vita answered. The less tampering with the timeline, the better. Now I understand that all I need to do is go back into Agent Winter's past, not guide him there too. Sharon, Helen, and Miranda walked through everything they could remember, from their escape from the TPC to their detailed planning in Sharon's home, and all 3 shifts made to attempt the mission. Director Vita and Agent McGregor asked many questions about the TPC in the other timeline, and how much they interacted in both the 1215 and 1948 timeframes. When they described their exchanges with Agent Berg, Agent McGregor interrupted. "Astrid Berg," he said, eyebrows raised. "Yes," Sharon answered. "Jorga Zintel contacted Director Constantine and asked for his help to find us. He assigned Agent Berg to investigate." "What makes you ask?" "She was the first head of temporal security for the TPC," he answered. "She's famous. It must have been something to meet her." "It was a little terrifying at first," Sharon answered with a laugh. "But once I realized I could trust her, she was a staunch ally. I wish we would have asked her how she found us in 1948 and in 2126. "I can help with that," Miranda said. "After Jorga Zintel sent you back to 2023, Agent Berg and I talked. It was before the report uploaded, and she was still not sure she believed what you said about our mission and the change in the timeline. She told me that Jorga figured out the alteration we attempted to make to the Magna Carta in 1215. Because she sent the email and knew it related to debt, Jorga guessed what we were doing and suggested to Director Constantine that Agent Berg focus her investigation on the UN meeting in Paris in 1948. "But how did she learn about my hand?" Sharon asked, raising her palm. "The injury from 1215 was healing, but could still be seen." "Because of the lost first aid kit, I would guess," Miranda frowned. "Or perhaps she used observation mode to confirm her suspicions about our actions and saw the incident." Sharon recoiled inwardly at the thought of Jorga spying on them across time. Miranda continued. "Unfortunately, our conversation was interrupted when Jorga returned to make me the offer to join temporal security in the other timeline. It seemed the best way to position myself to correct the timeline, so I accepted. Agent Berg and I did not get the chance to talk again." "What happened with Agent Fernley?" Director Vita asked. "How is it he chose to shift to the future with Jorga Zintel?" "He was never thrilled about this mission," Sharon said. "I think he was frightened of violating TPC policy and the consequences. When the first aid kit was left behind in 1215, he was devastated. He probably thought he didn't have a choice." "It was more than that," Miranda said with a sigh. Her eyes were purple in the late afternoon light. "What do you mean?" Agent McGregor asked. Miranda cleared her throat. Sharon had never seen her so uncomfortable. "After we returned to the TPC in the other timeline, Agent Fernley assumed I had accepted Jorga's offer to work for temporal security in good faith. Based on his assumption of that camaraderie, he confided in me that he only joined the mission because of Sharon Gorse and he blamed her for its failure." "Because of me?" "I don't understand," Sharon said, frowning. He had feelings for you," Miranda said, hesitating. "He said if you had not chosen to take on Director Vita's mission, he would not have either." "What does this have to do with his defection, Agent Noon?" Agent McGregor inquired. "As the mission progressed and things went wrong, he began to assign blame to Sharon, blaming her for getting hurt and needing medical treatment that resulted in his losing the first aid kit in 1215. And he blamed her for leaving him behind in 1948. "We would all have been captured if we stayed," Sharon protested. "Of course. Your decision was logical and understandable," Miranda reassured her. "Unfortunately, his recollections were colored by his suspicion that Agent Winters and Agent in Training Gorse were beginning a personal relationship." "What?" Sharon exclaimed. "He was mistaken," Helen said. "There was nothing but professionalism amongst all of us every step of the way. You know that, Miranda." "I know, and I tried to tell him that, but he was convinced his interpretation was the truth." Miranda looked at Director Vita. "I believe misplaced jealousy was the underlying reason for Agent Fernley's defection." This revelation distressed Sharon. She'd considered Jonas a friend and did not realize he had feelings for her beyond that. She found it difficult to believe those feelings had turned so easily to the cruelty and malice she'd last seen in him. "Let's move on," Director Vita said, dispelling the awkward silence. "Agent Winters, would you explain how you and Agent Gorse ended up in Assistant Director Zintel's office this afternoon?" Halen described their plan to shadow Yorga in observation mode to determine if she sent the email. He explained how the Yorga in the other timeline made a system-wide announcement to warn all agents that the temporal nexus would be shut down. Agent McGregor gasped at that point, but said nothing. Finally, Halen told them how he and Sharon had chosen to remain in observation mode, knowing it would likely kill them, rather than return to be captured again by Yorga in the other timeline. "I don't know how we survived," he said. "I didn't think we were going to. It was unpleasant. Perhaps it was some kind of failsafe built into the device, something we were unaware of," Agent McGregor suggested. "Whatever it was, it defies our current understanding of temporal mechanics," Director Vita said. She tapped her console again, presumably adding to the list of things to talk about with the temporal engineering department, Sharon guessed. "Perhaps it was a force majeure," Miranda murmured. "What does that mean?" Agent McGregor asked. "It means when something must give way to a greater power. In law, it refers to something unforeseeable that makes it impossible to complete a contract. Act of God was another way of putting it. I don't know if there was a greater power involved or not. I'm grateful that, for whatever reason, you survived the experience. I'm sure our technicians will want to better understand it and define what your force majeure really is," Director Vita said. The room had grown dark. It was now night, and Sharon felt the need for quiet and sleep. "Is there anything else?" the director asked them. "Yes, there is," Sharon said, her exhaustion fighting every word. "Who is Natalie Johnson?" Director Vita looked at Agent McGregor. His face was eloquent in frustration. "We don't know," he said. "We've checked all our records and can find no one named Natalie Johnson that we can connect to either Yorga Zintel or President Rickert. It's like she's a ghost." "She's a ghost who wants to kill me," Sharon said. "And I don't know why." "We can assume it's because you're a genuine threat to the Chestnut Coven," Agent McGregor said. "Once you officially join my department, tracking down Natalie Johnson will be one of your first tasks." "What about her safety?" Halen asked. "How are we going to ensure that this Natalie Johnson doesn't follow through on her threat?" Agent McGregor pulled out a small tablet computer like Miranda's. "I'm setting up a trace on the temporal nexus. Any shift in Sharon's vicinity will be tracked by the temporal mainframe and immediately reported to Director Vita and myself." "Is that satisfactory?" Director Vita asked. "Yes, Director, thank you," Sharon answered as Halen nodded. Before she adjourned their meeting, Director Vita set the new agent swearing-in ceremony for the afternoon of the next day. Rather than shift back home to 2023, Sharon opted to remain at the TPC overnight. Director Vita assigned Sharon one of several micro-apartments available for guests. As they returned to the atrium, Sharon stopped in front of a line of holographic images, portraits of previous TPC directors and agents of note. Sharon had walked past the portraits numerous times, but this time she stopped short. One caught her attention, an image of an older woman in her late 60s smiling confidently at them. Below the holographic photo was the caption, "Agent Astrid Berg, first head of the Temporal Protection Corps Department of Temporal Security." This was why the blonde woman in Paris had seemed familiar to her. She had seen Agent Berg before, just at a different age. Sharon nodded her head at the portrait. "Thank you, Agent Berg," she whispered. There was no response from the portrait, but she hadn't expected one. Behind the atrium in the center of the headquarters of the Temporal Protection Corps was a large hall. It was designed with a low platform and a wide area for many people to stand. Acoustic baffles had been cleverly positioned to amplify sounds from the stage and reduce sounds from the open space. It was the area in which they might convene large gatherings of TPC agents for a variety of occasions. One of those occasions was the swearing-in of new agents. The TPC director traditionally conducted the swearing-in ceremony, which always included a recorded message of congratulations from the World Government President. For this swearing-in ceremony, however, World Government President Bjorn Rickert was unavailable, having been indicted for conspiracy. More than one conversation alluded to the ironic coincidence that the absence of the president's video was because of the actions of one of those being sworn in. Vice President Platt sent a warm message of congratulations, without mentioning ironic coincidences, hours before his own swearing-in as president. The ceremony was also traditionally attended by the assistant director of the TPC. On this day, the ceremony began instead by first swearing in a new assistant director. Sharon beamed as Miranda Noon raised her right hand and responded to Director Vita's questions. Assistant Director Noon then spoke to the three people being sworn in as new TPC agents. Please raise your right hands. Then Director Vita recited the Temporal Protection Corps agent oaths. Do you solemnly swear to preserve, protect, and defend the World Constitution? Do you solemnly swear to preserve, protect, and defend the policies and tenets of the Temporal Protection Corps? Do you solemnly swear to obey the orders of the leadership of the Temporal Protection Corps and the world government? After each question, the new agents responded, I so swear. Then it was done. Sharon was officially an agent. As the audience cheered, she shook the hands of her fellow new agents. Then Director Vita called the group to order again. Please welcome Agent Najoni Diogo, assigned to the Department of Temporal Computation, Agent James Harkin, who is assigned as the 14th century expert in the Department of Chronohistory, and Agent Sharon Gorse, assigned to the Department of Temporal Security. Against her better judgment, Director Vita and Agent McGregor had decided that while Sharon's expertise was not a secret, they would not draw undue attention to it. It was a calculated move to downplay Sharon as the TPC's Chestnut Coven expert. The Chestnut Coven has demonstrated a pattern of increasing conflict and aggression, Agent McGregor explained. I believe that puts all of us at greater risk, not only by acts of temporal vandalism, but also a risk of physical harm. I'm responsible for my agents, and I would prefer to reduce the risk of harm by keeping Agent Gorse out of the spotlight as much as possible, at least until we have a better understanding of our enemy. While Sharon appreciated Agent McGregor's sentiments, it galled her to allow the Chestnut Coven to dictate any aspect of her work, even indirectly, out of fear. As the assembled audience clapped again, Sharon could hear the buzz of voices under the applause. Murmured words, Chestnut Coven, Jorga Zintel and presidential indictment, reached her ears as people pressed around her to shake her hand. No one asked her about it outright, however. In a meeting with Director Vita and Agent McGregor earlier that day, they discussed what information to share with TPC agents about the events resulting from the email timeline, as Sharon called it. Sharon had argued for full disclosure, but Agent McGregor urged caution. It was rare that government officials and agencies were involved in conspiracy, and Director Vita wanted to take things one step at a time. We've notified staff about the removal of Assistant Director Jorga Zintel from the TPC, and the world population has been informed of the indictment of former President Rickert, she said. As the proceedings move forward, we'll keep everyone informed of the facts and not foster gossip and theories. Sharon had doubts about this strategy. It was her experience that when people didn't have information about things important to them, they made up their own explanations, and sometimes those explanations caused more trouble than leaders simply admitting they didn't have the answers. But she kept her doubts to herself, trusting in Director Vita's understanding of her people and her innate leadership skills. Hearing the muttering around her and sensing the nervous energy of the crowd, Sharon now wished she'd shared her concerns with Director Vita. Eventually, the crowd dispersed, and Sharon was left alone. There was a table against a wall with light refreshments, and she helped herself to water and a small lemon cookie. She heard a familiar voice over her left shoulder. Agent Gorse? She turned and was met with a warm smile from Kalin. Congratulations, he said. How does it feel? It feels terrific, she answered. And I couldn't have done it without you, Training Agent Winters. What are you going to do now that you're no longer training? I've been assigned a research project, he answered. To find out why all knowledge of the debt to the parallel universe was removed from 22nd century history. Agents approached the table, helping themselves to cookies, before moving off again. Do you know what your first assignment will be? He asked in a low tone. Agent McGregor and I will do what he calls a deep investigation, she said after glancing around to make sure no one would overhear. You know, trying to find the key players, leaders, supporters, etc., of the Chestnut Coven. And Natalie Johnson? That's my top priority. Who is Natalie Johnson and what is her role? But you won't start your investigation tonight, right? He asked. No, I don't think so, she answered, laughing. Then are you available for dinner? Pizza at your place again? No, I was thinking maybe something a little nicer. You mean like a date? Yeah, like a date. She looked at him sideways through narrowed eyes. Now that you're a full agent and in a different department, we can spend personal time together. That is, if you want, he added. Yes. I'd like that, she said, looking out again at the crowd and hiding her grin with another sip of water. Sharon stayed at the reception for another hour. She chatted with her fellow inductees, learning that Najoni was a futurist, fascinated by and dedicated to finding a way to time travel safely to the future. Her focus was creating and analyzing computer models of time travel shifts to various interweaving future timelines. Imagine what our scholars could learn about our past by visiting the future, she said. James Harkin was quieter than the exuberant Najoni, though Sharon sensed an intensity under the surface. His area of expertise was the Silk Road and the connection between China and Venice in the 1300s, though like all the expert chronohistorians, he had a broad knowledge of history for the entire century. Sharon suspected that with enough coaxing, Agent Harkin could spend hours discussing all things 14th century. Director Vita, Agent McGregor, Miranda and Kaylin introduced several agents and other TPC staff to her. There were too many names for her to remember, but the feeling of family was undeniable. Sharon believed that becoming a TPC agent was the best thing she'd ever done. Eventually, the event ended. People left in ones and twos, most heading for the elevators to return to their homes on the surface. A few, like Sharon, were staying in the apartments on the floor above the training hall. Good evening, Agent Gorse, a pleasant AI voice said as she opened the apartment door. The micro-apartment assigned to Sharon was only 800 square feet in size, but it was airy with what she would have called minimalist decor. The ceilings were 15 feet high with large windows that took up 2 walls with beautiful views of the holographic gardens. There was an efficiency kitchen in one corner under a loft bedroom that overlooked a small living area complete with a couch and coffee table. The light and openness gave an illusion of space that Sharon appreciated, and helped her not notice that the floor area was only marginally larger than her library at home in 2023. She closed the door and sat on the small couch with a sigh. She enjoyed the swearing-in ceremony, but it was good to be alone in a quiet place after the excitement of the day and the challenges she'd recently faced. Tomorrow, she would return to her own time for dinner with her parents. While it had only been a couple of days, it seemed like eons since she had slept in her own bed and eaten at her own table. But tonight, she had a date with Kaylin. For that, she was willing to wait a little longer before going home. She showered in the small bathroom next to the kitchen and chose a simple blue dress, the nicest of the limited selection of clothes in the closet. There were a pair of matching blue pumps which she left on the floor by the front door. She was ready. She sat on the couch and then paced the floor a few times. She stood at the window watching a light breeze dance ferns over a stream as the holographic sun set in time with the soft music she'd selected. There was a knock on the door, and the AI activated the exterior video feed. Agent Kaylin Winters, the AI voice said. Kaylin was early. Maybe he guessed she wouldn't mind if they started their evening ahead of schedule. She slipped on the pumps, straightened the dress, checked her hair and then opened the door. You're early, she said brightly. Is that a problem? No, not at all, Sharon faltered. There was an uncharacteristic distance in his voice. Maybe he was as tired as she was, she thought. Halen held out his arm. "Shall we?" he said. His voice was warm again, as she'd always known it. Sharon took his arm, and they turned toward the exit to the grounds. "Agent Gorse," a voice called. "Wait. Agent Gorse." A man she didn't know was jogging toward them. He was an older man, and he looked haggard, perhaps ill. Sharon felt Halen's muscles tense. "Yes," she called out. "We don't have time," Halen said, pulling her toward the exit. "What do you mean? You were early, remember?" Sharon said as she pulled her arm away and faced the approaching man. "Agent Gorse." "You must stop," the man shouted breathlessly. "I don't recognize him," Halen said. "We need to leave, to protect you. You're the Chestnut Coven expert after all." There it was again. That strange feeling. Sharon took a step back, watching Halen closely. An alarm went off in her mind. This wasn't right. She took another step. She heard the man coming up behind her. She stepped to the side, eyeing both men warily. "Can I help you?" she asked the older man. "Yes, you can." The man reached out a veined and wrinkled hand, grabbing hers and tugging her forward. In his other hand was what looked like a temporal amplifier, remote control. Halen lunged for her, but she was out of reach. Before she could yell or pull away, the strange man activated the remote control, and they vanished. The story is continued in Out of Time, The Roman Ring. Book 3 in the Temporal Protection Corps series.